final show, to reaching higher goals, feeding 100 hungry souls, to what the future holds, flowering out allowed to grow, on strings in a puppet show, waiting for the curtain call. Watch out, tear down the prison walls. Fate is gonna come for you, there's no escape. Turn on the lights, underdog bites, fist in the air when the thunder strikes. Came overnight, the underdog fights, better send your prayer, it's kryptonite. Came overnight, the underdog fights, better send your prayer, it's kryptonite. Drifting towards waterfalls, drawn hope and alcohol, trapped deep down in the rabbit hole, activate survival mode. Fate is gonna come for you, there's no escape. Turn on the lights, underdog bites, fist in the air when the thunder strikes. Came overnight, the underdog fights, better send your prayer, it's kryptonite. Came overnight, the underdog fights, better send your prayer, it's kryptonite. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
See the ring there from the spike plant. Monyet unable to find the catch though. Slides in. Comes away with 2 kills of his own. Salvos to go ahead. Hold off the peak. But Monyet repeats it. Finds one relay. Bolt set. And Monyet.
Okay. Play for time. Rolling Thunder now sent over. So staggering the ultimate somewhat. Killua goes for the swing. He's trying to pick them off one by one. They will fall like dominoes. More space down in. Hell has been cleared now. Watching out for door. Hyunmin still able to most of the shots and get the spike into at least half. Found him, and that's gonna be Estrella now coming through. He's got the short, and he's got the fight.
Double tap expiring. Sun now a bit at risk and the spot out. Half the plant, the paranoia going to be sent in. Goes for the peak. Getting pressured here. Double swing around. No! Certainly not! Still see that linger back from Monyet across the map. Jemkin able to open things up, and Sylvan's going to be taken down. Meteor up over the top, considering going for the peak, but does not. Stacks goes in for the fight, and he manages to catch 3! Looking for that 4th. Crazy guy is down to a sliver. And now Stacks is maybe. It's not very often that we get to see Stacks in for the ace.
하면 할수록 헤드셋이 커지는 거 같네.
아까는 작았다며. 와,
아까-
늘리고 있는 거 아니야 지금?
아까 분명 작았는데.
야, 얼굴이 옆으로 커서 그래.
예?
เราต้องคอกันเหมือนแข่งเว้ยตอนนี้คือแข่ง
ข้ามันซ้อม
เราต้องคอเหมือนซ้อมเว้ยไม่นั้นแบบนี้เราทีมที่โหดที่สุดในโลกอะตอนนี้เราคอเหมือนซ้อมอะさあ盛り上がれ
や来たこの感じ。
ナムチャンヌもうだ
남자는 뭐?
자신감 내줘 마지.
아, 나 오늘 힘 맡긴다.
나 근데 오늘 지면 너 죽일 거야. 아 몰라 그냥 내 브리츠 승률 안 올려주면 니가 다 죽여. 잠깐만. 나 홀드만 해볼래? 나 에이맨 선택 해줄게 원태 이거.
하긴 컨택 안 할게 그럼.
너네 컨택 해도 돼. 짤짤이 쳐도 돼. 그럼 에이맨 나올 것 같아. 아 걔 또 미에나이. 하이.
힘에
리메만.
힘이 네오
미사일을. 나온다.
둘 레이즈까지. 바이스 브리치 레이즈. 태워도 있다. 태워도.
あけど1対1するはい
ネオエメイってる。사이트 있나 봐. 샌드 먹자. 샌드 먼저 먹자. 얘들아.
하긴.
이렇게. 아 있다.
バナナ当たろこれ
あバナナ
いいよタイミングでいいよ
레디.
레디? 내려?
고 점프. 얘 나왔다. 뒤에 먼저. TCT. 레이즈 70이야.
또 오른쪽 있다 박스.
박스 D.
박스 D.
월션 먼저. 안 서라고 하자. 오케이. 나이스. 하자. 잘 봐. 로로로. 마치. 미안해. 나이스. 집중하자 우리.
지금 살짝 정신없어 보여.
자.
One women oh he only put wall
Itu ngebet di belakang kaki. Jangan.
dia smoke M1
Aman TP Amen.
Droning me.
nothing aiming boys they play behind aiming
It's middle.
if we just decide on the plan and go somewhere together guys we're going B together right just spot the B
Two Amen ya just now.
dia mau setup beda smoke city
Ready boys?
out
Flashing.
out okay flash out here go behind guys go behind double up me
Icebox side for you guys. Stay side. Number. I rotate the.
nothing can be mid
Can be shot also. Can be mid.
Sound.
Watching Amen.
I will check the lane and probably let's go okay
Let's go. I'm Molly market. Oh, but Molly.
backside
One more.
backside go
Come on.
I watch it, you guys watch. I smoke lane.
I'll pick up the Ryu, Jason.
Come on, picking. Nice. Yeah, I got it, just watch it.
Nice, boys.
Let's go, boys.
Ready, buddy?
Let's do the waiting for you. 3, 2, 1.
Guys, they smoke nail. Cannot see.
야 이거 미드 뒤에 미드 에이 나왔어 애들 둘 그냥 미드 더 해도 돼
나 미드 붙을게. 스모크 한번 더 가릴게.
에이 하나 더
Close to me. 1, 2, 2, close to me. Push. 3, 2 mid. Pushing mid. 하나 먹었다. 삐면 하나 먹었어.
야 미드 나온다 미드
나이스.
미드 헤비헤비 What's the info guys?
B.
I'm in B main. 천천히. 내용 개피야. 안설할게. 안설해.
레이즈 공 있고.
레지 구수 생각도 해야 돼.
헤븐 레이즈. 126 해요.
One HP.
미드 박스 미드 시티. 섀도우 박싱 할 듯. 벤 플랫. 스모커. 나이스!
잘했어.
I watching cross.
Let me check with you guys. Only epic. The epic.
I watch her right side.
Floor mid.
Gua mantek. Care breaking tour. Pas aja gak sih?
Door top mid. Shoot it dah. Okay, flash for you. You're gonna break. Problem now?
Follow mid, power. On double door. One.
Chill.
Fight. They're gonna fight again.
It's okay. I can come
Need to
with you.
retreat.
Yeah. Watch your retreat.
Wait, I think it's B, guys.
We basically clear. We pushing aim in.
Later I ulti like this.
Nice job.
One more.
Help the.
I'm gonna ulti. Get out.
The ulti ulit. Wait, maybe I'll pick.
Push out. Are you okay? Pinable 5 minutes.
Pick Artio, nanti.
Ada.
Ada. Keluar. Secret.
Pelan. Nice.
Gibri cek yang.
Belakang.
Masuk kayak.
Out base. Chill base.
원에 스모커 한번 올릴래 그냥?
얘들아 들어와봐. 나 이거 혼자 A 갔다 왔어. 사철도 없어. 나 이거 A 혼자 갔다 온 거야. A 혼자 갔다 온 거야.
오케이.
May missile na ako. Pwede ko missile yan, boy. Pagka ako store. Xbox sa akin. One way sa akin. Flash ako, boy. Pick natin. 3, 2, 1. Flash.
야 이거 얘들아 나 여기
야,
백사에 폭감 들어갈게. 간다. 나 이거 들어갈게. 3 해봐 하나.
Saan nga, boss?
Go. Patayin natin.
Minisal ko sa'yo. Katapin na. Saan lang, ha?
Ingat sih.
얘들아 사이프 30. 아 되겠네. 나 이거 시트 붙을. 우주야 너가 시트 붙을래?
내가 시트 붙을게.
시티 일자선 조심히 앞에 붙어.
만 애들이.
Stop.
선 없죠 확인.
Sabay-sama na lang.
Sabay. 5v3. Boys, pasok tayo.
Go. Reloading.
Forward kayo apat. 3, 2, 1. Go.
하나 더. 둘 더. 하나 더. 하나 몰라 얘들아.
네,
얘들 오는 거 조심.
먹고. 브리지 30.
그냥 시티에 워터.
예.
뭐야? 와.
나온다.
괜찮아.
돌아갔어.
이렇게 다 뺐어.
삐. 안 보여. 부숴줄게.
태오필.
실용 없고. 졌어. 스모크 없다.
오멘 TP.
나 스모크 없어.
하나 더 엘버요.
먼저 엘보봐.
실용돌에 엘버 하나.
B 하나. B 사이파. 다시 돌린 거 조심.
사이트 하나.
시트.
사이트 하나. B. 사이트 하나 B.
필, 오멘
엘보에
필.
메인,
둘 다 필. 얘는 클래식도 필. 얘는 클래식.
이거 뭐야 이
에이스.
맛있다.
Let me take up. Bimen. Aslan Bimen.
Nothing tower. Let's go.
Care tower. Watch CT. One.
바닥이.
에이스.
Step tower CT.
Let me ace.
Tunggu smoke. Sini. Yuk, terus. Go.
와, 메르톡. Z 연막.
A 많아 얘들아 A 많아. A 스타까지
다
봤다 얘들아.
빠지고. 룬도 쓰고
방패.
방패캠.
방패캠.
에롱 셋 Z 오멘.
비빔 스모크 줘야겠다 비빔 스모크.
대기 중에 하라 연막. 나 이거 못 빠져 이제.
앞에 봐줘 그러면. 나 A 쪽 채울게.
앞에 보고 있어.
A 스모크 A 스모크. 나 블라인드 리콘
에롱
하나. 천천히
하나. 빨펑만 뭐
롱 하나 쇼 보는 중가 지금. 나도 쏘실 것 같아.
사운드 들리는 거.
천천히 해.
나이스. 뭐야? 몰라.
정준아 하면은 좀뭐 얘기 좀 하고 해.
아 미안.
Hi, my name is Pimi from Talon Esports. I'm playing Flex.
Hello guys, I'm Kilias from Global Esports and I'm Flex.
Hi, I'm Waldo, playing for Team Secret and I play Flex.
Hello guys, I'm Forsaken. I'm from Team Paperex. I play Flex. What do you do? I don't know.
We're gonna do squats
Squad.
for the number of how many agents that you have played in VALORANT games, alright? So,
Good luck first again.
I think I'm gonna fart if I do squat.
Raze, Kyle, Jet, Omen, Breach, Glow, Yoru, Sage, Kale, Yeko, Astra, and Reyna.
I forgot. At least I think one for every role, like initiator one, sentinel one, or duelist one, smoker one. Then you can become a flex. Right?
Very smart play. Playing different role in each map is like changing up your playstyle also, you know. In this agent, you can play aggressive. In this agent, you need to play smartly.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to change the playstyle from util agent to the more duelist agent that you need to enter.
I try to adjust with my team's role.
I always pick the last agent who's left there just to make sure that my other teammate is comfortable with the role.
Same reason with this guy. The comfortability.
I want to try something that new. Yeah, so maybe it depends on code on me. Yeah.
Flex player, you're using different kind of role, right? So for example, this agent, you need some pixel perfect of this lineup, and the other agent, you need to make sure the timing is correct, you know. So you need to practice more.
For example, the initiator, many lineup you need to learn for your team. Then some traps also, the unbreakable ones maybe.
I think when I'm playing race, but I thought I was playing jet, so I press E for dash, right? But it wasn't dash, it was grenade, so I died.
I'm using jet. I thought I can satch a lot, so I used the Q. I have drop instead.
Maybe in rank, when I thought I'm using jet, then I press E and I'm playing Cypher. Oops. So I just teleport to the other side.
Yeah, same with him. I play Cypher and PSE and then watching camera. Yeah.
Just happens.
For me, no. Boring.
Same to me.
Yeah, boring.
Boring.
Once you start flex, you never go back.
I just like when I make like idea, like when I like brainstorm the strat and stuff, you know.
I'm not just playing one role, I'm playing a lot of roles, and so it makes my brain more open.
For me, playing flex is like knowing your teammate, like their role, so you know to like support them easier.
For me, I have a lot of fun to play Fed. Yeah, so I can try everything new. Yeah.
When I'm having a bad day in like playing, it's really hard to play it because a lot of things on your mind, like what to do. It's like combining on every role.
Me, I think it's not consistency, and if you have a bad day, it's bad. Yeah.
Being creative.
Good answer, pare.
Yeah.
Creative also.
Creative is important, guys, in this game.
Very hard to.
Kapom.
And creative. Yeah.
Kapom.
For me, I think in the old meta, I prefer duelist, but in this new meta, I kinda prefer sentinel because it's fun to play.
I think for me, still duelist.
For me, the initiator.
For me, Sentinel, I just like to holding side.
For me, Yoru Cup. I think Yoru, the skill is still annoying.
For me, I saw. Because I have shield and can 1v1.
Oh.
For me, Deadlock. I can sit down people.
And humble them.
For me, Cypher. I like playing inside building.
You like to AFK?
Yeah, AFK with my camera.
Camera and eating.
Yeah, eating.
Gecko. When I play Gecko, when I move the fish, the ulti, right? It's so awkward. I'm just bad at Gecko, I think.
The Jet one. When I started IGL and I was still duelist and I'm having a hard time playing Jet because I'm going in and I'm still calling, you know, so I don't want to play that again.
Maybe Yoru? I don't know. Maybe in rank I play Yoru just for fun. But in team, my teammate is better Yoru than me. Maybe Jeremy.
For me, Brimstone. I don't want to remember Molly like.
I'll go with Premi because of his Deadlock. His Deadlock is so good because of his aim. His util is so good, especially his ult usage.
I think for second because everyone knows him as like the best flex in Pacific. Maybe in the world.
Ooh, what a glaze.
For second too, because I like him to play Harbor. Wait. I like you to play Harbor. For me, maybe...
Yourself.
No? Maybe Clove. Creepy Clove. So good. Yeah.
Oh, Clove?
Yeah.
Heavy agent.
Maybe... 5? Oh, Wele. Wele, Deadlock. Wele, Deadlock, Race.
Oh, Bridge?
Oh, Astra.
5 or 6.
Oh.
Maybe 5 also.
For me, 6. Ooh. Cypher, Race, Jet, Clove, Wele.
No.
The middle one, pre. Meteor.
Yeah, I think Meteor.
MVP bro.
Meteor.
You just put him in Sentinel.
He's good.
Yeah. MVP.
Yeah.
Handsome.
Handsome. For me, I like aggressive. You like aggressive? You like? Yeah. I think aggressive than same. Thank you for everyone to share Talon Esports. So if you like me, I will pay a lot of agent. For me, thank you so much for keep watching my gameplay, and I hope you guys like my gameplay all the time. And yeah, thank you for the support.
Thank you for watching, guys, especially on VCT Pacific. Hopefully we can showcase more on our playstyle as a flex, so hopefully you enjoy it more.
Thank you for watching us. Please continue supporting us. We will show our best every game.
Gago eh. Hello.
For second announcer.
We pledge to uphold the glory of sports and the honor of our team, to abide by the fundamental principles of sportsmanship, and to compete with effort and skill in the spirit of fair play. Bang Davai. Bang Davai.
เรื่องนี้อ่ะ
ลองไปดูกันเอา1,000
Let's go, boy.
let's go
Davai. Davai.
สบายดี brother ก็ค้างเลยก็ค้างรอบนึงอ่ะ Yeah brother
Bye. Just kill him.
ว่าแล้ว
No shit, look, right?
ไม่ได้ก็คลิกซ้ายค้างแล้วก็โดดยิงมึงอ่ะ
สอนใหม่
Release bang, release bang. What?
ไม่ได้คลิกซ้ายค้างใส่มึงก็โดดยิงใหม่อ่ะไม่หลบกันแล้ว
ไม่มีกล้องผมจะสอนพี่ต้องนิ่งกว่านี้หน่อย
โอเค
ต้องนิ่งกว่านี้บอกเลยจะยิงฟัดเลยมีเสียเชิงแล้วเนี่ยก็สวัสดิ์แมน brother ชิลัวเว้ยgo bro ให้มันก็ถือธนูค้างมาเลยแล้วมันก็ไอ้นี่ต้องหลบก่อนเว้ยขั้นแรกอะเล่นไม่หลบกันแล้วเต็มหลอดอะหลับบัดเดอร์ I think he หลับบัดเดอร์
Hey, nervous, huh?
อะไรวะ
Not even close. ดีครับ
ดีครับ
ก็ไม่โดนเสีย
Wow, you guys look like NPC, eh? 10 points from I'll go crazy on later when you
go bro 3 2 1 go
Okay, I win.
มึงแพ้นะมึงต้องเก็บบอมแล้วเอาไปไล่มันใช้สกิล
I want you I need you J J J J
ไม่ได้
J J J J
สวยเพื่อนเพื่อนผิวจัด
Let's go, Jong. Let's go, Jong.
Let's go วางจริงเจ
Can win better
Spike drop. I have the spike.
เฟสแล้ว better
JJ.
Throw him, J.
Dude, you should just run away from just now, no?
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเพื่อน
Oh.
Spike drop.
ไม่ติด
no
ไปไม่ติด
oh
Wait, you don't get it?
you fail better
Bro, you failed, bro. Yay! Nah, no way, Dila.
Throw him throw him
oh better
No. Nice one, Talon. Let's go, Talon. It's okay, Jay. Warm up, Jay. Warm up. I don't know what happened, man. Let's go. Wang Jing Jay.
let's go better
โก้นะ
อันตีเอาชิวไว้ชิวแล้ว go เฮ้ย
เล่นผิวกันแล้ว
Spike drop.
Why he don't get the bomb?
I think you need to wait bro
Throw him, J. Out team
Yeah, you can use ulti non-stop, Jay. Just spam the ulti, yeah. Just spam the ulti, Jay. Yeah.
come down brother
เย่ชาติบ้าง
เฮ้ย
มึงทำอะไร
Don't use like this, don't use this, J. Don't use this, just wait and then you go.
You don't have spike, bang.
let's go Talon win bro
Bang, you don't have spike, bang.
JJ,
What? You try lah, bang. You don't have spike, bang. It's not, bang. I thought I pick it up, bang. This is what happens when you don't plant the spike most often.
เอาเลย go let's go
how to give the spike, bro?
No way lah, this one.
มึงสั่งไว้คิวโชว์เขาเลยนะ
They just need to wait when he dash to you, you know, then you dash away. They just need to wait for him to reach to you, then you dash away.
let's go ยืดวิทันไว้
Spike drop.
Oi.
I have the spike.
อุ้ยชิบหายแล้วกดดี
Spike drop. I have the spike.
อย่าไม่ทันว่ะ
Yeah, let it. Just wait for him to reach to you.
ได้เบอร์
Come back is real
Come
good.
back. Oh, that was butt clenching moment.
That was a butt clenching moment.
They already lost the moment they lose the third round just now.
good luck เบอร์ we will win เบอร์
จริงปะเนี่ย
Oi. You bait him a bit, Jay. You bait him to dash, you know.
นี่ตัวเอาทีมมา J.
You act like you're gonna dash, Jay, but you don't dash, you know.
Dude, J. First dash. They choose first dash. First.
Oh, dude, you got that.
DJ, he got slow. Just chill out. Chill out after he dash,
โอ้
dude.
ยกูบัดนะก็ไปไกลแล้วรอบไปฝั่งถ้ามันมาใกล้ๆมันกดแต่นี่มันเหมือนใกล้ปะวะไม่ใกล้
ไม่ไล่
บางยิง
ไปสกัดบัดนะที่ผ่านละ
ไปที่ปี
นานวะดีวินเบิลทีทูบัดนะ
This guy, Jay, what? He already get ulted what just now.
What you dash, bang?
Yeah, but use your feeling lah, dude. You gonna dash what?
Okay, you genius, bang.
อย่า go
Nice try. Fake comeback.
Disappointed.
It's okay. It's not too bad.
Disappointed, man.
good he pay well
เวเลเมน
Oh my god. Let's go. Oh my god. Wait, we practicing, eh?
You practice, no?
no battery cup
Hey, no practice, no.
oh how to get up bro
No practice, no.
Not even close, bro.
Primi, go.
He win.
Why?
Check take a look
Bang. Warm up what? You.
yeah
You go first.
okay Oi!
You die?
Yeah.
GG brother
He's dead. No, I just play for the win.
Oh, you actually going, ah?
No, I just play for the win. Huh.
Cheating, brother.
Huh? I go first?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hup. Ooh, not bad.
Tengok depan.
Not bad.
Oh, the enemy is working hard, ah.
What? Again, brother?
Kencana.
อยู่เฉยๆอะอยู่ฐานดีแล้วต้องไปไหนแล้ว
Kalau aku di sini kan, aku taruh klon. Kan di situ aku.
Nương 2
กดแล้ว
brother
Oh, ready?
Dude, he's gonna try something funny, dude, this kid.
I win, brother.
No, I win. You see?
Huh?
Here, I'm here.
No, brother.
อย่าลืมโค้ด brother
Bro, too early, bro.
No. Okay, what?
Bro, there's no way. He's gonna beat your ass, bro.
เหลือ3 วิอ่ะ
จ้าไปดิ
Ready?
มี
Premium?
3 วิจุด 1 คิว3 วิจุด 1
จุดหนึ่งนะ
1 2
ลูแมน brother
Lucky nong, you lucky nong.
number
Okay. It's about time, right? You guys have some?
Yeah.
yeah
We got this, bro.
the team is awarded the trophy in recognition of their victory at the first Pacific Field Day where they demonstrate exceptional skill and outstanding teamwork
Anjay.
champion man
Champion.
Very good.
yeah feel good and night time bro yeah
you got one topic bro
yeah champion happy brother
같이 기념사진 한번 촬영 끝낼 건데요. 3, 2, 1.
I see the red of the dawn see the red of the dawn. I hear the crowd how they roar. I'm in the eye of the storm. That's where I belong. I see the white in your eyes. It's just a fear in the skies. But it's been on your lies. Best day of my life.
Hi guys, it's Bella. It's me with the pre-show again, and I heard that there was a very special guest that will be joining me, and I think he's on the left, so let's find out who he is. Oh my god, Tens, what are you doing here? Come on up, join me. Tens, what are you doing here in Pacific, in Korea?
So I'm actually here, I'm with Pulsar, and I was filming some exciting stuff regarding my new mouse with them, so that's why I'm here.
Well, now, speaking of this, in Pacific, do you have anyone that you would like to especially gift this to?
Honestly, I'd probably say still my favorite team in my heart, Paper X.
Okay, anyone in particular though? Or are you gonna give it to all of them?
All of them, they're all insane.
Alright, and this isn't your first time in Korea, right?
Yeah, so I was here, this is my third time actually. I was here previously for Champion Seoul, so yeah.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I love it.
And, well, I feel like everyone knows the answer. Who's your favorite Pacific team?
Paper X.
And who's gonna win the first match against GE?
Paper X.
Alright, we'll see you on the desk. Thank you.
Welcome to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. It's the final weekend for groups, and we're going to find out who's going to be going off to playoffs. I'm your host, Victoria, Chubby Ninja, and of course, I'm with the Big Ski, but I'm also with a special guest. You saw him just now. It's probably one of the greatest VALORANT players of all time. The guy that made a lot of us hooked onto VCT, myself included. It's the one and only Tyson Tens. Welcome. How's your third trip in Korea? What you been doing?
Thank you. I've just been chilling. I mean, it's a pretty short trip that I have booked out, but I've been having tons of fun in Korea. I'm really excited for today's matches. So yeah.
Yeah, cool. Actually, I feel like you kind of belong with us also with your Vietnamese heritage here. Do you want to shout out to? We have one Vietnamese player.
Yeah.
In all of this, Crazy Guy.
Oh, Crazy Guy's still playing. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, shout out Crazy Guy.
Yeah.
Top of the group. If they win this week, he's doing well.
Now, have you been keeping up with all the teams here in Pacific, and maybe any thoughts on your old rivals? You saw DRX, Gen G, Paper X, over on the global stages.
Yeah. I haven't been keeping up to date too much. But just in general, like I know APAC's always really fun to watch. It was really exciting seeing T1 win at Masters Bangkok, and their exciting metas. I think APAC has a lot more diversity in Asian compositions compared to like America's.
Yeah.
So all the matches are really fun to watch.
Oh, they are fun to watch. In fact, we're gonna pull up the Pulsar Flick of the Week, and because we have so many cool flicks, we always feature more than one. So let's roll that here. And Big Ski, I mean, you guys are here for all of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's always like a nice highlight of the week. As you just mentioned, the mechanical skill in this region is insane. So it's always fun to watch it all back, because every week there's crazy shots. Like, what is that?
Yeah, especially in this meta. Like, you just got waylays and neons, going absolutely everywhere. So you need the top tier peripherals. You've seen some of the pros here, they've had the Pulsar mouse out. I remember Jesse Vash even like in kickoff, he had a classic like 1v4 or something like that, and he holds up his Pulsar mouse after he's like, this thing is goated.
Yeah, I've heard a few things about that. This moment with Akame and Jing was also insane way to end the weekend.
I can't believe he won that round for them. That was we were shouting in the green room. Couldn't believe what I was watching.
Yeah. Did you manage to see that, or maybe you were on the airplane?
I think I was sleeping.
Okay.
On the airplane, yeah, probably.
That's fair, actually. The time zone is different. Okay, we're talking about Pulsar mice, and you've got a mouse. And if we look at Dan here in his backpack, we got a special mouse here. So I'm gonna give this to you. Maybe you can unbox it for everyone. Now, I've heard you say on your content that your mouse is a cheat. I don't know how Riot feels about that, but can you tell us about your design philosophy? Like, what's up with your mouse?
It may or may not have aimbot. I mean, depends on the
Built
user.
in.
But just in general, I was trying to build something that's just like really good to use, something that has like a locked-in feeling. And I think when I was designing this mouse, that's what I was going for.
Now, this isn't like the other Pulsar builds, right? You didn't kind of just like pick from the stock standard ones. You helped design this. What were some of the features that you know, that are input?
So the main thing is like shape mainly. So this shape is not a Pulsar shape. It was actually a shape that was designed by me and the rest of my team. Later, then when we collaborated with Pulsar, we basically gave them like the blueprints of like how to create the mouse, and then so they created it.
What are some of the features that are really special to you in this?
Mainly the shape. I think the shape and like the balanced weight, I think it's really good for just tactical shooters in general, where you rely more on the precision and accuracy more than just like speed.
We're kind of in like the golden era of peripherals. Like we've gone through like the dark age of peripherals where there was like you didn't have much choice. But is this like a personal preference of your shape, or did you try to make something that's going to be like usable by everybody? Because I've held it already, and I feel like it's like a little bit ampy, but not too much, and it's a little on the smaller side. So did you try to make something for like everyone can use, or something you personally prefer?
So I made it mainly in just trying to design it for like my mouse, so used by me. But I think I accidentally made it like pretty usable for most script styles, especially people that like having that presence in the palm for a mouse. So that's kind of yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, cool. You did mention that you shared some brand ideals and like philosophies or values with Pulsar when you met them, and that's why it was such a pleasant surprise. What were some of those?
I think just in general, like Pulsar as a company is just there to help pro players. I think that's like something that's really important to me, and they understand like they go pretty in depth into like peripherals and like just overall accessories to help pro gamers.
Okay, well, great. That's awesome to hear, and I mean, yeah, the mouse that has a cheat built in. That's awesome. I love it. Go get this mouse. And it feels great. Now, I have one request from you. Big time here. It's ex-assistant coach from Global Esports. Big fan. He really wants your autograph. We don't have paper.
Oh yeah.
So you could just sign it across my face. I can get it tattooed after. So
okay, yeah.
It's all good.
What color?
Go black so it stands out.
Okay.
Okay. Take the headset off.
Do you want it like on your forehead, on your cheek?
I think go down the cheek.
Okay, I'll make a larger one. So
go massive.
Yeah, Big Time said he's going to get this tatted, by the way, so no
Oh
pressure.
my god. I've never signed someone's face before.
Oh, wow.
This is the first. Okay, wait.
This is a special moment.
Are you a real fan unless you get it signed on your face? I mean,
wow.
This is great.
That looks very good.
There we go.
That is the kind of precision that makes a beautiful Pulsar mouse. Woo! There's a very steady hand. Have you thought about being a surgeon? Or are you always just going to be a pro gamer?
Maybe. I surgical accuracy, as you can see.
Yeah.
All right, that looks really good. We're just going to keep that on for the rest of the broadcast.
I think the makeup team might hate me, but they got to deal with it. They got to go around that from now on.
It looks good. I want to ask you, Tens, as a former duelist turned smokes player, what's the challenge, or how do you stay as consistent as you are? Because we're seeing a lot of that happening in Pacific.
Yeah, I think the duelist to controller pipeline, because the duelist player normally has to be like really aggressive, but you don't really get all the opportunities to kill people. Sometimes there's a lot of utility on your screen that you can die to. So being a controller, I was able to like kind of set up my team with my paranoia, and then also I was able to bring my like aggressive capabilities of being a duelist into that and kind of like pop off there. I think I had more opportunity to have like those X Factor plays compared to duelists, where I'd be going in, I might get one and die, or I might just die in general.
Yeah. All right. So
you playing the Omen on Sunset was literally the way that we brainwashed our like duelist brained player into playing smokes. We were like, Tens plays it on this map. You can play like this. You could just play retake on elbow and one tap someone when they're coming up, you know, main and things like that, you know, and it worked. Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's how a lot of coaches con their duelists to playing other roles. In fact, we have a game called Build Diff, and is where we pretend to be coaches, or not pretend for some of us. So we want you to play this game with us. You have to pick, there are 5 roles, obviously, and you can only pick one team per role. So you can't have like 2 Paper X players or 5, for example. So they're all out in front of you now.
We can help you find them.
We can help you.
And the point is to build an all-star team, and the team that has the total amount of highest amount of kills together is the winner. So you want to pick based on who.
So these are all the stacks of the teams. They're all stacked up of their roster, each player.
Oh my
So
gosh,
this is
it's
every player.
all
This
the
is-
teams.
This is overwhelming, but just like, some names, some ideas.
Yeah, some
and
players
we
you
can help
definitely want
find
on your
them.
team.
Yeah, you played against some good APAC players.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Shout them out and we can find
Okay,
them.
well, for one, we have to have Mako on Smokes.
absolutely.
That's just
Absolutely.
Excellent choice.
That's an underrated pick at the moment. That's definitely an underrated pick at the moment.
All right, there you go.
Yep.
And then I would say, I mean, we have to have Meteor, of course.
Senti?
He's
an ISO spammer at the moment, so you can put him in Duelist.
That is true. Actually, I think we'll do Senti.
Senti?
Yeah, I think he pops off on
Excellent
Senti.
choice.
Wait, am I putting on?
Yeah, either side.
Okay. There you
This
go.
is the tens team. You're the coach.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I think for.
Got Duelist,
Ooh.
Inya, and Flex.
Who's giving you the most trouble when you're trying to play against them? From, back in the day even.
I want to put Forsaken on Flex.
Forsaken on Flex? That's
Yeah.
popular.
That's
I've got Forsaken on Flex as well
It's
today.
a very solid
Do you have
flex.
Forsaken on Flex?
I do, I do.
You
How
can't
can you not? Yeah.
There we go.
He's the flex.
Okay.
Beautiful.
A duelist and an initiator.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. I'm. Ooh.
You haven't got a Gen player yet?
Yeah, I don't. Okay, with Initiator or Duelist? Wait, Texture's still on Genji.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Texture on Duelist.
Yeah, you can get Texture on Duelist.
He definitely gave you guys a hard time last year in Masters for sure.
Oh yeah, no, he definitely was giving me a
Could you
hard
ever
time. I
hear-
remember
Could
this.
you ever hear him laughing after he just, got a multi-frag,
He's a
like
loud
through
guy.
the
Oh,
noise
no.
cancellation?
No, but I can feel the aura of like him just being happy and us being sad. Like it's like the two sides of the coin, right?
Yeah.
Okay, last one, an initiator player. Who stands out to you in their role?
Or you could, they don't have to be. They could be someone you think could be a good initiator.
Yeah.
Oh, that is
You're
true.
the coach.
Yeah,
so,
you're allowed to get creative.
You can force people to be unhappy. They want to play Duelist, but Coach 10 says in it.
Yeah, I can decide this.
Please
Honestly,
not something. He's not the initiator that I want.
damn, this is hard.
It's hard when they're all in front of you.
No, but it's also hard because I can't pick from the teams that are I already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can.
What are you
Okay.
thinking? Tell us, talk us
I
through.
suppose
think-
you can.
I think freeing was insane at Teo, so I probably will do that.
Wonderful
Nice.
choice.
Oh, you have
Boom.
2 DRX.
That's fine.
Oh, I
We'll
do.
do it.
No, wait, no, I have to. See, this is why it's hard.
Yeah. All right.
Do it.
They make us do this every day. It's near impossible.
Who is RRQ's initiator? 'Cause-
Cushy. He's like
Cushy.
a
New
rookie.
rookie.
He's like a real new rookie.
He is
really
very.
good.
I would recommend watching some Cushy VODs if you haven't. The guy is he's
this
a
guy's
pure
cracked.
demon. I think that's
'Cause-
a wonderful choice.
Because RRQ is currently dominating, so
They are.
yeah, I just have to use facts here.
All
Good pick.
right. Now, we do need to get on the show. This is a pretty solid roster.
good team.
I think this could go places if this was a real team. Now, I do want to ask you one last question. We have one question from the audience that keeps coming up over and over again. If you could join any Pacific team for a whole season to win it all, which team would you join?
Paper X.
It'd be Paper X. All right.
I
You
think-
think you'd be getting a trophy if you join? Who would you replace?
Honestly, I think the real trophy is like the happiness, the memories we made along the way. I think that's what it is.
So you've picked the only team that doesn't need a duelist. And thrown another duelist on the team. Okay, nice.
All right. Well, anyway, that's all we have time for, but you will be co-streaming from our venue, so I think people can tune in to your stream to watch. And yeah, any words for your fans here in Pacific before I send you off?
Just thank you to all the fans. Appreciate the support. Let's watch some good matches here.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome back to Pacific. Yeah, so you can just leave your headset here, and just or you can stay here. It's up to you. But anyway.
No, don't go.
I'm keeping the mouse. That's all. That's my mouse now. Anyway, here is our Build Diff roster that we have picked. I was this close to picking Primi. Our producer knows that I've been back and forth.
Yeah.
Talk me through your rosters real quick. Who are the highlights? Who are the ones that you were debating the most over?
The good news about my team is I have 5 highlights. Everybody's standing out on my team. I took some risks here. Maybe they'll play duelist. Maybe I'll lose some points. But maybe they'll kill 45 a time. That's what I'm going all in.
Can I have a special request of production today? Can we get the total that Morgan's lost points-wise by the end of today? Based on how many times people have played duel.
Don't win by playing it safe.
I like that. I mean, look at it with this tens tat on his face.
Exactly.
How can I not take this guy seriously?
I'm imbued with power.
Just to remind you guys the rules and why his picks were so crazy. If any non-duelist role ends up playing a duelist, it's -5 points per map, per player. So that is some risky plays. I am never bringing you to casino because you are crazy. All right, now let's talk about things you could spend on if you end up winning it all, which we're not winning money, but we're winning a laptop, a really nice laptop. You guys can now buy the Ascension bundles. They are in the stores. Which one are you guys buying? Which one have you already bought?
I've already bought the Boom bundle after Boom's success, but to be honest, I'm tempted to buy Nongshim. I think if Nongshim make it into the playoffs, I might buy their bundle as well.
Oh, that's
Can't
fair
go wrong.
enough. I mean, Boom is going undefeated so far. I think it's a pretty great bundle to invest in. Pilski, what are you making of the standings right now? We're going to be finalizing who's going to be going into playoffs.
Yeah, you can see Group Omega a little bit more up in the air. Got a couple of make or break matches over there, but even just looking here right at the start of day 13 here in Group Alpha, this will decide who's going to be that fourth team advancing into playoffs. So we don't have to wait to find out what the results of the groups are going to be. We're going to find out straight away. And even that second match for today going to be incredibly important.
Oh, so now we are seeing PaperX play today, and that blue hoodie, very familiar. We saw a lot in 2023 Champions. They call it their lucky hoodie. How lucky are they going to be today? This is a little bit crazy that PaperX is one of the two teams who are fighting for that final spot in playoffs.
I mean, who would have thought they were going to be here? This PaperX team has never missed playoffs here in Pacific, and things could be all about to change today. It's very, very simple. Win and you are in, lose and you are out. This is a situation they have never found themselves in, but still very possible for them to make playoffs, but it all comes down to today's performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And Patman is the newest addition to this roster, which hasn't changed for a very long time, but he's shown a lot of promise. This player, Patman, is familiar with a lot of the GE players back in the Philippines, back in Tier 2. So for them to be facing off against today, it will be very exciting for all three players. Poppy is one of those players. Kelly S is the other one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bittersweet feeling when you make it into Tier 1, you see some of the homies, and you're like, yes, we all made it, boys, but then you have to literally end your friend's career. It's over after this. No.
Yeah, they're not friends after today, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's going to be some hearts broken. But GE undeniably going to be the underdogs here against PaperX in this matchup. They have had some up and down performances as of late. They've only taken a win over DFM, who have kind of struggled so far. In fact, they beat DFM a lot easier than PaperX beat DFM. DFM was in demon mode last week, so we'll see how this matchup is going to end up going. Darion is in once again. I want to see if they keep him on the duelist roles, because he did have a little bit of a strugglesome position, but maybe it's just the duelist role in GE that's cursed, Morgan.
It very well might be.
That's why you get 5 of them and then just figure it out from there.
That's
it
the
is
way.
a do or die match. So we were talking about this could be PaperX's first time never qualifying the playoffs. But if Global gets in, it's the first time they are ever in.
Yeah. Very much so. That would be an exciting moment for this organization and all the fans who have followed along so diligently on their journey. You know, it would be a real flip of the script today if GE managed to make it in and eliminate PaperX from contention. As we say, the stakes can't be any higher than this.
It is super high right now. And speaking of duelists, the question, of course, is always, who is going to be the duelist on PaperX? And they keep adding new duelists or former duelists back into the duelist roster, then they put them on smokes. You never know what's going on with this team, especially when it comes to dive duelists.
I feel like they just like roll dice or play cards at the start of the week for who gets to do what. It seems almost entirely random, but we did see it work last week. It finally came together. They managed to get their first win in stage 1, so I hope they haven't changed too much from that. I hope the dice landed the same way.
Yeah, I think some of it's coming down to comfort as well, where you're seeing something even on Pearl, where he's previously playing Yoru, he feels more comfortable on Jet, so he's going to play Jet. We're going to get into the map veto, though. GE taking out Fracture. PaperX, they've been banning Haven for quite a while, so they're going to continue to ban Haven. No surprises to see GE pick Split, and that is going to be their pick for the majority of these series when it doesn't get banned out against them. PaperX will play defense, and then PaperX going for Lotus. Their Lotus looked pretty good with something on the Yoru.
I liked it last week. I thought it was definitely one of the better maps that I've seen from them, so they're looking to carry that momentum. But there's a lot of footage out there on both of these teams now. GE, you know, they've shown their Split plenty of times before, so I do think there's a lot that PaperX will be able to look at to be able to counter this.
So looking at this split game, you can see PaperX, they have banned it once. They have not played it since kickoff, which was that very tight game against T1, where T1 almost lost to a bunch of teams, including that third map decider against PaperX on split. That was the 11-13. You did have Jet Rays that they played back then, and for GE, they have not changed their split comp too much at all, and they are once again going to be picking split here. So I'd imagine they're just going to keep rolling through with the same comp that's had some success for it throughout kickoff into stage 1 now. Yeah.
Now, predictions. It has been a while. It's been a couple weeks since we've seen a full flush PaperX.
Oh.
But do you think this is overwhelmingly in the favor of PaperX? Real quick, just
no,
yes or no?
I wouldn't say it's overwhelming. I think when it comes down to one game like this on the day, anything can happen, and both these teams have been pretty even. But I think all of us are just leaning on PaperX because they've managed to take more maps throughout this stage 1.
All right. Well, we're going to find out who's going to be going off to playoffs. Is it going to be Global Esports or PaperX?
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific.
Today marks the do or die weekend here in VCT Pacific, and who is going to be qualifying to playoffs. Now, ever since PaperX added in the rookie, Patman, we are slowly seeing the resurgence of the old Titan of this team. However, is it enough at this point with everything on the line? If anything, Global Esports seems a little confident here. They said if there's any day they can take PaperX down, it would be today. This is their window, while PaperX is still struggling to figure things out.
Yeah, PaperX are the fallen giant trying to get back up on their feet, and they took that first step last week, and they can continue that momentum, make playoffs today, but they have to upset this Global Esports team.
That's right. Now, we did see a lot of promise from Global Esports since the beginning of this year. We talk about this every single week, that they have a lot of good pieces on the board here, but things keep shuffling around as well. Darren coming back into the roster, and it looks like they're also still figuring out their comps.
Yeah, for sure. I think at the end of the day, this is a winnable series for Global, but they need to hit their peak as individuals. We need to see why a lot of these players were picked up for this Global Esports roster today, because in terms of firepower, some of these PaperX players are starting to wake up a little bit more. They're given some of their comfort roles, and they're definitely going to be trying to run it down today.
Yeah, when you're playing against PaperX, you cannot let them control you. You can't let them run the tempo. That's what GE need to do today, and they need to be able to hold their ground from a firepower perspective. That's been one thing that's really missing for this Global team, so if they're able to shoot back consistently today, they definitely have a chance, but I don't want to see them start slow, and I don't want to see them get run over by PaperX's fast speed.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something that PaperX often uses to their advantage, and Global Esports they should be familiar with this concept by now. Now, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. The teams are very familiar with each other. The 3 Filipino players, Patman, and the 2 on Global Esports with Kelly S and Poppy. And also, Crystal and Something have a bit of history too, our 2 Russian players. So I think they're going to be having a lot of fun today, whatever the result is.
Yeah, a lot of overlap in Origins, even for like Jemkin and a lot of these East Russian players kicking around the Japanese scene in the Tier 2 and then coming into Pacific. So a lot of very big firepower players from that region of the world and a lot of familiarity from the Tier 2 little different sub-regions that you do have. For this game, though, I think for GE, I mean, the fact of the matter is they're going to have to start attacking side of split. They've chosen that. So while they do need to start strong in terms of like actually picking up rounds, I think it is going to be a slow start to this game. I think their attacking side of split has been very slow, has been a very crawling pace thus far.
Yeah, when we look at the difference between the plant times for these, Global Esports, it normally takes them about 1 minute and 6, PRX 43 seconds.
That's huge.
And you can almost see this difference reflected in the composition styles.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll take a little bit of a look at what GE are playing. Darion is going to be on the Raze. I wouldn't be surprised if they kept, honestly, Yudatan on the Raze, because that's what they played in kickoff with this exact same team, exact same comps, but they're going to keep the roles consistent and play the comp they're familiar with. On attack, they usually are doing a lot of slower kind of contact A's in the mid to late round, so I want to see PRX control a ramp and stop them from doing that.
Yeah, PaperX's style, clearly the polar opposite. We're seeing the double duelist with Jing back on the Raze, Forsaken taking that Omen. So their style is, of course, much faster. We're going to see them fighting for that space on the defense, trying to restrict GE's control.
We got to see a little bit on the camera, PaperX warming up a little bit physically. They're kind of changing up their tempo a little bit, fixing their mental game. This is something that has had question marks over the last 1.5 years. Like, this is something that they needed to work on to keep the stress low as they go into this do or die match. And like Coach Elevated from Global Esports says, the question in winning is who wants the playoff spot more? We're going to send it over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Victoria Big Time Bilski. Yeah. Do you want a playoff spot, Dion?
Me? Playing on the stage? I don't think my vision really permits for that one. I'm happy. I'm comfortable here.
We're comfortable here for sure. But, I mean, just taking a look at the agent selection so far, do you see anything interesting?
I mean, it makes sense for Global, for my side of things, having Darion just substitute in towards where Patrick Hu was. That one is a little bit, expected here. But on the flip side for PaperX, changing it up, used to seeing them float with the Sky on Forsaken, but that seems to go away right now. He's going to be back on towards the Omen, which we did see some good performance from him picking it up for the first time against DFM over on Lotus. So we've got that as the second map of this series as well. Maybe it's just a day of smokes for him.
Possibly. I mean, that's kind of an interesting thing as well, just given the fact that PaperX, actually both teams, honestly, in this entire map veto, they haven't really played it since kickoff. Now surprising, possibly PaperX with the map pick itself. Yeah, PaperX coming up with this composition where we now see something on the Yuri a lot more often.
And this is do or die time for playoffs, everybody. You have to remember that going in towards this one. Both teams currently at the 1 to 3 mark, with GE opening up stage 1 against DFM, copping the dub there 2-0, but mapless since then. And for PaperX, well, they've always got a map in every single one of their series, finally besting DFM as well in that heated third map that we saw last week.
Which is where we come down to this final series in the final week of group stage. Can PaperX make it through to playoffs? It all kicks off right here.
And as we saw and heard, Global Esports on the attacking side right now, but look at just the numbers for PaperX around mid. They have a great idea on how they want to play this pistol round to contain this.
Stars around as well, though. So they will keep themselves backwards in towards Crystal now, who then pushes in towards Vents.
Gets awkward though, doesn't it? You hear the shots, more members up at the B tower. You need to see something big come out from Forsaken.
A bit of a survival smoke towards the top of ramp for now. They haven't quite checked him out so far. Off towards the wayside on the edges of the smoke, though, and he does find the double. Trades out from Crystal, and then for Divine to flush back in. They're trying to find some pot shots, prevent GE from getting that spike down, and they will pick up the pistol right off the bat.
Man, I thought that round was actually going to go towards Global. The fact that Crystal's just kind of stampeding up through the guts of mid, supported with the rest of the team. We've seen Crystal, kind of in majority of the games that Global have played, been topping on the ratings for them. On the flip side, it was Jing, who's somewhat been topping completely, besides one for Forsaken to come on through. But yeah, a pistol round that you look at the top 2 converting openers, right? 5 versus 3 that they're able to get on back from that one. Makes things a little bit awkward when you feel that Crystal's just done the lion's share of the damage, and then it's Divide to just get some good taps out as well at the end there. A force up from Global is interesting, given by the fact that they didn't actually get the plant down here.
Still going to try to bulldoze their way through, perhaps.
Yeah.
Got the stars all placed out.
Well, you know that this is such an important game for Global that they would have done probably the most prep that they ever would have coming in towards this week, you know. 1 game and you can get into playoffs.
Right, with
Good
the
start.
specific map pick as well. Right now, just being able to find some shots against a couple of the Paper X players, something to trade with Guardian. Forsaken with his own Guardian as well. He does feel a lot of contact though, so the paranoia sent out. Maybe a bit of support from Patman around the edges of this smoke as well, but close range, it's not going to find its targets. Now down to just Jing. He does have the Bulldog, but you also see rotations now coming up for Global.
It just needs to be some good shots to come out from Jing at the moment. So far, the force up from Global working a treat, but low HP for both of these members. They have to play this one somewhat together or play for time. Star already on the spike, a Gravnet available too.
Possibly to even play for range. Jing, though, looking to close in the distance for now, but he dives right up on top. It's an easy shot for Kelly S to bring 1 round back up on the board.
Yeah, you're not going to see too much consistency come out from a flying Bulldog there, unfortunately, but it would have been funny if Jing was able to find that one. You can criticize the buy up, the force up, all you want from Global, but they make those stingers sing, that is for sure. At long distance range, something not able to get it done with the Guardian nor Forsaken, really. And then it's again just through the smokes where you think that Paper X have a player in the right position, but Sheriff versus Stinger not going to work out there, unfortunately. This is where you're going to have some good decision-making from Paper X on this defensive side to have an answer back, if not this round, the round after.
Perhaps a little bit more consistency as well. They're going to attempt at peeking out, though. Tripwires across for now.
This is risky for Patman because, I mean, he's got the gun and he's by himself as a fade. It's not generally a situation that you would look to see someone pretty self-sufficient in. You know, we see once upon a time Forsaken going for a lot of those plays with the bird when playing on the sky, but this is a bit of a different look for Paper X now, T1-esque, right, with the comp that they are playing.
Also just trying to refill the space that their teammate has just fallen, so Shrouded steps over the trip.
Yeah, but is it going to do too much, honestly, right? You just need to see something big come out from Divide if they go up through towards Mail, but if not, it's just going to be something. One blind side. It's got the fake out clone as well available, which is actually going to get sent pretty early here.
Yeah, not much to really stall, but I think one big point would be the dark cover that Forsaken just sent out. I do believe Yudotan just noted it.
And it's the flank, and now they're all contained. Look at that. That's numbers for Forsaken.
Paranoia back in as well. He still has to contend with all 4 of them, though. He's the only one holding the angle. Actually,
they're rotating. This is risky.
To go through to Mail. The Prowler as well, but Divide looks to get ahead of it. Does find the first shot. Paint shells out from Jing now.
That's a spike.
And that's a second kill as well. Forsaken now coming back in from bottom mid. Spots up Poppy, and even though Poppy can still find some shots, it's 10 seconds left, and yeah, you're right, Komodo. The spike on the ground.
Yeah, that's some really ill decision-making to come through from Global, but you flip it on its head, and that's some great decision-making from Paper X. They have a bit of an overstep in the beginning from Patman, but apart from that, everything is just pretty clinical, right? You've got time being bought from something on the side itself with the clone. You've got the poison cloud being popped. You've got the dark cover that comes, and it's all just buying time for Forsaken to get this flank happening. As soon as he gets that first kill and the paranoia goes out, GE are really locked and contained in Garage. They don't know how many members are exactly on that B site ready, and with sub 30 seconds, I mean, it gets very difficult to try and get into the site like that. Great round to come out from Paper X to now bring some stability back to this defensive side.
Still got those guns as well. Well, GE still able to buy up somewhat. Look to push in towards B this time.
Just down on the timing. Again, an emphasis on mid from a bit of this util, but an off angle from Forsaken.
One kill. He tries to TP away, but punished by Darien.
Gotta remember, he is relatively new to this Omen role too. Has to configure a lot of the timings almost mid-map.
Yeah, the angle's still somewhat exposed. That said, though, Jing will happily take a kill against Yudotan down middle, but it's also the spike and the site, you know, somewhat granted to Global Esports.
Jing might look to just satchel in with the judge.
Oh, and he will do just that alongside the Prowler. The range not quite there, so Crystal still able to trade, but then for Patman to trade right back.
Yeah, that judge, you think you might not be able to deliver on too much there, unfortunately, but when you've got your team all surrounding the site and you can kind of just get sent in and your team can pick up the scraps if you do need. It's a close quarters gun, but it's got some range towards it, and the damage was delivered there, so it's another round, this time in succession for Paper X. Gotta say, Darion, if you're able to get activated really early on this attacking side, it has to bring some confidence to Global, considering that him and Patrick Hu have kind of, you know, almost been non-existent in its entirety of this stage, right? They're kind of sitting at the lowest in overall duelist stats at the moment, so if you're wanting to see somebody step up a little bit for Global, in my mind, Darion stepping up is going to be an absolute net bonus for them because Crystal's already been really good, Yudotan's already been pretty good, Kalias has as well, right? So if you've got another piece that is stepping up, it can be pretty potent for Global.
It's always been that 3-core and also the best possible stage for Darren to do it right now. You know, we've been talking about Crystal and something having some familiarity. Darion being coming from the Singaporean scene, you know, having that experience from Bleed as well. He's quite familiar with some of these Paper X players too, so that should give him some confidence. That said, we're slowing things down.
Yeah, but the problem is when you're not running this Sentinel as Paper X, you have to just be very proficient around your info gathering around the map, and that doesn't work out for Pepman. Caught in the open, the site is now Global's.
Somewhat unfortunate. Forsaken now punished as well. You got the paint shells to continue pushing Paper X off space, but Jing happy to go for this fight against Darion. A bit more confidence coming up from Paper X.
He's got Showstopper but no satchels, so it will be a scare tactic, or you got to get close already.
Okay, Crystal is close, however. It does set the Nightfall as well, just to keep Paper X away.
And you got this flank being watched by something. Is a little bit apparent that Papi might be coming for it. Keep an eye on that one.
Still got to watch out for the possible timed peaks. Crystal still watching off towards elbow, but here comes Jing with a huge party. It does blow up in Crystal's face, but then for the Global Esports players to continue holding, that's when the lurk comes up. You got a player up over by Rams as well, and something has to watch for it. Jing still sticking onto the spike, though. It's a grab net. It's Annihilation. It gets Jing off halfway, and that will be the round picked up by Global.
I don't know. Like, I'm going to put my hat in the ring here. I don't know if that gravity well was bait to just keep them in the spike itself, even on the defuse, ready with the Annihilation. Because you're usually using them to pull them off the defuse, right? That didn't work. He's still able to stick it there. And to be fair, Jing nearly gets the full defuse before that Annihilation came out. There could have been an awkward result there for Global at the end of it. But I got to say, the beginning stages for them, mid is looking a little bit unattainable in positions. You pivot over towards the A site. Patman's caught out in the open, none the wiser, and you're getting into the site, you're setting yourselves up, you've got a flank. Like, these are some really good things to come through from Global there.
And you mentioned, you know, you needed to see Darion step up, and he did just that in that previous round. What happens about this round, though? Paper X now noting that they need information, so you see them beginning to peek out into garage a little bit more.
Yeah, but an adjustment at the moment as well from Global. Just slow and steady. You've got a little bit more eyes on garage this time with Papi just holding about. But an operator for something and Forsaken in tow. How confident are they that they want to remain around garage? You've now got something on the line. And he's got the opener as well. No smokes on a map like Split. Quack can get awkward.
Awkward is one way to put it. And Jing will just, well, if you have social anxiety, now this is not the scenario that you want to be in. 3 players left. They still got to try, though. Darion does have a showstopper as well.
You got to cut some corners here as Global. You need to at least find a free gimme, you'd think, a pre-fire on towards something who's still holding the garage line. If you're shouldering this one slowly, it's not going to work out, and Darion falls.
At least attempted at a swing, but yes, that will be something very much still controlling the sightline down B.
Yeah. And we did hear it earlier on from Mr. Big Time, right? How long does it take Global Esports to try and get into these sites, to try and get a plant? It takes over a minute 10, essentially, for this B site before they look to get in. But this time, well, they're not breaking down in towards the site. You hope they're not breaking down in the comms now because you feel like they're starting to get a wriggle on this attacking side. It's not working out. These kills are almost inconsequential in terms of the rounds. But a couple of extra ulti orbs, I mean, you'll take that as Crystal to get closer to a Nightfall.
Yeah, 4 more. Still got to keep an eye on that.
And you'll play with the economy, most importantly for Paper Rex, right? They've not built up a lot of their credits at the moment. They're going to have to do some quick maths and quick allocation on what weapons they still want to be purchasing up. I saw a tail end of an Operator coming out into this next round. Sorry, an Outlaw
yeah.
into this next round because you've lost the Operator now, of course.
Precisely, which does kind of, you know, mean that you're going to lose some control as well. You're not going to be able to push up into B again.
If Crystal's going first or Pappy's going first, I mean, the Outlaw is going to finish them off quite quickly. But I wouldn't be surprised if they're just going to switch in towards a bit of a retake scenario here as Paper Rex because you've got the Dimensional Drift, you've got From the Shadows. What else you've got is another line, deep, being held by something. Other side of the map this time, supported by Patman, supported by Jing. Now you can fall off and kind of stave off Global from going into this B site because they're all getting ready outside Garage. Sonic Sensor popped in case any pushes do happen later on.
Which ain't too bad. Patman does have the Nightfall now also because he picked up that Alt Orb, so just to watch even further now. Those smokes buying some time for Paper Rex around the B site.
And the onus is kind of on Global Esports right now. Where do they want to try and transition to finish off this round? If it's going to be towards the Bravo site, well, there's 4 members there of Paper Rex.
Well, G trying to be tactical with their approach, you know, trying to suss out as much of these positions as possible with the Prowlers.
Spotted out something, pushed up through main. They want to pivot in towards the A side. It wouldn't be the worst idea.
Oh, but the Judge and Jing as well, just to hold it down pat. Linear angles, and it's the paranoia that flushes Kelly S all the way to Garage. Petman holding down B as well. The Outlaw getting taken out by Yudotan though, so possibly we got an Alpha plant.
Yeah, but the thing is, Forsaken, if he takes the one-on-one duel here, it could upset the whole round with Kelly S running a marathon towards the site. Paper Rex beat them here to the site before the spike even gets here. They don't have to wait for a plan here. They could recognize by timing that Kelly S has to go for the plant, and it's just unachievable now. This is another round where Global are too slow.
That was, you know, really appropriate point being brought up by the desk big time and noted it immediately. And, you know, perhaps it was an attempt at being tactical, but just some moments hesitation, and they fell, you know, down around Mail.
There's no pressure. There is no pressure that Paper Rex are feeling like in a situation like this. Through the dark cover, you've got 3 members watching the Mail location. Showstopper doesn't even get ripped out in that one. Yeah, you lose something with the Outlaw, but you did pick up the Operator with Divide there. So they're getting out of this as a complete net positive as Paper Rex. You've got another round, you're building credits, you've got the Operator, you didn't invest any ultimates of yourself, and you remove the Showstopper of Therion.
If you're Paper Rex, you see this as an absolute win. You've got all these ultimates online as well now. You can get cooking.
Absolutely. And we're cooking with gas. We've got good flames here. No flint and steel. That's a lucky shot, I'll say. A little bit there. Stinger on towards something's head, but he braves it.
Let's get down low, but also for Divine now to hide inside of this smoke. Poppy trying to get sneaky around the sides, and he will find the Sheriff shot.
Yeah, but look what GE have managed to do. They've got in towards the A site with a Cosmic Divide dropped.
And then for Forsaken to find that trade back onto Poppy. So spike down, you got the Dimensional Drift now going in from something.
Get all the information that you possibly can, recognize no one's on the side itself. Well, where are they going to be? Screens, it's the only option.
100% Forsaken to take the first kill. Kelly has to trade right back though. Something now trying to disrupt the positioning coming out from Kelly S with the blind side, holds the angle then with the op. Yudotan though, also getting taken down. Kelly S now into the shorty, 1v1 around the corner. He's hopping, and something goes and peeks into it. A beautiful quad coming up from Kelly S in round number 8.
He's certainly just stand and delivered around that site there, hasn't he? Just all the shots coming on out where required. Even the Sonic Sensor dropped in case Forsaken goes for another tap onto the spike. Because at that point in time, you technically don't know if they're holding it or not, but the Sonic Sensor going down, it makes something get a little bit more awkward. A single shot out, and well, he's getting stunned up. And the HP was there in advantage for Kelly S. Great little round to come out from them on the thrifty mark as well. I mean, if this is the way the map is going to go, Quack, we're just going to get some pretty strange, you know, unorthodox rounds in terms of any sort of consistency.
Oh, we're also going to begin to take a look into the upside down now. Darren with the op takes down Jing up by A ramp.
Now you've got the pit catered for as well in case there's any further pushing up through mid with Kelly S putting the sonic sensor there. And in this sort of situation with Global Esports getting the opening kill, they don't even necessarily need to worry about mid whatsoever. Give that over to Paper Rex, keep Divide there, because that weakens the extremities of the map. That weakens any defending at the A side or any defending at the B side, especially if you figure out where any other members are currently situated.
Precisely that. They just saw Prowler down A ramp as well, also the smoke, so that gives them some idea. They're beginning to connect the dots, but they're still looking to get a pick off.
I believe I just heard, yeah, I did, a shot out from something with the operator in Garage. So now Global also know where that op is currently playing.
Okay. Well, we do have Petman now beginning to rotate back over onto the B side. If something can find an opening pick here, this could be massive for Paper Rex.
You just got to get through. The Flex got himself in Forsaken. Oh, at the A site.
What an angle to hold as well. He could potentially TP back to safety.
It's 30 seconds. He's got a paranoia. He can stall a little bit. He hears all the footsteps.
Oh. Yeah. Here comes that flash. Oh, Lord. Not quite landing the burst and the trace, but recoil control will get him there.
And the Nightfall, it stops him.
Patman now to hold the off angle. GE just have to go. They're flooding into it, but into the blender they go, and Defy to burst them down with the Phantom. Crystal for the trade, but Defy still collecting onto the 3K.
Somebody needs to let Global Esports know that we had a team earlier in this tournament. Their name was RRQ. The clock needs to be, you know, watched on this attacking side of Split. You can't play disrespect against the time.
Yeah, we're just tapping on our wristwatches right here because this
it's time
definitely,
to go.
Definitely felt kind of like they're putting themselves in a bit of a cage. 3-6 currently is the score, and Paper Rex taking the lead.
I mean, the Global more confident in their ecos, in their thrifties. They've done more damage so far with that sort of weaponry.
Yeah, I imagine maybe it's a little bit of that emotional pressure as well. Perhaps with the ecos, then they begin to feel like they can just let loose, but then they go straight into Devi, who's just spraying into the smokes. Forsaken now off from Vents. He does get traded by Crystal, though.
Still got to be a little bit careful. If you're going very close, the Stingers are just going to rob you of your life in this round yet again. Yes, Devi was good for one with the Poison Cloud Toxins and the Snake Bite, but now needs to stand with the Phantom, and he cannot. An opportunity now for Global with Clack. Time to spare.
You got a full minute to work off of. Certainly, the Global squad will begin to assert themselves across the map. They found themselves with rifles picked up. You've got Crystal onto, more utility to clear out positions.
And Patman's just throwing the haunt over at the A side of the map. So who do you favor? Going into a known quantity of Patman on this fade with a bit of util used, or an unknown, unexpected position of something on this Yoro where you know the operator's in play?
Obviously, you're going to go for Patman, but he's still able to hold the angle. A double kill found by Patman.
Okay.
Just Poppy versus something now. We've been talking up the Poppy clutches. We haven't seen them too much.
Yep, one smoke available to use his gravity well for time a little bit later on. Something getting rid of the operator, a Phantom in play, and now it comes down to where you think Poppy goes.
Not gonna lie, Komodo, I feel like I'm favoring something a little bit more this one. He's got flashes, he's got a clone, and fake footsteps. Meanwhile, Poppy just trying to hide around his smokes. He's inside of screens right now. It's a tight corner that he's holding. Something will go in for the tap here.
No, he won't. He's just trying to play around the corners. No smoke available for Poppy whatsoever, remember?
Oh, trying to stick it halfway. Poppy playing the patient game. Will be able to find the headshot at the very end of it. Global up to 4.
Yeah, you've got something trying to clear every corner that he possibly can, but Poppy just repositioning quite nicely. Generally you would expect, or at least I would expect, an Astra player in a situation like that, when you go for a bit of an open plant, put a star on the spike, you may be playing from Heaven, or you're wrapping around through a ramp and playing over at main, but Poppy just very chilled in that moment, goes in towards screens because you isolate how many angles something could potentially go. He's more than often than not going to have to clear around the whole site and then maybe expect you to come from Heaven. Great little individual moment there from Poppy to keep Global in play. 4-6. They convert this one 5-6, or you're tying up at the half, or it's 5-7 at worst.
And it was a bit of a swing round as well. I mean, Paper Rex now find themselves with lesser weaponry. Good guns on the other side for Global, and they could, yes, potentially tie this up.
Global Esports are just very slow to gain this A main control. I like the fact that they are here a little bit earlier though this time, right? Generally, they've given a lot of respect over towards Paper Rex and what numbers they're putting up through ramp, who's holding over the main side, whether it's been Patman, whether it's been Forsaken.
Oh, but also this time with the Well, weaker guns now. Paper X not really holding A ramp up front. It's just Divide to jump peek, and he's already been spotted out. Global still kind of piecing things together.
I believe something might have just seen the shoulder of Darion too, but it doesn't matter. Not able to best that Outlaw.
A little bit more confidence with the peaks now. The second kill found in the round. Divide to try to regain that weapon to hold down the position, but he's not able to since the firing squad from Global has marched up.
Now you just need to see Global Esports not falter. Darion to have a great multi-fragging round on for the 4K. And who stands behind him but Forsaken with a classic.
Oh, it's a classic. So here's what he's going to do, Komodo. He's going to spam crouch a bunch behind the boxes. He's going to hold the angle.
See, I think he's going to smoke him off and then try and just go up with the spike because there's a wall keeping them in screens that they now get through.
But he also hears the guns firing off nearby.
Oh, they know where he is.
Oh, it has to peek out.
Nice work from Crystal. That's going to be the 5th on the round on the scoreboard rather for Global Esports. And as I said just previously, right, they can make it a tight scoreline at 6-6 or worse now 5-7, where I got to say it, when they've got time to play with, they're looking better. When they don't have time, they're not looking that good. So play with the time, better adjustments from them so far. Just gathering some control a little bit earlier in through mains, right? We've seen them get into Garage when they're pushing them back. We've seen them get up through A side of the map as well.
Especially when Darren's the one finding these opening picks. Those were anti-ecos though, and now we are positioned for an explosive final round of this first half. You've got ults aplenty for Global.
I mean, when you're considering getting in towards one of these sites, just Crystal with the Nightfall to be able to off-put any audio. The HP, you send in Darion at the same time. You got options to go still for these traps that the Gravnet and the paint shells offer you.
Could Paper X be positioning for a retake then, though? So Jing with the showstopper?
I mean, a definite situation where we've seen Global Esports favor mid a lot of the time. Just by this repositioning now at the minute mark, Paper X need to find some solidified information, right? Pushing in through Garage, seeing nothing's there, leaving Patman to spot the info of the util over at this A site. Gives him an idea that ramp is going to be a little bit void of information.
Calls Jing over to check with the boombot. Patman does have the haunt refresh as well.
It's good macro ideas from Paper X, using this utility now to gather information.
They don't see too much until Yutatan goes in for the peek, but gets burst down by something. Into Garage now with the Nightfall.
And now they know where it's happening, right? It's the B site that this is ending up. We see the combo of utility, a showstopper missing its mark.
Oh, but still the kill collapsed on towards Divide. Annihilation just to push Paper X a little bit further back, and then the Bear Rush coming in. You got the showstopper from Jing, though, and he blows up the site. Poppy getting blown up. Patman to trade. Kelly S trying to find some trades as well. They beginning to run out of time, but they still got the spike down. It came so close, Komodo.
2-on-2.
Got some flashes. Forsaken, healthy and full, and they're going in for the peaks. They found out where Crystal is, just down to the peaks and the kills now. Mechanical skill, Forsaken goes in out front. The C's from Crystal, but still Forsaken hunkers down.
I think Crystal at the end there may have just ran out of ammunition to bring the C's to try and find himself some timing, or maybe miscounted a couple of bullets left in the chamber. Either way that one goes, bringing out Util at that mark there. A little bit unfortunate to not win the 1 versus 1, and I got to say within that round there as well, Global Esports making sure that the trades were there to keep in the contest, right? How many times did we just see Kalias reposition himself around the side to try and get involved in a lot of those duels? When the blindside came out from something there as well. Unfortunate on the planter that peeks out, gets completely blinded, and loses their life for, again, more trades. So I gotta say, Global, we've seen a little bit more proactivity from them when the time isn't really clicking on down towards its 0-second mark. Are they going to be able to transition that now in towards this defensive side? Because when you look towards what they're running on the Cypher Lock, right, they're going to have a lot of stopping power. They're going to have a lot of utility that we need to see cleared out from the likes of Patman, from the likes of Jing.
It is Paper X once again, finding themselves with a bit of a lead after the first half. So, we kind of gather that You just don't want them to throw this lead away. It certainly can happen when your opponents are running this rather defensive composition.
Name me a more iconic duo than Paper X and dropping map number 1 in a best of 3.
You had to say it, hadn't you? Oh, man. It certainly is something that has been happening throughout this group stage. We cannot deny it.
No. Not at all. And even then, when they're looking to get their first series win, I mean, the overtime that we had on Pearl,
no.
It was
last week 2v5.
It was a map.
Week before that.
It was a map.
Yeah. We've got some shenanigans happening. I must say though, this first half coming out from Paper X, it has looked a little bit cleaner. They were certainly more aware of what Global Esports might look to deploy against them.
Yeah, Forsaken as well. Feeling a little bit more comfortable in the Omen just by positioning and timing on the dark covers as well, right? When he first brought it out, I saw some egregious smokes that the timing was very questionable. I could say the same for Jing a little bit as well when he first adopted it, but also learning is really good for Paper X. Now, quickly up the ramp.
Oh, all the footsteps as well. Crystal looking to break the clone at least. Darian, though, now with a frenzy just inside of Vents, and he's able to take 2 down. The burst out from Helios with the right clicks, but still Patman to trade. But Paper X do find themselves at a huge numbers disadvantage.
What can Divide do here, though? A little bit unknown in Garage at the moment. You've got a grouping up of the global members, but Patman, 5 HP, can try and keep them entertained at the site of A, but
if you're global, surely you recognize that Petman either goes up mid or back into A tower.
Yeah. And this is why Papi's just making sure that he's spotting it out. He doesn't necessarily need to stick around for a duel, but with 5 HP, I mean.
Devi's got to make some noise for his brother out here, but all right, just going in out for the peaks. He does get that dink. Devi now snuck all the way through with a Sheriff as well.
Need to see a sharp shot from him. Yudo-tan is watching, but Yudo falls.
And possibly a little bit more as well as he threads the needle onto Crystal.
That's so quick.
Poppy, though, looking to play spoiler. 1v2, takes down Patman, the first to fall. Devi now, just one more shot. He's running out of ammo and backed into the pillar. Now, potential opportunity for Poppy as he sends out the Nova Pulse. Devi, oh, might have spotted out his foot just with a crosshair placement to top it off.
Man, where have those shots come from Devi? Headshots out with the Sheriff, absolutely clinical, quick to come out from him as well. We needed to see somebody step up in this series, right? We need to see some sort of consistency, and I mean, if Devi is going to be stepping up, I'm all for it. If Darion's stepping up on this raise as well, I'm all for it. I thought that this pistol round was looking pretty good from Global Esports yet again to be able to try and figure things out, but it's once more like the first one. You think Global get a lead in a pistol, and Paper X bring it back.
Oh, Komodo, I know, right? I mean, both teams feeling themselves backed against the ropes, and they're just trying to fight tooth and nail for this, but something now with the shots through the smokes.
I think maybe he just saw him over the top of the toxic screen.
Good chance for that to happen, but also now for Global to necessarily come back into refill space. The Outlaw picked up once again. Yudo-tan, though, not quite landing the shots, has to run back to reload, almost getting tagged out by Jing. The paint shell does flush him out into the open, where Devi collects. Just Crystal on the site now. He's got the Stinger. He will find his first shot, but 7 rounds left in the mag and Forsaken to collect.
And look who's going hunting at the moment, Jing. He will be reeled back a little bit here with the rest of the squad, but he will hear the footsteps.
And hides into the smokes. Oh, Komodo, this could be dangerous for Jing as well because the Stinger's on the other side. Kellyes.
They don't go together, but he still wins that.
Grafnet now, and they've heard Devi as well. Second kill found. This could still go over to Global Esports. You do have Forsaken perched up on top, though. With elevation, you might be able to throw them off, but it's not even needed. Patman just to hold down by screens.
There's 13 HP between the two of them, and somehow they managed to weather that one and not drop the second round yet again like the first half. I hate highlighting these components of this game of Valorant, but I think we need to. Okay, that shot's ridiculous there by something. Yudo-tan, someone who has been absolutely pivotal to a lot of successive rounds for Global Esports this stage, even, you know, regardless of them not winning maps, he's been such a solid rock for them. He's really getting cut down to size in this map so far.
Ooh, yeah, let's take a look, won't we? Down to 4 kills only, 11 deaths. It's been rough for him, especially in this first half. You would hope to see more now that he's deadlocked on the defense. He's beginning things with the Grafnet to hold, but Paper X is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, just making sure that you're going to be covering where you need to. With the force-up of Global in the last round, they're not going to be playing a pretty bonus here. They take the knee, potentially concede the double digits to Paper Rex, who will lose the first shot. Say Yudo-Tan's name, and he fires in.
Still a good little pickup nonetheless. Crystal now back in from ropes just to try to play around tower.
He's got his fabled weapon in the stinger.
Dark cover on the side though, Forsaken, he's TP'd upwards. Crystal, how could you possibly be aware? He bursts just to check. And now has a little bit more information. Forsaken then flush back into sight.
Got the Gravnet back online for Kalias too, so can combo with Darion.
Which could be even more damage given where Paper Rex are currently positioned. All of them though from Global, down ramp. Patman's watching it. You begin with the haunt, and it's easily dealt with. Patman then to re-peek, not quite finding the shots. Crystal, the Gravnet, it does go through, but it doesn't quite collapse onto anyone either. Now for Jing and Divide just to spray through, obviously into the choke point. Paper Rex finding double digits.
Phantom does good things in that distance for Jing there when the opponents don't have all of the armors. Good work out from Paper Rex when it may look a little bit awkward from the crossfires they're trying to establish. I'm thinking to myself, yeah, you're sitting here out in the open looking for some shots as Patman. You've got a Seize, you've got a Prowler. Is anything going to come out? Nope. He's just going to try and stand and deliver, but it's Jing that does it a little bit better from the distance. And now with the 3 on the trot that Paper Rex find in this attacking side, we will finally see what the answer is going to look like for can they weather the buy-up of Global, or can Global do something on this defensive side now?
Well, we'll have to see Kalias stand up to the challenge for now. Darren as well, as they both hold around middle.
See how much utility you can bait out here as well. Wouldn't be too bad of a thing for Global, right? Remove a couple of these key components of Paper X, and it gets a little bit more tricky to potentially get something to dive in towards the site and how you're setting them up. But you got to remember, double duelist, right? Jing can definitely let him lead in if needed.
With some of the utility that has gone out by middle as well, you know, Paper X possibly beginning to gather that this is the current defensive setup that GE is running. Just Poppy on this backside position around B. Easily dealt with. The paint shell's completely blowing up in his face. And you also have Annihilation now from Kalias as an attempt, but unfortunately does not quite connect. You got Divide finding more shots down by middle, and it's just Yudo-Tan left alone.
See what he can do in this 1 versus 5 to try and survive with the gun. Good for 1, but just on the tail end here, I want to give a good little golf clap towards Paper X and their, tact as a unit, right? They were very cohesive in how they're going together into that B site. They're just sending in the utility with the Nightfall, going in, they're dodging the Annihilation. You've got a TP backside as well. You've got great paint shells from Jing, which really, catch Papi off guard, for example, there. Just really good layering of utility to come out from Paper X and make that B site execute pretty flawless. Like this round, for quote-unquote, is a flawless when it was decided.
Absolutely concur with that. Yudo-Tan, though, looking for some good damage. And this will be my attempt at golf commentary. Divide chips it. Oh, and it goes in. Golf claps.
I'm not really a golf connoisseur myself.
Neither am I, honestly. I have no idea what I'm doing.
I'd say in this one, Paper X hit the hole in one, and Global Esports have, hit it into the water. I don't know the actual terminology, but they've banked it in the water.
Bunker? No, that's
that's the
right.
sandy thing.
Yeah, that's a sandy thing. Listen to us. Wait, what's the green thing called then? Grass.
The green, isn't it? It's just called the green.
And there's the fair.
Yeah, something
Look
like
at
that.
us exposing our lack of golf knowledge.
Let's pick a sport we actually know, or rather, let's play some Valorant and
Yes.
do it on the Valorant that we know. Because what we know right now is that Global need a discussion.
Desperately.
They need to flip things the other side, as Patrick who...
Oh, he's gonna take a Red Bull. Yeah, why not?
I mean, if you're getting some energy up somehow for this team, somebody needs to be, bringing up the energy, right? You expect them to still be okay mentally right now. I think Darion's certainly having a bit of an outstanding performance in the consistency mark for this map, but the rest of the team, I mean...
I'm wondering what their economy's going to look like for the next round.
Yeah, Yudo trying to do what he could at the tail end of last round, of course, right? But you got a timeout here to really consider, I think more importantly, not really the economy, but how you're just getting back into this map. How you're getting a single defensive round on the board with what you've got available, right? How are you getting Darion to do something with the judge? How are you potentially, setting up a trap with Kalias, with Yudo-Tan? A lot of this utility over towards the A side of the map. You're looking out for any lurks up through mid with the one in the bottom of the ropes. You're looking out at the top of ramp as well.
Darren snuck in a garage, but yeah, the main hit into this Alpha site. Jing in with the showstopper does spot Poppy out. So now a good idea that most of them are backside and screens. Something though, off of the top heaven position will get gunned down. The trades come through from Forsaken and Petman as they march on through from ramps. In towards back screen then is where Jing finds his target. Yudotan still trying to play spoiler on the site though. Jing to make quick work of him, and just down to Darren, who was transitioning over from the B site.
Remember, he's got a judge. Definitely need to see him upgrade a weapon. There's not one available at the ramps. The closest is wrapping around into the open at the entry choke of the site, though no one will spot him there exactly.
Yeah, he's throwing the judge away.
It's good repositioning, by the way, from Jing, meanwhile.
Yes, that's going to be the main factor. Even if Petman falls around this position, which is apparently not likely, Petman still consistently finding his form with this Paper X core.
Yeah, right now he is, you know, kind of dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's in terms of filling the void where needed around the map, setting up utility for them, just making sure that he's there to be the supporting cast for this roster. And if you're looking for somebody like that to be consistent for Paper X, that's what you need.
40 assists last year.
Yeah, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But certainly, you know, we are seeing, you know, a new look towards Paper X, right, with Pac-Man in towards it and figuring out a lot of the roles for these players. And I mean, on this map, double duelist, as I said, playing the T1 style, it's looking all right. You know, it's been a bit awkward for him in terms of the actual kills, but you remember, he's found rounds by himself with the operator, with diving in towards the site.
Precisely. This time it's Devi in with the Outlaw, something up around the back. The sudden push out from Global, not a bad idea, but still getting punished by it now. Poppy has to hold off Garage by himself. The Haunt, the Boom Bot gives away his position. This could be it, Komodo.
Maybe. Someone check Jing PC. Through the smoke there, able to find the kill to give Paper X the advantage in towards this post plant where they've got, well, Spike down and one player advantage, as I said.
The Boombot gave him walls. That's what it was. Well, Crystal and Yudotan. If Yudotan could possibly work his Neuro Theft to his advantage, maybe.
He's taking so long. You've got to expect the flank, right? Surely.
Yeah, the slow creep up. And now you kind of have an idea. Crystal, though, not too bad. Now the Nightfall. Possible chance. Hunt just to throw off the crosshair placement as well. Peeks out. But with the kills not found, Petman ends the map. The final scoreline bringing us to a 13-5 with Paper X taking it away.
Yeah, and I mean, that is a flawless attacking side to come through from Paper X as well. I didn't think I'd be saying that when you consider how, you know, usual defensive leaning this map can be. Though, I mean, Paper X certainly making the attacking side look good, showing a lot of vulnerabilities and weaknesses on the side of Global Esports. I think more individually than as a team. You know, there were a lot of moments there where Global were just losing individual duels, not able to get the trades as well, specifically in a deadlock Cypher composition where a lot of their utility was disrespected, right? We didn't really see many traps work out for any kills. We didn't really see any sonic sensors really work out for any kills either. So unfortunately for Global Esports, they will be dropping their map pick of Split here. And for Paper X, well, they best the curse of dropping the first map in a series for once.
Yeah, it feels as though they have done their homework. They were quite aware of the possible plays that Global were going to play against them. Meanwhile, for Global, you know, a couple of nice clutches. Poppy having a 1v1, but at the same time, like you mentioned, a lot of these moments, especially down by the second half, you just wanted to see more from it.
Absolutely, and I mean, you've got to consider as well, this game here decides who gets that 4th seed going in towards the playoffs. For a team like Paper X, they've never not been in the playoffs, and for Global, they've never been in the playoffs. So they have to try and turn things around on map number 2 of Lotus, which is the pick of Paper X.
Coach Elevated himself said that, you know, he feels that this is the best possible chance that Global could get. Paper X are at, you know, they're somewhat lowest, but Paper X have also broken their curse beating DFM last week. It's been so good so far. They've gotten a flawless attacking round now. What's going to happen on Lotus? We're going to have to toss it to our desk to tell us how.
I don't know how. We're just coaches of this fantasy league on Build Diff. You have to ask Coach Alex how they're going to do that on Lotus. Now, for Global Esports, had a interesting first half there on defense. They tend to do well on defense on Split, but Paper X is looking. I would say this is the strongest I've seen them look in a while.
I mean, I feel like PRX knew this matchup. They knew what Global were going to be playing, and I feel like they countered it fairly well stylistically, as well as just having those individual pop-offs that PRX are known for. I feel like the individual level for this PRX team looked very high in this map 1, and it felt like they were consistently able to win those important fights.
I mean, GE hasn't changed up anything on this map in quite a while. It's been their pick and their go-tos from kickoff. They haven't showed any different styles on it just yet. Shout out to Darion. He had a pretty good game on the Raze, honestly. Like I was saying, put Utatine on the Raze, but he seemed very comfortable playing against some of the SGMY homies over on PRX. I'm sure players that he's very familiar with are up to this point now. For PRX, I mean, they haven't played this map, like I said, since that T1 game in kickoff, and you knew that they were going to bring a different comp into this game, and they went back to what's comfortable for them, playing double duelists just in a very different style. You had the Raze as well as the Yoru, and I think that combination of duelists plays very well into Cypher Deadlock. Not that they really had to play that much on attack, to be honest. Only a few rounds needed once they got the game across the line at 13-5, but you use the Yoru clone or use the Raze utility. These are some of the faster agents and the meta agents that are very, very good against Cypher Deadlock setups on defense.
It's very Singaporean to play two Razes. So two Singaporeans here in VCT Pacific.
Singapore Raze.
It is the Singapore Raze. We also had to give a little, nod to something on the operator.
Yeah, we've seen over time, something did not start out this stage opping, and now we can see he's kind of stylistically moved back towards that a little bit more, and we saw that play out this game.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't actually end up having that good of a game, but he had a lot of op kills on defense, and you can see it here. He's actually doubled his op kills going from week 4 into week 5, and now we're at the start of week 6. He's the second highest in kills for operator in this competition. Famous is up here, but he's even just a little bit over Buzz, who we haven't seen play yet, but he is actually really getting the op out a lot, which you think about something before, he's stuck on the breach, he's holding a fault line out, now he's getting back on the duelist, he's getting active, they're even putting him on the comfort agent of Jet when he's not feeling as comfortable on the Yoru, and he's getting the op out a lot more, which I know a lot of people have been asking for. It is his, entertainment factor probably in their own personal selfish self-interest as fans, but even PaperX now starting to mix it into their play, and it's having a decent amount of success for them.
Yeah. But now we need to talk about the flip side of it, I suppose, of this first half for Global was not like, I think the time has been a problem for this team. We spoke about it, the casters have spoke about it, but when you play Cypher Deadlock, especially with Astra, you need to play this slower style, but when you're trying to hit the site with 15 seconds left, everyone knows where you are, it's gonna get very, very difficult. And I think we saw that play out where they just didn't leave themselves enough time. They were routinely having to save. Yeah. And then I think, especially when we look onto the flip side, we have some more replays we can dive into in just a second, where the only rounds that they did really manage to win, they won 1 Force Buy and 2 Thrifties. And those are rounds where you need to be grouped up a lot more. You need to be playing together. You need to be playing faster. They need to not let PRX dominate the map, which is what I felt like kind of happened.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you see a lot of teams actually. They have these game plans that are very intricate and slow moving. I'm going to take X amount of space. In this case, it will be like Nebula or Cage across A main. They do a lot of late A finishes. They wait for PaperX to get aggressive. But when you do go onto these Force Buy rounds and these Thrifty rounds, a lot of players just let loose. You get some individual ability to be able to take fights, to be able to make decisions. Things get a little bit looser, and sometimes there's a little bit of magic in that.
Yeah, I think definitely part of it is when you're on these lower buy rounds, you're allowed to take more risks. Players are more free, and that works for a lot of players because they don't feel the pressure of the round as much. And we saw them come out with this Stinger buy round 2, that was very effective. Pappy's clutch there, but when it feels like those are really the only rounds you can win, that tells me that there's some of the problem in your attack.
They are. They got 5 rounds. We got 2 Thrifties and a Force Buy. We got 5 rounds, guys. That's not going to cut it. Something is not working here.
Yeah, I mean, again, I was talking about Singapore, but also we had 2 Southeast Asian teams representing all across Southeast Asia. And for kooky things for this to happen, I would only expect from these kind of players. Now, the casters did mention map 2, and obviously Global is going to need to step it up to have any chance at all to make it into playoffs. And PaperX, on the other hand, is 1 map away from securing that last and final slot.
Yeah, we've seen PaperX kind of debut a new style recently on this map, which has been looking pretty good. Then once again, I mean, they're playing a lot of double duelists at the moment, but it is going to be, at least the last time they played it, something on the Yoru, Jing on the Raze. It looked very good for them the last time that they played it, again in that DFM series, I believe it was, where they were able to win pretty convincingly. And I like the approach on a lot of these rounds. You had Forsaken once again on the Omen, which he was playing again there on Split. He's starting to look like one of the more comfortable Omen players in PaperX, which I know that they've been having a little bit of a crisis of who can play Omen well in the last little bit, and then a lot of people were saying, well, they're struggling to play Omen well, and then they're taking Mind Freak out of the roster. This doesn't make sense in my head. Turns out Forsaken's cracked on this agent, so no worries there.
What
He just
card he
plays
play?
everything.
Are you sad about him being taken off Waylay?
Not anymore.
I like
I'm okay with
I
it now.
didn't mind the Waylay style, and I actually really like it when some of the team, like I remember when Secret played it, when Talon played it. We might even see Talon play it later because Lotus. We really wouldn't be surprised to see that come out in the series against T1. But yeah, I didn't mind it, but I actually like this comp for their team a lot better. It utilizes the whole team. You're not throwing something on a breach or something like that, so I think that's going to go better for them. For GE, we've seen them play this map a little bit as well. They kind of been playing that RRQ style, but without the Viper, they got the Cypher in instead, so you're going to see a lot more trap plays with the Breach Teo and the Cypher, and then you got the Yoru being played there as well. So I wonder if they're going to stick to that, because I can't remember if Darion did play Yoru very much at all. So, but they might just throw him on the Raze or a Comfort Agent, something like that. That would also be fine, I think.
Yeah, I do think things will probably be... If they want to stick with this Cypher over the Viper, things might get tough for them when you're playing against Yoru Raze. They both have easy ways to break those trips. So trying to hold those sites with Cypher is going to be much harder than if they do decide to swap to that Viper. So I am curious if they're going to try and change things up. I think they're going to know that PRX are bringing this same double duelist style that they just brought on Split. So I wouldn't be against the change here for GE, especially with the change of kind of personnel, with Darion, you know, being on that duelist role more permanently now.
I don't think you're going to see Yutatan on a Viper. I don't think that's going to happen.
I agree
I think
with
it
you.
would only happen if like Yutatan is playing the duelist or something like that. But I think they're going to stick with it. And I was pleasantly surprised by Darion that game. Darion definitely was an issue on GE for me in that map.
Yeah, I think it's been sort of evident that the current coaching staff wanted Darion back in, and I can see that potential why. We did see Darion play like this once upon a time, so it's good to see that come back here to his full potential. That stat there, I couldn't catch it quick enough. Was that with Darion still playing, or is that Patrick Hu stat?
I think the last time they played Lotus, Patrick Hu was in, right?
Yeah, it was.
So
I haven't seen Darion playing Yoru. I'm pretty sure it was Patrick Hu on the Yoru. We saw it against DFM, and then I think another series against Talon, maybe. I can't remember.
Talon's in the other group. It must have
in
been,
the other group.
DRX or Gen G.
DRX or Gen G. Yeah. Well, they definitely did. I think they've played this comp twice, and I definitely do remember Patrick Hu running out against DFM and them not doing anything, and he was just killing people for free. That definitely happened. So it was against Boom. Apparently. How confident are we?
Thank you very much.
100%.
Our wonderful guest is helping us out with the stats.
Komodo
is carrying the desk. Thank you.
But yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see. I think I would like to see changes from Global, but they are sticking with what they know here. Darion is on the Yoru, same Breach Teo style, and Yutatan staying on that Cypher. As I just mentioned, he will have a rough time because Paper X are running double duelist.
Yeah, I think the Yoru is going to help a little bit against the Vice of Defy, but once again, you're going to see this double duelist comp. Jing, you know, he's been a little bit miss on the Raze last time that they did play. I did like something on the Yoru. This is one of his more comfortable Yoru maps, although he looked a little bit out of it on Split initially, and also on Pearl, he swapped back over to Jet. This is a map where something on the Yoru worked very well for them, and they have a lot of setups built around it where he might be solo A and they're masking A pressure, and then they've got a trap prepped somewhere else. So hundreds maps for something. There you go, and it's going to be on the Yoru.
It is. Funnily enough, when he was saying, I'm not so comfortable on the Yoru, and like you said, this map, the last time we saw it last week against DFM, he looked like a Yoru player. He didn't look like a Jet player. He looked like he was playing Yoru the way Yoru is meant to be played. So let's see if he can repeat that performance, because it was phenomenal last week, or if GE can bring this to a third map and get closer to playoffs. We're going to send it back to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria Big Time. Ed Pilsky, yes, we've got the something. You're back at it again. He was doing pretty amazing things with the operator in map 1. And this is also a map where Paper X last had a 10-2 defensive first half against DFM last week.
Gotta remember though, DFM was the game that Global Esports managed to win on this map, but then they lost to Boom Esports, which is what we're following up on that, where we did see Patrick Hu on the Yoru. Now we've got Darion slipping in there, but what it was a 13-1 loss against Boom. So I don't really know how much stock that we have for GG for Global Esports in this map, but we will see if it's not going to be a quick GG here.
Hopefully not.
That's it, though. We do have something already pushing out from door. Ooh, almost died, but Gate crashes away just in the nick of time.
Yeah, it's a 4-1 spread around the map now for Paper X because of that too. Creep up for the mound control. A lot of work for Forsaken to do.
Well, Forsaken delivered in that first round, previous map, with his smokes. Currently, though, trying to keep himself concealed.
Wonder how much time Global Esports wait before opting to go in towards this B side as well, where the breakable door will go open courtesy of the salvos, and then they start to flood in together as a team.
Oh, out through the rotating door from C side, though. Something, unfortunately, will fall. But you also have Jing and the rest of the gang just around the cage of Yudotan. Yudotan then swings out because of the flash from Poppy, but the shot's not connecting! Defy finds it instead. Yudotan swings back out, but Patman takes the trade off towards where GE are playing then, though, out around A Link. They've got a good angle against the spike. Jing looking to stick it halfway, gets off at the right time, but still not quite able to react in kind. Forsaken for the 1-on-2.
Salvos will eventually come online for Crystal.
Oh, and he's just staying tucked away as well. They hear the footsteps, but now Crystal has to take the shot. Oh, not quite able to find it. Forsaken racking up kills up to a triple.
Angry Forsaken. He has got his runners on there, and he has hunted them down for the 1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch to come on out. I thought the Global might have been able to come away with that, but when you see some awkward shots coming out from Papi and Yudotan not able to get the immediate trade, makes it look a little bit awkward and worrisome. But, I mean, respect has been certainly commanded in this round from Paper X, hasn't it? They are not scared to just take these fights here in this one. And as I said, salvos eventually would come online for Crystal, but Forsaken just wants to get ahead of that one, feeling confident on the kills, and, well, it doesn't faze him. It does not faze him. His 10th clutch to come in for VCT Pacific.
How about that? Reaching new milestones as well. That's got to feel good. And that gives them a little bit more confidence to hold down the sight lines against A. Gate crashes away. G looking to regroup themselves.
Yeah, force up from Global as well because they got the plant down and it went down to, you know, just 1 player surviving from Paper X in the last round. Now, though, spread around mound. Sorry, rubble. See if they're going to opt to stick around A, or if they will look to go and pivot in towards the B side again, or try and bait in Paper X to any unexpected crossfires.
Feels like they're looking for CQB duels on this A side, and the force by Komodo worked out for them in map 1.
Salvo's back online for Crystal. Self drone goes in first. You want to combo a little bit of this utility to get the tree control.
Oh, something with the timing, though. Just out from the smokes, but look at that! Stingers aplenty, and GE will collect on kills as well. Forsaken, though, finding 1, a second as well. And he does get away from the special delivery, but he knows that there are too many players surrounding him. Yudotan, fantastic to capitalize. Just a Vi now.
Something about these force-ups or thrifties in Global Esports.
It's them recognizing situations as well. Quite aware as to where Devi could show up from, especially with the smoke blocking off stairs. Devi just has to try to go in for a peek. He had the utility in hand, so a little bit unfortunate, but good kill coming out from Yudotan.
Yeah, maybe needed to see a little bit more productivity from Paper X to get some information when they've got the members around the A site there, but it's just the creepiness that comes up, right, from the likes of Global, silently waiting for some of that utility to come back online before ultimately exploding together. Like, that one feels like a pretty drilled round from them, and you know, one you can kind of emulate in scrims if you're in a situation like that. Even on your rifles, for example, they just play it a little bit with the lesser subbies there of the Stingers, which is a little bit more favorable when you do get close up and personal.
Lesser subbies?
Lesser subbies. Submachine guns.
Oh, cool. Yeah. We're learning Aussie slang now.
That might just be me slang. Not 100% sure, but you know.
It's a Komodo thing. Well, nonetheless, it is going to be Paper X stacking up with 4 onto this A site. Darren, though, with the Outlaw, will quickly dispatch them.
Hunter's on, though. See if these pistols can do something still for Paper X, getting really up close and personal, but that just doesn't work out, doesn't it? Yudotan finally in the game.
Yeah, no chance at all. I mean, those footsteps were very audible. So Yudotan, great to rack those up. Now he's got the Neuro Theft for future rounds. Devi, once again, left alive. And he's going to just try to find whatever he can. Good little swing out. Takes Yudotan down. But, of course, the trade coming out then from Poppy.
Yeah, getting the Neural Theft going online for this belated bonus round is going to be pretty good for Global, you would expect, if they're able to waltz around the map as well. and, you know, for example, push Paper Rex out of Mound. They're able to get the orb there, and then they get a dimensional drift online for Darion. So there's an opportunity that they definitely could steal away this next round, depending on what they look to do, and depending on how aware Paper Rex are going to be towards this C site, where they've not really gone for too much of the Mound control either themselves. Specifically now, judging by positions as well, they're not really going to be able to do something with just Devi holding that one. So this will be a pretty good start to the round for Global Esports to, you know, get that dimensional drift online and act out from there.
Yeah, keeping Paper Rex conditioned over onto the A side. Well, at least Jing will pick up an alt orb as well, though, so possibly for future rounds. But right now, Devi has to do some heavy lifting. He's feeling the pressure coming out. He hears footsteps onto the other side.
He's just put more thorns down on the side as well. So getting an idea that it might eventually end over at this C site where you've still got the shear wall up the front of B and a pivot available with the rotating door if you feel any more pressure towards C. But you didn't have an idea if anyone was pushed up there. That's why the thorns get popped. And now you've got Global Esports looking to get some Mound control. Rubble.
Oh, and he's getting suppressed as well. So Forsaken not able to TP out. He does run into a link, back to stairs, maybe a heaven. But this is a slight opportunity for Global Esports to possibly get more leg room around the A site.
Just need to have a good decisive call, though, from Global. If they're going to pivot towards the C site, now's kind of the time.
Watch.
They're starting to run it over, but 30 seconds, you're exactly right. Devi from all of the information. Look at that.
Collat picked up. You know, time to trade right back, though, as Patman peeks out from Pillar. Now Devi continuing to hold tight off angles around the C site. He's looking for more. Jing trying to get in with the kills as well. Blast packing through, but Poppy good on the shots on the Guardian.
And now you got to reposition from Poppy. And Forsaken has already started to waltz on over. Willie expecting to come through the breakable door. It was already open.
Oh, he's got smokes up as well. Not quite watching the angle, though. Forsaken! Crosshair placement, sharp and precise. He's going to get the kill to bring Paper Rex up to 2.
Thought it might have been a little bit ambitious of Jing to get in there with the satchels through the rotating door to help out Devi as well. Specifically when I'm looking at how close Poppy is towards from the shadows as well. You know, if he's given the light of day to get that one off and bring the spike with him towards the A site, there might have been a real opportunity for him. I believe he even had the Archros available at the right location. Towards Mound 2 potentially there, but this one right here, hey, at least he got the one trade to bring it into the 1 versus 1 at the end there for Forsaken to be able to clutch that again.
A little bit eager, but you know, I'm not going to fault a brother for trying to help another brother out. We'll see what happens then. We do have Petman on the judge now.
Yep.
Crystal up.
I personally would like to see something get a little bit more confident on this Yoru. Speaking of Yoru, Darion for his second ever appearance on this agent.
Oh yes.
From what I was able to see, it looks like the last time it was played was in some sort of overtime variety where he did go double negative. So,
so this is Coach Elevated, just trying to stick to the same composition. Darren clearly still able to make it work though. How efficient? Well, we have yet to see that so far. But right now it's an opening pick. Something also down to low HP.
Yep. Darion certainly capable of learning in the server, it seems, at the moment to chop and change with the team. Good shot out from him there on a Jing. This is looking like a well-formulated round for Global so far, and now even better when it's a 5 versus 2 situation.
And Paper Rex slowly getting picked apart. You do have Devi with the Steel Garden, but it's 2 on 5.
Yeah, it'd be pretty risky to drop that one in. You can already see by the position of the Paper Rex members that they're just going to have to call for a save in this sort of situation, and with the credit mark in this round, I don't really favor Global Esports going for a hunt here. You can understand if Kelly S wants to, but I mean, you kind of just play respectful at this one. It's early in the half. You want to balance out your own economy. Just let them save this one and stew in the fact that Global will win a actual gun round for once.
Yeah. Slightly working off of time, but it's also with the confidence gained from the opening picks that they found. It's not too bad, and I would like to jest, but 2v5 was a round that went by last week against Paper Rex from DFM.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is obviously a different scenario.
For sure. And now you've got a little bit of time to just converse things over at the tail end of this round. Immediately seeing better impact, better positioning, I think a little bit better calls as well, specifically where the boom game is concerned for Global Esports as well. For those that might have just been joining us, that scoreline was a 13-1 in favor of boom. And in this one, already a little bit more delivered to us from Global Esports. A timeout, though, from Paper Rex you'd expect here to further converse things over.
More time, why not? Certainly if you feel like you need it. Meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, Darian certainly has been quite the upcoming talent. You know, seeing him from Bleed from before, he's found some moments for himself, like Aces against, I think, Gen G. Now, off to the Yoru, second time ever, like you mentioned, Komodo, and he's still kind of picking things up, and he's able to perform. Paper Rex, you know, they've been getting picked apart, at least in the previous round, trying to gain some positioning around A main. What's it going to be for the next round?
I think more importantly for me, it's Global getting a sense that they can do things together as a team, making sure that the trades are going to be there, and making sure that Darion's like not too far in front of the team as well, right? When you are running the composition that they are running on the solo Yoru, you really don't want Darion just going on yonder and losing his life with no real impact in the round, right? Looking like a headless chicken. So making sure that he is together with the team and getting set up by the likes of Kalies, by the likes of Crystal as well, going to be quite important. You want to see Yudotan be this late lurker, the straggler to go around the map.
Especially with the fact that Global still has an op in the equation as well. You know, this kind of means that Paper Rex is going to have to think twice if they're going to peek out, you know, Rubble and Mound as well.
Yep.
They do have something up by Mound currently.
Yeah, waiting for the pot play, right? You can spot out what you can from something. You can have an Arc Rose go and you can try and peek out together as the team. But without seeing anything, it's on to Forsaken to communicate if he hears anything towards the A side of things, for example, for then Paper Rex to either call that they need to do something at Mound and then rotate, or just rotate silently.
Pistols as well, which is, you know, kind of an unfortunate situation for Paper Rex. But that said, off to the A site now. Global beginning to retrieve some information, some crucial intel.
Darion spotted absolutely nothing over at this A site at the moment. Forsaken now to get some info.
Whoa.
But the fact that that's a free kill is quite unfortunate for Global. It makes things a little bit weird in this round where there's 2 rifles, 4 Paper Rex, couple of pistols. That gun that's dropped towards Spawn not going to be recoverable. But you do have a player advantage where a situation like this, Quack, the Steel Garden investment could be large.
However, that comes down to Yudotan trying to hold the angle. Unfortunately, gunned down by Jing. Showstopper possibly getting deployed in the round. Kelly S just trying to play up by drop. Not quite spotted out yet, but here comes that rocket. Not quite landing as well. Kelly S then finding a shot onto something. The Steel Garden getting the primary weapons jammed, but Kelly S onto the go, still able to find some shots. Forsaken now from the back, but headed on by the shorty. Petman now with the Phantom finds the kill. Jing off to the defuse.
Yeah, the fact that Forsaken manages to find that first kill up in mid without a trade, and then you've got the Sheriff shots coming through from Jing from together as the team, right? In that scenario, I'm expecting that kill to just be assisted by the pretty much everyone at Paper Rex looking at the right location. A thrifty round to end it out. I mean, yeah, look at them. All of their guns are ready for that duel just there. And then, as I mentioned, Steel Garden in makes a lot of sense. Blood together as a team, hunting down Global Esports members. A thrifty round to come through from Paper Rex. And they also get now the operator out for something who is currently 060. If you flip it around, it's 006, and we all know what happens at 007.
Oh, you gotta look to crack that egg. We do like James Bond, but something. Let's not go there, shall we?
Well, maybe it will be Die Another Day.
Okay, Yudotan to hold the angle, but yeah, this time it's gonna be Global Esports trying to assert some presence over onto the C site. Yavai has been relegated to play a safer position by Waterfall.
If Crystal wants to try and sell any sort of fake here, it's just going to be the drone to go out by itself. So he's just going to wait to see what he can spot. Bit of over-eagerness potentially here from the Paper Rex members. Yudotan spotted out, by the way, during gate crash, and Crystal noted as well. So it's going to cause some investment of util for Paper Rex. Meanwhile, eyes on the prize of this C site for Global is the eventual end.
Well, yes, the op noted as well, and that's why they have decided to push into the C site now, especially alongside this Armageddon. In case something might have gate crashed over onto this part, the Armageddon renders him useless. Then to Devi, though, who's holding out by Waterfall, great on the 2 kills. Now even breaking clones as well. Darian now trying to do his best, but still Paper Rex able to flood and swarm back in with the retake.
Man, Devi has just absolutely brutalized them, hasn't he? 4 kills in the round, just a duel fought throughout the aftershock in water as well, right? You're just considering that that's going to keep him locked in the corner, but he's just going to play on the back with the visual clutter and go for the kill. He's got assistance from Patman as well, bringing in with the Nightfall. Oh, just delivering the goods there for him. That is a pretty well-structured retake to come through from Paper X when they just have the idea eventually that it is going to be the C site, right?
Oh, and look at that
You
smile.
didn't see him get too hungry early to stick around in the site. Happy to play proper retake.
I couldn't agree more, Komodo. And for the past 2 rounds with Paper X playing like this, you gotta love how Uncle David is able to provide so much more value to the team now on this Vice roll. His Steel Garden won than that Thrifty.
I will say though, Quack.
Yes.
Bad Komodo is coming here. I got my shades on. There was one point in time on a map called Fracture. That Devi did flash himself. And,
couple times, yes.
Yep. But he's learned his lesson.
Yep.
This time, don't use the utility. Just shoot.
Just shoot. That's how you play Vice. I gotta imagine the Riot devs, if they are watching somewhere, you know, also feeling like really happy seeing that Steel Guard around. Like, this is exactly what we envisioned for this agent.
I mean, remember, Vice did just have a nerf coming on a couple of, 2 patches ago or something like that now, where you've got less time on the Razor Vines and such. So, still a pretty viable agent, I think personally, in the way that the teams are adopting Vice as well. Meanwhile, folks, back on our something counter, not 007. He did get an assist in there.
All right. And it's still the op, present in the round, so GE does have to figure that out, but currently going for rubble control. They have...
He's got out. He's got out of that one, hasn't he?
So quick off to it.
Kill onto towards Darion, rotating door, still rotating, and his Shroud stepped in towards there, and no one's shot at him.
Still has one more TP as well. GE kind of trying to think tactically around this situation, thinking to rotate back in towards B, but Jing is there.
Just a round of duels at the moment for Paper X. Not letting these guns find any opportunity from Global. And now in a 5 versus 2, you need to see Kalias and Crystal do something pretty destructive to get back into this one.
Given the positions, though, they are somewhat susceptible to spams. Paper X trying to keep themselves with minimal exposure, hiding behind corners, and that's when Crystal will find his first headshot. 1 hit cracked, looks for an opportunity to slip into the B side, re-peeks, takes down another player, but Jing, oh Jing, you're just happy to clean things up for Paper X.
Yeah, so far, 3 on the trot on this defensive side, starting to play with a little bit of the piggy bank as well, right? Building up a little bit of the economy there. Jing far out in front of the rest of the team. As we just see a lot of these duels in that round, won by Paper X pretty cleanly. A little bit of damage delivered and only 1 casualty, or 2 casualties rather, at the end of that one. But you'll still be pretty happy with how things did result there on the back of a timeout as well, right? Nothing really eventuating for Global Esports there, but another buy-up they will present. A lot of rubble control to be established by Paper X, and I think if you're Global Esports, you need to recognize that these slower paced rounds have not been working, so you got to get a little bit of a quicker wriggle on. The Shia is not at the front of C. You've got an Omen, you've got a Yoru. You can get to the back of this C site early.
Oh, but they're feeling some, well, I'm afraid to say this word, but PTSD. They knew that Devi has been playing on the C site.
And he's got the Steel Garden yet again, remember? So just the success of a couple moments ago on that A site now reenactable. Speaking about something.
Yeah!
Hey, we're on the board!
Woohoo! You're gonna pop some party streamers and everything, but yeah, back into the C site, precisely with this possible Steel Garden. Slight mishaps here and there, but they are able to get boots on the ground on C. With that, maybe the spike as well, but then the Steel Garden comes out. They're pushing all the way through just to try to wrangle more space, but Jing denies it outright. Forsaken blocking off B pillar as well, and now, oh, something. You're just pushing Kelly S away. He's looking for some kills right back, though, but out of the gate crash, and it's into the shorty. Something not letting Global Esports breathe at all.
1 HP. It's close, but he gets it done. I was looking at actually the positioning off screen from Crystal the Steel Garden, we saw the tail end of it, looking to remove his gun up through the middle of the pillars, but Forsaken stuck around and found the kill the whole time with the Operator. So even the heads up and disciplined play to come through from Paper Rex, that they know that potential lurk is coming because they didn't spot him on the hit. They didn't see the Taeho utility in towards the site when they opt to fall back towards the holes, towards Waterfall. So you got to be really aware that Global Esports are liking to have these little later lurks from somebody to come around the map. And oh dearie me.
It would appear that a client has crashed.
I think we've been pretty good here in Pacific so far, dodging a lot of these tech pauses.
Yeah, we have been. Most of the group stage has been pretty, tech pause-less so far. But we cannot keep things clean. Things that go up eventually go down sometimes, Komodo. It's just the reality of things.
Yeah, it's like a roller coaster. They go up, they go down.
It's gravity.
You know what doesn't go, what is it? Down while up? An umbrella through a chimney. Can't make the umbrella go down a chimney while it's up. Doesn't fit.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's just the, what do you call it, surface area.
Yep. Tech pause though. Players can't talk in this sort of situation, but we can. So unfortunately now everyone's got the podcast with us. This guy wants to riot gun buddy. Please, with 3 Zs.
3 Zs. I don't know how lucky you're gonna be, how lucky you're gonna get with that one. Maybe if you hunt some of the red.
I don't know if I caught it. I didn't see the gamer name in there with the hashtag and everything to give it to. So maybe gotta find
maybe
it.
It's
I didn't see
Korean.
it. I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know.
Potentially. Regardless though, Paper Rex, man. They
Something found his first kill.
Yep, getting a bit of a wriggle on how to play this defensive side on this map. Happy enough to play a lot of the retake style, which was quite successful from Boom, for example. Happy to let Global Esports either get into the site completely as 5 and go for the full retake, or try to chip 1 or 2 players away first and then set up for a pretty strong retake, or a lot of the time as well just getting in there beforehand and throwing a spanner in the works too.
That's it though. Allow me to try to pick your brain a little bit, Komodo. Because Global Esports are definitely a, formidable team. They have potential. We've seen them swing rounds where they have thrifties being picked up. They force bot with the Stinger and they managed to turn things around a little bit. Just when it comes down to some of these rounds, they begin to, I don't know, lose the lead.
There's some miscommunications from the outset that I think is one of the things, right? By positioning and timing, even layering in towards these executes as well. Like the thing that I highlighted in the previous round was a paranoia comes in a little bit later on from Pappy, and that blinded Darion when he TP'd in towards the back of site. Like imagine a scenario where there's players on the C site from Paper Rex. It's not just fully disconnected and Thorns popped, right? They'd be dead to rights, free of charge in those sort of scenarios. So it's this indecision making coupled with some ill timings on a couple of these moments in time, either repositioning around the map or utility specifically as well, that does make things look a little bit awkward and can be their undoing. Because don't get me wrong, they've got some pretty good rounds. Like we saw some pretty good rounds from them over on Split, but more often than not, we just see better decisive rounds from the other teams.
Yeah, there you have it. And I couldn't agree more because, well, this is Darion's second official Yoru game. I don't entirely fault him for having some of these mishaps with the flashes, but they do happen. And at the same time, like you mentioned, the indecisiveness. We've been talking about it since map 1. Possibly another thing is also just the fact that they're not using the tense mouse, Komodo.
Aren't they?
I don't think so.
I was actually taking complete stock on the peripheral usages of the players here.
Speaking of mice, though, I do know that you are quite the
getting into my mice connoisseurness on broadcast.
This guy uses fingers. His mouse is like
22,
super
21
tiny,
grams pure carbon fiber.
Ridiculous, insane. I don't know how you make it work, but you make it look good. But that said, yes, still with the tech pause, bear with us.
It's it's one of these things as well where it's like Split, of course, in the veto chosen by Global Esports. It makes sense when they're allowed to pick that one. I don't see a world in which they don't pick Split, so Paper Rex expect that one, and then they've got their choice of the veto as well, where Global remove Fracture. Okay, understandable. Paper Rex remove Haven. Okay, understandable. I think looking at this veto, it may very well have been one to be an expected result for both of these teams. The decider, of course, between Ascent and Pearl, that Paper Rex get to choose towards Pearl. which to me is a bit of an interesting one because ending on Pearl I think would be really spicy when we consider what PaperX did last week against DFM, and we also look towards what we've seen so far from Global, right? They played it against Gen G where it was a mid-range loss. They had a really close win against DFM in the opening week, you know, trying to change things agent-wise as well. So there's options, right? We can definitely see a lot of these options here from them.
Possibly. But first, you've got to make your way through this current Lotus map.
Yeah,
and it's not as though G can't do it.
Well, you got to remember, if you don't make it through Lotus here, you lose 2-0. You're have only won against DFM in a 2-0 fashion. You didn't get a single map against all the other teams. You're out of playoffs. And then you've got time to kind of rework things come stage 2.
It's the entire cake. You know, I think sometimes the cake is lie, and sometimes you have just these situations where it's really tough for GE as well. I mean, okay, the timeout. Oh no, we went from a tech pause to a timeout.
Common.
Okay.
Pretty common when you've got a you know, lengthy tech pause and you potentially even forget what was discussed just beforehand. But Global Esports will dive into their second timeout of the map now.
Yeah. And that's one of the other things that I was just about to go into with the fact that Global Esports, while they do have a pretty good chance at maybe taking down PaperX, who have been on a bit of a loss streak, cracked that loss streak against DFM last week.
Yeah.
Global have gone through their own host of issues as well. You know, elevated, promoted to head coach mid-season. Patrick Hu with some visa issues, and then you got Darian coming back in as well. They have some good ideas. They have some core strategies that they have been able to employ at certain times. We saw a little bit of it onto Lotus, especially when they were, you know, with Crystal waiting for those salvos to come back up. They exploded all over the A site. But after that point, you know, without much information or without much decisiveness, you start to see them lose rounds to pressure, time, or getting their players getting picked off by Forsaken, who just TPs in towards Rubble and out.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Global Esports maybe go for something a little bit quicker here, but getting in towards a site and not immediately trying to set themselves up for a post. They need to take the challenge towards PaperX here, even maybe before going for the full plant, take it a little bit further to them. You know, change it up, right? You've got Dimensional Drifters Darion to sniff out a lot of this information. That could definitely set up your team to get a little bit further into a site. Not specifically the A site though, because PaperX have already scared you away a little bit here.
Yeah, just pressing the button on that door as well. Certainly trying to make some noise towards B though. The fake out already used. Okay. Pings from PaperX.
Toying with a little bit of the rotations here. You'll set up the shear wall over at the C side of things for PaperX, and majority of your forces ready for a mound trap. Meanwhile, the A site eventually, the hit for Global Esports is a very similar setup to what we saw previously with Forsaken being a little bit closer to the breakable door to get the information. But now, PaperX have the mound information, and they should know that this is going to eventuate towards the A site for Global Esports. Quack, my question though is, do they go a little bit further than the site itself to stave off PaperX?
Comes down to how much Darian can find, I think. Good that the team was able to follow through off of the Dimensional Drift, but now you're hearing some fake footsteps off to drop as well. Something trying to throw them off his scent, and then for the rest of PaperX to group up behind.
Yeah, you can't use that gate crash, unfortunately, there as old mate Darion, you're stuck in towards the site, but you've got a lot to do here with the team. Let's see if Global can get this.
PaperX quite aware of where the GE players are, though, just to take the first hit down by Tree. The second one kill going free as well. 4v3 now, and PaperX continues to push on through. Immediate salvos from Crystal, though, does push PaperX off position just a bit. Jing then taking Poppy down by the back. Unfortunately, TP's not quite favoring him now, but all of a sudden, look at the kills. The stingers from Crystal and Darion just decimating PaperX in whole. Thrifty found by Global Esports.
It's another Thrifty that they're able to pull away with. They can't convincingly get a proper round, it feels like, but at least that one is across the board. The from the shadows that does come out there as well from Papi is a little bit questionable, but I think maybe a little bit more questionable is Jing on that spray. Time an issue at the end of that one, not for Global, but for PaperX. Can't establish themselves on the spike early enough because of the damaging util that the salvos provides. Global hold on to try and tie up at the half if possible.
Which would be a pretty decent start. You got ops now on both sides as well. Yoru for Yoru, but something with the peek out from Mound.
Give me more, he says. The problem is, though, Quack, you've removed the smokes from Global Esports, and they don't even bait out the sheer.
Quickly shot down by Jing.
Yeah, makes it really awkward to try and get in towards this site. Though, if Jing's giving you a free opener there, back to balance out in the 4 versus 4, you take that.
SG versus SG. Darian, good for a bit of an opener, but now you've got to trip the sheer wall, or for everyone just to hop on at the same time. They will trip it, and then for Crystal to try to lurk around Rubble, but unfortunately shut down by Forsaken.
Crystal's lurks have not really worked out too much, have they? Now you get the information from the shadows from Forsaken. I think he might have even spotted all 3 members out just then.
A little bit odd for the Initiator to lurk as well, but that said, it's going to be something on this Yoru.
And he's still got Thorns available as well on Something's Call.
Yeah, quick off to it. But ooh, shorty swing. They both had the same idea, but Darren just dunked on him a little bit quicker. Sight now handed over onto GE, but Paper X quick to flood back in as well. Forsaken looking for a cheeky angle. Prowler will go through, but not quite finding anyone. Just clearing out the front portion of the site. Then Rolling Thunder to push Paper X further back. Shorty though! And that's Kelly has cut down by half around the torso. Darian now just marking Forsaken. Still going for the crosshair wiggle. He has an op after all. Will find his target, and then for Yudotan to slay the rest of Paper X down.
Some crossfires in the end there for Darion and for Yudotan, being very patient to not reveal where that operator is posted as well. Nicely done from them, despite losing the first frag in the round and losing Papi on the smokes as well. You consider, right? Sheer not popped at the front of B. Makes it look a little bit awkward, but 3 versus 3 scenario, and you start to feel Spike is down. Will they manage to get the post plant worked? They will. So going into the last round of the half, 5 versus 6, they can definitely look to equalize here.
Especially considering the ultimates at hand as well. Crystal on the Armageddon. Paper X, though, once again, beginning things with huge rubble control. All 4 pushing down.
A little bit more forward than we've seen from them in the last couple of rounds, too. So you'll leave something to play potentially by himself and get a little bit of a rotate on, because the Arc Rose has just confirmed a bit of presence around the mound. And this is Global Esports looking to get into the C site earlier. There's no dimensional drift for something. There's no Thorns anymore around the site either, and no Steel Garden for Device. So you're really playing on the back of maybe a combination of Nightfall and Showstopper here.
Devi playing super far back as well. Second Thorns tripped, but he has no idea.
Yeah, he doesn't know that they're in the site, does he? Starting to reposition. Arc Rose was just destroyed back towards Mound.
Nightfall retake play? That's
it?
I
think so. It's got to be the Nightfall. It's got to be the Showstopper. But Global, I mean, they could potentially even try to remove a member before the spike plant goes down. I was just talking about them needing to do something like this.
Oh boy, Yudotan playing with the op around Mount as well. The Nightfall will go through though to 5 for the double kill, but that's Yudotan now. Showstopper kind of whipping as well, but the wall bank shots from Jing. He's got walls. Off to the next one though, it's Crystal with the Armageddon, but as it goes out, Paper X just happy to swarm back in off the timing. Just Yudotan, and he's alone. A Soul Tango, and it's Paper X with the Mango now up 7-5 at the end of the first half.
I like Mango. That is a good fruit. 7-5 though for Paper X. They're able to win that one on a retake. Pretty good. The rocket goes wayward, but I mean, I think this is probably my most common statement now in this video game when I'm casting. Stun's a cosmetic. How is he getting that kill through the wall? Stunned. They're cosmetic, man. It does not matter.
It doesn't matter if you have the skill to to shake it off.
5-7. This is workable for the likes of Global Esports, but it makes me wonder, it makes me ponder, are we going to see a closeout like the last map where it was just a flawless attack to end things up for Paper X? I don't get the vibe. I think we're seeing a little bit more from Global Esports here in their positioning and in their tradability in the last couple of rounds just then. But I mean, it definitely can, you know, have a bad start on the switch up here, and it can spiral, so anything is kind of possible.
Anything can happen. As with Valorant, as with VCT, well, just taking a look at past statistics, Paper X's last game against DFM last week, they only had 3 rounds on the attack Komodo. They had the first 2, but after that, they lost 5 in a row to DFM.
Yep. And then we all know how Pearl
that happened as
ended
well
in that series.
It's a quick refresh of memory. So certainly with that image now in people's minds, you could maybe see this go into a map 3, depending on how Global takes it as well.
I mean, the biggest thing for me that I remember on the DFM versus PaperX game on Lotus, right, was on that attacking side, we saw some great consistency from Devi and from Something. The rest of the team had like 1 or 2 kills each. It was pretty abysmal, but then they flipped it over on defense, and PaperX looked, you know, I mean, they started on defense, they looked a lot stronger, right? So now going back onto this attacking side, are we going to see somebody for PaperX just kind of be the captain to steer the ship? Or are we going to see Global pick and prod around the map and figure out, you know, any stragglers or any trade superiority?
Would love to see something, but, well, I mean the player. But currently, I think it's Devi finding a sheriff shot onto Crystal, who has to fall back.
Now we get into just the mid-rounding of this one, and what PaperX are going to be able to figure out utility-wise. A bit of a trap play on the back of this camera and flash, but you can't do anything in terms of kills here. It's just to stave off PaperX from any aggression, get them to draw out some of the utility, which, to be fair, the paint shells being brought out by Jing works good for Global. They don't have to contend with that.
It's okay, macro-wise, some utility traded out, namely the Paranoia as well, but right now PaperX still looking to break their way through. That said, though, Yudotan, he's anchoring down the site. 2 kills found, and he's looking for a 3rd as well. Jing narrowly dodging out with his life intact. Kelias then looking for a potential flank around. PaperX looking for alternate routes across the map. Maybe back into the A site where Kelias is still hiding in wait. Darian now for the next kill. Swings out then Kelias for the first. Crystal the trade, and Pistol quickly picked up by Global Esports.
Yeah, their first one of the series as well. Of course, both of them going the way of PaperX in map number 1. The first one of this one going to PaperX as well. But then it's always been that second round that you kind of consider. Would Global Esports manage to answer back with the force up at the Stingers or not? They don't need to worry about that now, as they will potentially, well, they should tie things up 7 apiece before we get the guns back and started in this half.
You just said don't be scary. Like the player?
No, we want him to be like scary.
I know.
He was good.
You're saying you don't want Forsaken to be like scary.
Don't be scared. I think more importantly
Okay.
right now, Darion not scared to take a duel. Dispatching of Forsaken first. He first fell in the last round, first falling in this one as well, and it should be hunky-dory here for Global Esports to tie up.
Until, though, Jing diving in with the Bucky will take a kill down. Bulldog picked up, looking for some suppressive fire to allow his teammates to possibly get the spike down. Patman,
Yeah, happy with that.
We'll do that. Bulldog swapped on over, and Jing to try to play around these tight corners with the Bucky still. Something, though, attempting at peaks. Got the fake out with some footsteps over, and PaperX just dwindling around, dawdling around, just around these corners in case Global Esports begin to flood in. Patman finds the first shot, but instantly traded by a Stinger. Now just Jing. He's got 1 kill on the Bucky so far, but unfortunately the paint shell's in his face, with Crystal jumping up on top as well. Global with some damage sustained, happily to move up onto a 7.
It's always a scenario in the heat of those moments as well that a lot of players don't vertically look up onto the boxes and they get taken down from above. But hey, an aspect there that works great for Global Esports. Some damage done. Yeah, they lose 3 members in the piece, so that'll have a bit of impact going in towards this next round. That'll be the bonus round for them. We'll see what that does kind of look like for PaperX now on this attacking side, if they are able to, you know, win the round that they should be winning, quote unquote.
Yeah, poised to potentially take a couple more rounds, especially with the economy not too healthy on the side of Global. But that said, yeah, you do have some Stingers and weaker weaponry onto the side of PaperX as well. Jing possibly looking to dive onto players again, but also mound control now coming out from Global Esports. You got the Aftershock being sent through, but look at Devi. Quick with the burst onto 2 kills by Pillar, and that could give him the pinch around the door as well. He preps the button, he does get the 3rd, but quickly traded by Kelly S. Crystal and the rest of them also looking to flood back into the B site for some safety net, but still Forsaken quick on the draw.
I mean, I don't know if that one's the actual W gaming to come through from PaperX, but they certainly were looking to turn up the pace in terms of all of those duels around the map. And I mean, mound control, I'm looking at, you know, Forsaken potentially dying to the aftershock if it gets thrown his way. You saw him pull out just before the switch of the Observer, you know, the Paranoia, but quickly Shrouder steps away and is still able to assist the rest of the team, and then eventually, you know, PaperX get the cleanup. So those are the rounds that you just need to weather and play in amongst the chaos there. And Paper X, they will reclaim the lead here. But will they be expecting the operator for Darion? Nobody up through the guts of mid. That's some good information for Global. And now they should know that Paper X have got in towards this C site and can set up for a post plant.
Yeah, Yudotan, the rest of them backing all the way far off as well. Jing, a lot of space taken up around Hall now, and that allows them to put this one way up. Another smoke up towards Waterfall as well.
Rolling Thunder for Kelly S could be quite pivotal here.
Gets into range. He's looking to deploy at the right time for the rest of his team to then be the catalyst to push on through. Darion with the first shot, something getting taken out. The rest of Paper X, though, vacating the site to try to play around Mound instead. Paint Shell sent over as well, but Aftershock taking Jing out of the equation. Now Paper X completely smoked off. They need to find the kill around the diffuser. They will do just that, but still, Global Esports with the numbers looking to dominate and push on through. We have found some semblance of global domination in round 15.
I don't know if I call that one domination. That was very hairy at the tail end of that one there, Quack. I mean, the trades that start to come on out. Jing did get caught in the Aftershock. Tag on towards his body when he's trying to get out those paint shells as well and just couldn't disconnect from all of the action. I mean, it's always a risky thing to try and go for a full Mound post-plant control situation. Paper X, I mean, they put it on the back of Forsaken to try and win that one, but Yudotan just there for the trades from above time and time again. And we will equalize up once more. Global will reset the economy of Paper X, who have an option to do something funny yet again here with what they go into this round with. Steel Garden, Nightfall. You lose one of those if Darion keeps on creeping.
Oh. That will be that drop. Jing with a Bucky again, too.
Good kiss there.
This time in towards A-Link, where with a Bucky in the spot, you know, Poppy and the likes of Kelly S, they're going to have to think twice before pushing into this area.
But that's a good paranoia.
It hits, but you're not going to peek into it. How could you, knowing that there could be a Bucky on the other side? And now Kelly S unfortunately getting taken out by that op, picked up by Davai as well. Just Yudotan, who is really in any good position to do something, but he's smoked off as well.
I mean, as long as Davai is keeping this operator into the next round, it does not matter who dies for Paper X here. If they steal away any of the guns that had fallen onto the floor, okay, you want that player surviving. But it kind of doesn't matter anymore. Paper X are just going to be answering back into this round. Maybe ending it with a flawless. I mean, the Hunter's a little bit on towards Yudotan because the credits are absent for Global. Any escape kill here will hurt. But I don't think they're going to happen unless Forsaken gets him. No, it's okay. So not flawless in a complete sense for Paper X, but the way that the round essentially should have gone there, they did it flawlessly, right? The investment of the Nightfall, just getting in towards that site, getting the shot onto Darion, looking, I think, unscoped at that current time, right? And then the Bucky here just straight towards Crystal's face.
Yeah, both teams having some instances where they do kind of push out a little bit too far at certain times, but nonetheless, this is going to be now Paper X 9-8. That was a little bit of a thrifty round, by the way. Global Esports now with a slightly weaker weaponry.
Got to get all this information, got to answer back as Global. You can't do anything on this combo utility, or can you? You're trying!
Off to the shorty. Yudotan has arrived as well now, but he doesn't quite have the angles just yet. Looking for the spray transfers, but it's just Jing with the Bucky! He's found 3 kills! Crystal, though, Sheriff shot. And now the drone. Davai has been suppressed, but all he needs to do is to just lock down this angle.
They can just run. They can just run to the C site. There's nobody home to welcome them with milk and cookies. They can just set up, kick back and relax.
And pick up an orb. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, get Jing closer towards this showstopper with a plant. He's one away. Crystal, though, an opportunity, if he can find a 1 versus 1, to make this somewhat doable. Salvo's online. An Armageddon, maybe?
You could, like, flood the whole site with that entire kit. Maybe.
Yeah, but...
You know there's an op in play potentially as well, but well, yeah, okay, Jing's got the Phantom now, the angle. That's just pink mist from Davai. Quickly finding it.
Double digits for Paper X, and I'm really excited to see this replay for Jing.
That's
just
3K
dancing around with the Bucky.
We had a Bucky ace from Mr. Frala and EMEA, and now we've got Jing doing these things. Oh, they were all flashed!
Yeah, I mean, you look at all the utility that came through from Global Esports in the beginning of that, right? Dimensional Drift, you got a fault line, you got flashes and everything, but I think it's the counter utility from Paper X that makes that one a little bit better. And now we're in a sort of scenario where if this gun round goes awry for Global Esports, you got to remember and cast your mind back to the fact that they used both timeouts early in the first half.
And through the one-way smoke as well. Timeoutless Global Esports. Can they find a way back into this game? It's a 4v5 in this current round.
And your Sentinel player is now down as well, so there is an open option for PaperX to find around the map to just get in free of charge.
Right, weaker hold across the sites, and well, PaperX goes for the call into B, where it is open. You've got Jing now watching the angles towards A-Link as well. The back of B also blocked off. Kelias was attempting something at the very least, but now no longer able. Crystal backing so far off. It's a 2v5.
Gotta save. You do not have the money to be splashing in on this game as Global. It's just going to be another impactful scenario by PaperX that really looks to put Global 6 feet under, doesn't it? This will be 11 for PaperX, and you got to consider, do we force on the back of these two guns as Global, or do we half buy to potentially have a full buy and push us into overtime? These situations in any game are usually quite hurtful, but when you add on the fact, Quack, that if Global won this series, they'd be in playoffs for the first time ever. Kind of hurts a little bit more, right? This is the culmination of the losses in the previous series now that they are put in this scenario.
Well, consolation frag for Crystal at the very least, but you are absolutely right, Komodo. 11-8. At this point, Global, they're going to begin to feel like they just have to keep buying up. They're just going to have to scrounge up the best buy that they've got together.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Dinos, they've just gone Global.
Yeah, I mean, we've really seen just consistency after consistency from nearly every series from Jing, right? And he's just doing it again, making sure that he's getting involved in a lot of these duels, winning them significantly.
Picking up slack where, you know, maybe something might not be performing too hot.
I mean, something has not made it quiet that he doesn't really favor the Yoru, for example. It's still really learning.
Right now, at least, though, Jing, okay, getting taken out really quickly, but right there, it's going to be Forsaken, his brother, right off alongside him. With that, then a little bit more space into this A site, the smokes to block off A-Link. Heaven, though, then is open, but Forsaken just uses that as an opportunity! Swings out, 2 more kills, looks for the last, and he picks up the 4K!
I mean, you could see the idea on the back of Crystal's mind there as well, holding out the Armageddon ready for the team to flood, but just not expecting just the absolute charge that Forsaken brings into it. He now as well will meet with 20 kills. There's 3 members of PaperX that have 20 kills on the map, and 2 of them haven't even achieved 10 yet. Sometimes it is an effort by committee, sometimes it's just a full house affair, and it looks like PaperX, I mean, they've just got a read on the deck.
Fully locked in, primed to take this map down. Global Esports backed up against the ropes. Do they have it in them to punch and swing back? Oh, instant TP from Forsaken.
Cheeky. Real cheeky. Crystal, how are the cogs turning in your head in this current juncture?
They're still looking to lock down Rubble at the very least, though. Darian watching the off angle. Clone broken, instant TP's out. Forsaken now.
You would never expect the flash to come through in this scenario as Kelias. Ever expect that.
That's just Kelias putting the body bag. Now PaperX flooding up front. The full march forwards into the site.
Okay.
Yudotan not bad on a bit of a refrag off towards Heaven, but that
is where you pivot. That is where you pivot as PaperX towards the B site. No one else is there currently. You did just see Yudotan in a reposition from Papi.
Yudotan quick to Heaven. But so far, none of the PaperX players visible. Paranoia as well, but it's just Jing on the site. Devi has an op as well, which isn't necessarily the best tool. He doesn't have the utility placed down. Smokes out now from Poppy to get the spike stuck to possibly halfway. The swing from something not effective. Oh, and the angle for Devi not the most favorable either. A good quad kill from Yudotan to bring Global back to life.
I mean, when Papi puts the dark cover on that spike, he doesn't need to move, so the Thorns aren't really going to do anything in that sort of scenario. Yudotan to just stand tall. He really needed to dig deep. I mean, I highlighted it a little bit earlier in the previous map, right? That Yudotan, it felt like he was almost completely absent in that map. So we definitely needed to see a bit of a step up from him. Coming out with a 4K like that is great. Don't get me wrong. but you're going to have to probably see it done again. GE. It was 4 chances that Paper X had to close out this map. Now it's 3, so at least afforded some more length in this map.
Confidence with the off as well from Darian, but not quite landing the shot now. Instant TP's out. Seaside has been completely open by something on this dimensional drift.
Scoping out the opposition. Nobody here outside Gravel, and this is where they can start to set themselves up in a pretty decent post plant. Kelly S 1 away from the Rolling Thunder, but apart from that, Global, it's just big old dry duels.
Yeah, not too much on the util arena as well. Crystal perhaps if the Salvas come back alive, but right now something is a ghost and he's haunting the heck out of them. Nightfall sent over, Petman trying to drag them down into the depths, but Darian to bring some light to his team. The op shot fired over, something holding the angle. Jing now from Waterfall on an off angle, but the shot's not quite connecting for him. Justify. David looks for the flicks, he gets the spray transfer at the end. The clutch with wings brought to you by Red Bull at the end of it all, but nonetheless, the map closed out at 13-9.
And that means that Paper X will be making it into the playoffs. They will not go down in total defeat in VCT Pacific. Yes, it took them a bloody marathon to get here, but they made sure they had their rests. They made sure that they had their preps ready, and they do indeed make it into the playoffs.
And it certainly looks like they have been evolving as well, Komodo. That said, though, for Global Esports, certainly commiserations to them. They've had a bit of a tough run, tough issues plaguing them all around, but they still managed to stand tall. Yudotan shaking off some of the nerves from the first map, and that said, they've also shown some good ideas as well. They've managed to swing some great thrifties, great force buys off the pistol losses, too.
Yeah, I mean, there were just some actual rounds that they were able to win in that map, wasn't there? But a lot of the time, right, Paper X were there to just get real dirty in towards the mix. A good game, well played for Global Esports, applauses all round. But I know a lot of people, you know, big fans of Paper X. Everyone's been questioning how are they looking there? Are they looking the weakest they ever had? Well, does this answer some questions? You know, it's a step in the right direction, right? They get in towards playoffs with Patman in the mix as well. And, you know, Tens will be happy, right? He wanted them to get the win, right? You know?
Yeah, I can imagine right across this stage right now. But yes, Paper X. I mean, they've had some highs, they've had some lows, and right now, beginning to come back up to a high. Certainly has been a bit more of a riveting, more convincing performance this week. No longer do we see them going the distance into map 3.
Yeah, I mean, they fight off the curse of the map number 1, right? Split 13-5, closing that one out 13-9. Those are pretty good performances.
But that's it. We'll see what they have to say with the winner's interview.
Oh, hi, sorry, Darian. hello. Hi, Alex. If I could have Patman join me for his first ever Pacific interview. Play here. 페이퍼렉스의 팬맨 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 알파 그룹의 마지막 플레이오프 진출권은 페이퍼렉스가 오늘 가져가게 됐는데요. 팬맨 선수가 합류하고 나서 가는 첫 플레이오프인 만큼 오늘 경기 소감이랑 진출 소감 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Oh, wow. This is the first playoffs that you will be going to since joining Paper X. You guys got the last ticket to the playoffs for Group Alpha. How are you feeling about the match and going to the playoffs?
I'm so glad that we find a spot for the playoffs. Actually, we really trained hard for the couple last week. And because of the first week, when I'm practicing with the boys, I'm really lost. Like, there's a lot of protocols and calls and I didn't know. But right now, I think I catch up with the boys. And I just do like what I need to help them to win the match.
Giving the best support you can. 자, 아무래도 플레이오프 진출하게 돼서 당연히 기쁘고요. 처음 초반에 합류했었을 때 팀 내 그런 콜사인이나 단어들에 이렇게 적응하는데 조금은 어려웠지만 이제는 좀 팀원들과 호흡을 잘 맞춰가지고 적응한 것 같다라고 이야기를 했습니다. 안 그래도 가장 듣고 싶었던 게 워낙 탄탄한 인기를 이렇게 받고 있는 페이퍼렉스기에 거기에 적응하는 것도 부담이 많이 됐을 텐데 또 플레이오프의 여정이 순조롭진 않았거든요. 그런 부담감을 좀 어떻게 이겨냈는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. I did want to ask you, you know, since joining Paper X, such a love team, that must have been enough pressure on its own. But then to get used to such a tightly knit team when the journey wasn't the smoothest? How was that like? How did you overcome it?
Of course, like, what did I say from the past interview? Like, I didn't expect to become part of Paper X, and there's like too much pressure on me as well. But what I just like mindset is that there's no time to be scared. There's no time to be shy, and I'm playing with one of the best, so it means I'm also one of the best.
Yeah, I love that. I love that energy. 처음에 이전에도 예전에 프레스 인터뷰에 언급을 했듯이 제가 팻맨 선수가 페이퍼렉스의 일원이 될 거라고 상상을 못했다고 이야기를 했는데요. 하지만 이렇게 두렵고 어떡하지 발동동하는 것보다 이렇게 최고의 선수들과 함께라는 건 나도 최고라는 뜻이 아닌가라고 생각하면서 적응하면서 이겨내고 있다고 했습니다. 근데 또 이야기를 들어보니까 팻맨 선수가 스테이지 1 퍼시픽에 이렇게 합류하게 되면서 집을 되게 필리핀을 많이 그리워하고 있다고 하는데 가장 그리워하는 게 뭔지 좀 들어보고 싶기도 한데요. I heard that you're pretty homesick. You miss the Philippines a lot. What is it that you miss the most? Is it the food or anyone, family?
I think just my family. Yeah, like I just like because before like even I'm not staying at home a lot. I can still like go back anytime, right? But right now I cannot. That's why I miss my family. Yeah. And it's my first time abroad, maybe that's why.
Oh yeah, that's one, right? 아무래도 가족들이 가장 보고 싶고 필리핀에 있었을 땐 뭐 함께 살진 않더라도 볼 수 있었지만 아무래도 해외살이가 처음이라 가지고 가족이 많이 보고 싶다고 이야기를 했습니다. 페이퍼렉스의 팻맨 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Patman. First interview checked off. That was lovely. Thank you. Shall we? Let's go.
Paper Rex securing the last spot for playoffs in Group Alpha and finally getting that 2-0, finally winning that first map and continuing on here on Pearl. GE did put up a very good fight on Lotus though.
Yeah, it definitely looked better than their split, but I think it just wasn't enough in the end there for this global esports roster. They are now eliminated from playoffs, which is of course very sad for them, but Paper Rex do make it through, and I think I'm much happy with how Paper X played this game. I think this return to double duelist is much needed for them. We're seeing them get that increasing confidence, but they can't make any mistakes in the playoffs. They'll be going straight into that 4th place spot, which takes you to the lower brackets, so they need to hit the ground running exactly like they did today.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think Jing has been looking better and better on the Rays. Initially going back onto the agent after not playing it in a while. He was a little bit rough around the edges, but I think he is really performing well for Paper X at the moment, as is Devi. Both his last series that he played after the Boom series and this one, he was pretty solid. I think the only player that really kind of worried me for Paper X in this series was probably something where even in this game of Lotus compared to his last game of Lotus on the Yoru, he was looking a little bit shaky. So I think that there's definitely room for improvement there. He has kind of already mentioned he's not super comfortable with the agent just yet. And I think that if he can kind of get more comfortable with it, because it's such a staple in the meta right now, like you need a good Yoru player on your team. If he can really start to pick up the performance in that regard, then this current Paper X, the way that they're playing is going to be very, very solid inside of this competition. And for GE, I mean, it's a rough set of circumstances for them. I don't think that there's any need to really criticize them too much with everything that's happened, but I think that Darion played very well today. I think he was kind of the standout for me on GE. He had a pretty good series, and I think Yudatan was pretty nice here on the Lotus as well.
Yeah, I think Yudatan did a good job. You know, we spoke before about how it might be difficult for him against this comp, and I felt like he was able to hold his own. But I do think something is definitely missing from this GE team. We're not seeing that kind of click that we saw from them in kickoff, especially in the off season as well. So they're really disappointed to crash out of this stage 1, but fingers crossed for them in stage 2. I really hope they can show a much stronger performance. But yeah, I think all hope is not lost for these guys. It is a good set of players.
I think that yeah, exactly that. They've picked good players, so you have some good build around there, and you just need to tweak a couple of things or add a couple of new ingredients in, and it could be a recipe for success for stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with Elevated as a head coach, he's going to have a little bit more time to rework things with his teams. Now, there were some pretty standout moments on Lotus. I mean, Paper X always delivers.
I mean, it's getting messy with the Force Spies. We're seeing what region is this? Are we in NA?
It's an NA coach, man.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more
This is the
stingers.
problem.
We're seeing more and more of these like heavier invested thrifties. We were just talking to Frost backstage. This is all your fault, Frost. You brought this across. But yeah, I mean, we're going to see more and more of this. I think this is kind of the way the meta is trending. We saw both of these teams be able to pick up so many low buy wins, so many stinger wins. We saw so many bookie kills the whole way through. I think, especially in this region, Valorant is going to get scrappier and scrappier. We are seeing that sort of move away from the old school, incredibly structured, approach. We're seeing much more individual expression on the server, which is very fun to watch. And I think
it's promising for our region, frankly speaking.
It also just makes for messy, messy games. Like, honestly, you're playing a completely different game where, compared to, like, the expected team gets the anti-eco wins and wins the gun rounds and things like that. Things progress in a very normal manner. You get ults on normal timings in rounds that you expect. You can kind of play around them, but as soon as you start to get Force buy wins, your money goes in the bin, and then a thrifty goes a certain way, and then you get an ult for a certain player on a round that you're not expecting. The game just evolves into chaos.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want. You try and throw the game script out the window. You try and steal rounds where you can. That's what it's all about. So I think we're going to keep seeing more of that, especially as this week goes on and as we go into playoffs.
I mean, it's a little chaotic, but it's super fun for us. Our match MVP is Jing. I definitely want to give a shout out for Divide, though, who's completely stepped up a lot of viewers at home. Even the Talons have been like, what's up with Divide? But, not too long ago, he was one of the most consistent and top fraggers on this team. But it's also good to see, of course, Jing step up. I think he's a lot more comfortable being back on Raze. Even with the nerf on Raze, I think we saw Paper X take him off and put him on other roles. We saw him play a Sentinel, a controller, but we really like him.
Yeah, no, he's back where he belongs. I mean, we're both genius coaches for saying Jing would do well on Raze. I think that was a really niche analysis.
There's some guys on the forums out there that are like, yeah, why isn't Jing on Raze? Why isn't something opping every game? Like, this is the problem with Paper X. I think I've seen that a million times. Turns out you guys are really smart. Oh my god, wow.
All along.
Yeah.
You know much more.
I am reinforcing your negative comments. Good job, guys. Keep it up.
Yeah. Keep it up, guys. We love them. It's just so encouraging. I think we need more positivity. Come on, guys.
Vic
More
is going to
positivity.
knock me out in the segment. You're going to see me replaced on this desk in the segment between
we have
now
plenty
and the
of
next match.
wingmen here. Yeah, so I think it's been a good run for I think all across stage one. All the teams in Pacific have completely stepped up. It's highly competitive now.
Yeah.
Talon, Frost, he was speaking to us earlier, and he's saying it's a completely different ball game since last year. So I think across the board, everyone's been playing really well. And of course, we're happy to see Paper X stepping up here. Patman was saying, he has a lot of self-doubt, and he said that really nice quote there, like, I'm playing with some of the best, so I'm one of the best too. Do you think this ended up being a good decision for Paper X?
Yeah, I mean, I think so in the end. I've been impressed by Patman watching him play. It wasn't the best week from last week, but this was a nice return to form for him. And I feel like it is a natural fit. He's able to play those initiators really well. And he does look comfortable with the guys. I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, these changes have been positive. They have managed to get into playoffs now, and it's about how far they can go in that playoff run. But I think Paper X is a team you can sort of never count out. I mean, I would not want to play Paper X round one lower bracket. I mean, they're naturally a scary team. So I think Paper X fans, you could still be optimistic.
Okay, with that, we did have our build diff picks. Here are our scores so far. I'm in the lead, but this is only because... I just want to say this is only because, like, you guys definitely still have a shot at this, because I think I was the only person who picked 2 Paper X players, or did you as well, Pilsky?
I picked 2 as well.
Oh, you did
that's
as
right.
well?
That's
okay.
right.
I picked Forsaken and
Oh,
Jing.
yeah.
You know, I'm right with you if we account for that.
Yeah.
I'm taking hits because I had Jing and Yudatan from this game.
Oh yeah, you had Yudatan
had
too.
a good map too.
Yudatan was good, but Jing was on this duelist, which is rather punishing for me. But it's fine.
Yeah.
I also had Jing.
We'll catch back up.
You had Jing and
catch back up.
Forsaken. I had Divide and Forsaken. So Divide.
Divide was a good pick today.
He was a good pick. I picked
You
him
are
last week
cooking
too.
us. You just keep cooking us.
I just, he's.
You're going to be the assistant coach of PRX in no time.
Oh yeah,
It's unreal.
Ready. Don't mind the salary. Send it over. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I want that. All right, we are going to go to a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to see another 2 teams face off and find out if Talon is still going to be in contention for playoffs. It's going to be T1 versus Talon Esports. Guys, don't go too far away.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 1. We're on the final weekend of group stages where we're going to find out who is going to be the last team going into playoffs. I'm Victoria, joined by Pilski and Big Time. T1 and Talon is the next match. T1 goes largely undefeated in Pacific until last week, where they finally lost their first match here in quite a while. But it's really hard to tell with T1. They like to go the full distance. They like to go the full series, and I don't know if that's going to be happening again today.
Yeah, T1 are, you know, in some ways up and down when we watch them play, but there's no doubt that they have one of, if not the highest ceiling in the world after winning Masters Bangkok. This is a star-studded lineup that have already sealed their spot into playoffs, but they're looking to fight for that very, very top spot. We don't care about stupid Group Alpha anymore. We're in Group Omega. It's fun, it's cool, anything can happen here.
The Alpha group is probably a little offended. We're not stupid.
I don't care anymore. I'm
moved
done
on.
with you, Alpha Group.
We've moved
It's
on.
Omega Group time.
You should see his face. It's got 10s across. You guys will see it in a bit. But yeah, I mean, to your point, T1, we're going to see T1. We're going to see Talon go up against them. And Talon, of course, is vying for that spot. And they need to win this today to get in. And of course, they're going against T1, which is huge. Cruz was not IGLing last week, but we are hearing that he will be back on the IG role this week.
Yeah, I think it's just tough timing for Talon at the end of the day. You know, a lot of personal circumstances in the mixes there as well. Arguably before their most important game of the group, and now they've got to take on the Titans of T1. That's a lot of pressure for a team that has a lot of rookies in the roster. It's a make or break game to go into playoffs, despite the fact that Talon has looked like a very promising roster this season with the new Thai players coming in, but just in general has always been a team that's consistently been able to make deeper runs in the tournament, despite maybe not having super, I wouldn't say not a super exciting roster, but maybe a roster that you might underestimate a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think this is a team that consistently overperform and overdeliver.
For sure.
But, I mean, this is why I'm a Group Alpha stan these days. There's a world where Talon don't make it at all. There's a world where they top the group. It's wide open for this team. It's still theirs to claim. So all to play for today for this Talon roster. And I think, you know, it's very exciting. Lots of rookies. This is a fun team to watch the whole way, and they're not done fighting yet.
I think that's a large part of it, right? I think because they have so many rookies, and we are still... Do you guys define Prim as a rookie? I'm going to count him as a rookie. Frost counts him as a rookie.
I don't think so.
But
he played in
international.
He played last year.
Yeah, he did. He did.
I
but
don't think
for
he's
like
a
a little bit, just a tiny bit. But either way, I feel like there is a lot of firepower on the squad. We're really excited, like Pilski was saying, about having a full Thai team there. But again, they are in this unfortunate position. If they don't win today, everything lies in the hands of Zeta and their results, and for them to get. And that's not, that's not the win. That's not the qualifying position you want to be in.
Yeah, I mean, as it says here, Meteor is able to help out 10-10. If they win today, they lock Zeta in for the playoffs. Once again, the graphic team are cooking far too hard. What is going on
That's
here?
what Meteor actually looks like as well.
True,
He's always got the
better.
T1 jacket on, so you can't really actually tell, but that is what his
He's got
torso
guns.
looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it. I mean, the way he, does he do any wrong? I don't think so. And I think you don't want to get a fight with him on the street.
Except for play Reyna sometimes. Not my favorite.
Yeah, but Japan, you are rooting for T1 today.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
can get the Zeta boys into the playoffs.
In fact, let's talk about Meteor and Primi. Now, Primi has been consistently fragging every single week ever since he's been put on this duelist role. Seems pretty official at this point, but Meteor, who plays a little bit of everything, getting up there with Forsaken, has also been quite consistent.
Yeah, I think Primi is probably my favorite player in the competition to play Waylay at the moment. I really like the way that Talon play it, and he can play a lot of different duelists. We haven't seen his raise yet. For Meteor, though, he is kind of the Senti pseudo-duelist for his squad. Haven't really enjoyed his Reyna on Icebox, if I'm honest. His ISO is kind of what has set the meta and inspired so many teams to play ISO and to play double duelists at the moment. A lot of them are really just copying what T1 has had a lot of success with. But I would say his Senti stats have improved a lot in recent times.
Yeah.
And even you can see Viper played, because recently you've seen T1 swap over from a traditional Senti into a Viper comp with the double duelist on Lotus.
Yeah, to your point about Icebox, I don't know if we'll be seeing it today as the map draft comes in, but I completely agree with you. Not loving the Reyna. Meteor doesn't love the Reyna either.
Yeah.
Don't love the Chamber on Buzz. It's not the comp I personally like. I don't know how you feel about it, Big Man.
I mean, I don't hate it, but I didn't love how they ran it last week. I feel like they ran into some problems.
I think
wasn't fully
it's like
fleshed
the
out.
Phoenix comp from Boom on Ascent. It's like you can run it, but don't keep running it. Like, run it once, and then, like, let's throw that in the trash where it belongs.
Yeah, it was like fun once. Yeah.
We are looking at the veto here, so I'm very curious when we get to that Talon pick, if it is going to be Icebox.
I mean, Talon permaban Pearl. T1 banning Fracture, that's a bit of a respect ban.
Yeah,
they used to ban Abyss in kickoff, and now that's been taken out of the map pool. They change up their ban based on opponent. Talon,
Icebox.
I mean, everyone's been picking Icebox against T1. It feels like the weaker point in their map pool at the moment.
I mean, absolutely. You sit 5 people on the A site, and it's physically impossible to lose against this T1 attack side.
Hey, what about Natieko, man? They
Oh
gotta
yeah,
beat
sorry, that's my bad.
sometimes.
But
come on.
It's no surprise to me to see Talon pick this. I think the Icebox has been a huge weakness of T1, and we speak about how good the prep is from this Talon roster. So I think it's sort of low-hanging fruit in the veto. And in a way, I think T1 are gonna know you're picking this. I really don't want to see the same comp.
Yeah.
If we're gonna go to Icebox.
We've seen these two teams in kickoff play Haven against each other. That was when Talon, with their old roster, were playing Primi on the Jet. They recently swapped to ISO Yoru, and it did not really go well against Nongshim. So I'd like to see them swap back to something different. I don't want to see them try and play Yoru ISO against T1. I don't know if that's going to go so well for them. And then Lotus is the decider. That'll be an interesting one. We have been seeing Talon playing the Waylay comp on Lotus on recently, and then T1 recently swapped up their comp from the Cypher Sova into Viper Fade.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven is the map too, and like you said, they played it before. I'm really excited to see that, and no surprise that T1 has picked it. Now, Icebox being the first destination and Talon picking it, like you said, absolutely no surprise here. If T1 doesn't change this, I think this is a good start for Talon.
We've already seen a change from T1. It's that they have opted to start defense because they had this map picked against them recently. I think it was in the secret game or maybe the game after that, and they chose to start attack, and then they went ahead and contacted A bunch of rounds in a row, and it wasn't going particularly well, ended up losing the game multiple times with that style. The fact that they haven't picked attack again shows me that they've at least thought about the fact that that might not be such a good approach, and maybe you might even see a compositional switch going into this game. At a minimum, they're starting defense first.
Also, Talon are kind of able to surprise you. We've not seen Talon play this yet.
Yes,
so it's wide open for Talon to be able to sort of cook and counter in a way what they think might come out from this T1 team. So Talon always have a lot of their sleeves, so we're going to expect some fun stuff.
Then why didn't you predict Talon today? Let's get up the predictions.
I think Talon will win map 1, and then I think I think after that, I think this T1 team is too strong.
Were you asking me too?
I mean, he was just making this whole case, but yeah, why T1?
I honestly just got confused with the logos. They look really similar. So
That is true. That is that's okay. That's
My
okay.
bad.
I get that. I get that. Yeah. So most of the audience has picked T1, and of course, how can you go against T1, the Masters winner? They look really good. Talon has been inconsistent, and they do have the win-loss, win-loss, win-loss pattern. But the last time they lost, so that means Talon's gonna win today, and that's why I picked Talon. We are gonna send it to the stage and welcome the teams, and they're gonna prove you wrong.
Let's fly.
Rise Pacific. T1.
Here come our Masters winning team, T1. This team has only dropped one single match this entire stage 1, and they are the overwhelming favorites for today's matchup. However, they are already qualified for playoffs, and they're playing against one team, Talon, who really want to take that final spot for playoffs.
Yeah, they're looking to ruin Talon's day today. That's one way to put it. And I mean, they are locked into that playoff spot, but there is still a world where they can claim that, you know, the first round bye, which would be massive. So they will be giving it their all today, and it's hard to bet against such an insanely star-studded roster.
It really is, but still some of us did anyway, and it's Talon Esports from Thailand here with their full Thai squad. We saw a lot of sparkle from this team, a lot of really amazing players across the board. Cruz is back on the IGL role, and we want to see them do something, step back up, you know, continue that win-loss pattern, because it means today would be a win.
Yeah, I think they had an unfortunate series last week against Zeta, but they are a team that can bring some really, really good prep into some of these games. This is a make-or-break game for them, and I'm a little bit worried for them in that factor, because we've got a lot of younger rookie players that are new to this Pacific stage, and you are versing some absolute veterans that when they need to come up clutch, they will always win. That's T1.
Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of coaching style, we've got Autumn and Frost here. Ooh, they are full-on engaging. That's not something we usually see from Frost. Okay, I wonder what they said. I hope they talk about that in the interview later. But Frost, you know, we know him to care a lot about the macro. He's a very structured, he likes structured play style. But when you get a full bunch of Thai rookies, structure can be a little bit complicated.
It's about finding that balance, right? If you want to, you know, have protocols, have enough structure so that the team can move as one unit, but you don't want to restrict the players' individual freedoms. The players have to be able to express themselves on that server. And Frost is certainly working with a very expressive young team that have a lot of potential. So it is that fine line, but all of these players can pop off. This is absolutely not an unwinnable series for Talon. And I mean, I think they will be feeling good in their own heads. They know that they can hang with the big boys on the other side.
You're such an artist, Morgan.
Thank you.
You're like, you need to individual expression on the server as Thai players. Pilsky, that's not really your style, though. You seem to be, you know, coming back from old school tech FPS. Is that something you think will work for them? Just that
The
fine
individual skill. I mean, if you're going to try to take dry aim duels against T1, then you're in for a rough run of things, if you ask me. I think Talon's strength will be, like I said, coach preparation, will be some interesting approaches, some good reads. You know, Talon is that team that they will have a unique approach. They will have a specific approach that they're taking in the game. When it works, they can beat a really good team pretty hard. They can beat them 13-5. When it doesn't work, they can lose to a team that shouldn't be competitive in the league and look a little bit lost. So it really just depends how good their read is today. And also, I have to say that, like I said, the rookie players need to come up clutch today. You need Kalua to be, I mean, he's been great, but you need him to be fantastic today. You need Thai, who had a little bit of a rougher game last week, to really step up and perform in this game. And he has a lot of really big names in the server on the other side of things. So that is definitely something that could knock your confidence. Now, this is the most interesting part here. The agent select for both teams, and there
finally.
it is. T1 is going to change things up. Meteor is off Reyna onto the Senti of the Killjoy. Stack staying on the same agent. They've gone to Teo on Izu instead of Sova, and Buzz is off of the Chamber and onto the Jet. So I really like this comp, and honestly, it is similar to what a lot of teams are running. Even Boom on this map are running a very similar comp to this, so I think it's a very agreed upon good approach.
Yeah, I mean, it's very nearly a mirror matchup. We see Talon with a very similar comp, only changing out that KO for the Sova. Primi is on his most comfortable agent of that Jet. He's going to be going head-to-head with Buzz, trying to diff him straight up. So there's a lot to be excited for.
I'm really excited now that T1 has changed their agent comp. I think this is going to be a really banger way to start the second series up today.
Yeah, I like the KO and Teo combination. I think the KO knife can help you kind of work out what the setup is that the other team are running on attack. For example, you KO knife the A site or you KO knife yellow. You can read exactly where the other team is playing, and that really actually helps you execute a little bit better. You can actually place your Teo utility in the correct positions based on what kind of information you get off of the KO knife, and I think Stax plays this agent absolutely perfectly. It's great for an IGL to play it as well, because you could just KO knife something and get a really good read straight away.
Absolutely, and I saw that sign to tens there. He did say that about Primi, and they faced off on the Waylay back in that show match, and he is here in the stadium with us here in Pacific. But with that, I'm going to send it off to our casters, Komodo and Koak.
Yes, we got Primi on the Jet, Buzz on the Jet as well. But you know, what about this KO versus Sova kind of difference, though?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, yeah, Waylay not being played here, that's a bonus. Thank you very much. Tip my hat towards that one, proverbial, of course. But no, of course, like DRX are playing Yoru instead of a Sova. We got RRQ playing KO instead of a Sova. So there's definitely a bit of, you know, chopping and changing that Talon can kind of look towards for how to implement the Sova, or the Sova around the rest of the agents that these other teams maybe not play for the Sova there. Once upon a time, of course, Sova was just such a staple on this map as well. Across its time, though, of course, with this map of Icebox, it's been dodged so far for Talon. They haven't played it since July 1st of 2024. Meanwhile, for T1, we've always seen a chamber from them. So this is, you know, a different look. They're finally chamberless, which is interesting. I personally like it. But do they like it? Because we know that they really don't want the Reyna on for Meteor anymore. And he'll opt for the Killjoy, of course.
I do get a little bit worried. Remember last week when 10-10 just dropped in, Talon was thoroughly surprised, shocked, stunned, shocked Pikachu face. Now this is a new composition as well. They're still going to run their game plan, though, sneaking under.
Meteor, though, dispatching of Jip Boys.
Oh, and then quick on the refract. Thai able to find just one Meteor, trading right back. Still the spike planted, some space being taken. Killua really up front. If he, well, drops, then, yeah, no more salvos then. But of course, you got Primi hidden into deep positions as well. Buzz trying to sneak up from behind. Primi has no idea.
Yeah, but you got to look to try and get on this defuse now. Izu with the salvos available. Going to keep Primi hot under the collar, and the timing quack. Oh, there was an opportunity. And it doesn't work out. That's quite unfortunate for Primi. Cruz fell by the wayside as well, which means the pistol round here goes for T1.
Yeah, they were both holding up towards Snowman. I mean, kind of working around the information that they had, but when Buzz finally showed up and down to the kills and also the utility coming in, just felt a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Icebox for T1 is a bit of a sore map recently, right? You look towards the loss against RRQ, the loss against Team Secret. They managed to get the win against Nongshim, of course, but it does feel, you know, like it's not that comfortable of a map. I mean, you got to look at what tape was there from the history of them playing it this year as well, and you know, there's a lot of elements that a team could draw upon. So I wonder, coming in towards today for Talon, of course, them not opting to ban it, for example, floating it and then getting the option to pick it, were they expecting and having all their prep ready for, you know, countering Chamber, countering Reyna? Or were they maybe thinking that there would be some sort of change up to come through for T1? And of course now Quack, they do have to just adapt mid-game to this.
Spike planted.
That certainly is the title of the story for now. You can already see some of the very deliberate salvos from before meant to flush, potential jet or chamber players off of yellow. But right now, at least, you got the spike snuck in. They had some nasty dinks as well. Primi finding a shot onto Izu, but afterwards, you got T1 just able to advance forward from this yellow position to watch the angles. Cruz attempting with the darts, but they don't quite land all the way forward. Just off towards a halfway stuck defuse, and with the kills coming over, yeah, T1 happy to collect.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the things, though, that Talon are going to have up their sleeve, I do feel like, for their agent lineup. They've actually got a lot of destructive utility. Like, you think about the nanos from Jit Boys, the salvos from Killua, you think about the shock darts from Cruz, but also, you got to remember that even though Viper got nerfed, right, there still technically is a snake bite that you can throw into it, specifically if you're holding the poison orb and not deploying it for something like a mid-cross, for example, for Thai, which is quite common on a map like Icebox, right? So I'm thinking to myself, that Talon, if they're able to establish the spike plant, they do have a lot of that utility that they can throw into the mix.
Hunter's Fury could be deadly as well. Cruz is 1 point away from that thing. Salvo's traded so far.
Maybe you start to establish a little bit of forward positions towards the A side of things. You draw out a little bit of this utility from your opponents, namely Salvo's already done by Izu. You got Dart utilized by Stacks as well, or rather the dagger, the blade.
Okay, and also for Talon, just hold the positions for now. They might not be fully aware of this outlaw.
Specifically when this angle was already cleared by the salvos, but they are making sure they're not getting exposed towards this line until I say that, and Jit Boys just walks in straight in front of it.
Not dead, though.
No,
10
not dead.
HP. Still really close to it. Thai still trying to lurk around.
Yep.
Cause some havoc.
Trying to do his best Meteor impression, one might say, with a bit of a change up, specifically when you think of Viper and Meteor on the likes of Split, for example. But Jit Boys start off, Thai to double down.
We'll have the salvos instantly sent out, though, but off of that, quick from Killua to continue pushing forward. 2 more kills to his name. Meteor then flooding back in, but it's just the Sheriff.
See what damage, if at all any, can be delivered now with an upgrade on the Guardian.
Elevated angle from Primi. Ooh. Maybe reacted a little bit too early. Meteor was quick to sidestep that one. Knows that he has dropped down as well. He's looking for the Guardian shots, but Primi just being able to stutter that back and forth.
Oh, he would have lost his life to that one, so definitely needed to make sure he got out of dodge there, Cruz.
Whoops.
A little bit ill-advised. But hey, Talon, they managed to answer back on the bonus round in a flawless variety as well, which does mean that we'll get to see the proper buy-up for the likes of T1 to see what their defensive side is going to look like. But this is an interesting series, Quack. I want to start to, look towards the later end of the map in the series, of course, but this is a bit of a hype one where the ball is in Talon's court, right? If they win this, they're in. If they lose this, they need Zeta Division to beat Nongshim to then also get into the playoffs, but that's the scenario that their playoffs chances are in another team's hands.
Which is also just a really weird scenario nonetheless, but it's still going to have to be a win from Talon. So straight into the B site now. You got a full 4-stack. Cruz to watch the back. He does have Hunter's Fury to aid the team if needed as well. Looking to get the spike down alongside this toxic screen, but Nanoswarm burning down the timer too. And as the curtain falls, it's going to be Primi who gets taken out.
The bait. But look at this wraparound at the moment. Thai looking for a second one onto Stacks, gets cut down to size. A minute to go, and the spike is going to start to rotate towards the A side of things. Now, of course, a mechanic in this game, right? Toxic Strain falls from above, so we saw the top player first. Try to move Crosshair up there, and then you've got the bottom player that gets you. Just a awkward scenario there for Primi, unfortunately. And now we need to just see some, good mid-round calls to come out from Talon in how to bring this one back from a deficit position.
Right, get the spike down, maybe place for some of these post plants.
Got to remember though, Izu does have salvos, Armageddon as well, and now you're in a scenario where you're another member down as Talon.
Yeah, I didn't have information that Buzz was on site. Armageddon quickly deployed to force Talon to disperse. Now an uncomfortable Cruz gonna have to dance around on top of 410, but Buzz with a swing out from Rafters, takes one round back up for T1.
Yeah, it feels like T1 had a pretty good grasp on how they wanted to navigate their rotations around the map on that one as well, right? They're not really looking to challenge completely over at the B side of things. When it does get conceded, they fall back, they group up a little bit, play with a little bit of stall utility too, but ultimately, when they have that player advantage, it's just play on the back of the ultimate, play on the back of the salvos, really try and make sure that this utility can be a bit pivotal for them. You got to consider as well new agent lineups, so there's going to be a couple of teething issues for T1 to consider in an official capacity what this agent lineup looks like, but such a strong team as T1, of course the Masters winners, you would generally expect them to kind of, you know, just have an idea.
They're gonna fall at some point, Komodo. They're gonna fall.
I mean,
jokes aside.
When have we ever seen a Masters Champions winner continue the dominance, right?
True. Well, Dive right now, at least with the hold from back spawn, takes down a really curious Buzz.
Now you got the player advantage as Talon.
Locating target.
Just look to, again, drone up forward, right? Going to be something good for them when they're running a Tejo and a Sova. They've got 2 drones available to make you guess where things might be eventuating as T1, who now are feeling the need to waltz around a little bit more at B. Try to confirm some information as Sylvan, and well, yeah, he's going to confirm some information. It's not the info you wanted, though.
That will be then Talon happy to take the B site. Some slight lurks being sussed out early on by Izu, though, so that means some even odds now possibly for T1 to fight back. Cruz, though, still, this is where you get all those post plants.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 shock dart, Hunter's Fury, Snake's Bite still for die.
Just holding the positions. T1 looking to get up closer, maybe go for the tap. Salvos to clear out yellow, but it's not where Primi was. Able to swing out from the earlier position. Thigh then coming back in, the snake bite bouncing off. It definitely gets in range of the spike, so Meteor, unfortunately, not quite going to be able to find the retake on this one.
I mean, you're just going to have to contend with the fact that there's a 1 versus 3, but also a Hunter's Fury that can be very reliable. And then Salvos eventually would come back online. So this is one of the problems with this, I'll call it agent scenario. You know, once upon a time we had the post-plant meta, right? But now it feels like you can be just a little bit even more disconnected from the action because of the Teo.
That's it, though, to your earlier point. I mean, the round aside, Meteor is one of these players who has the potential. I mean, 2 times Masters winner, from Gen G onto T1. I would actually like to see, a welcome sight if T1 happens to be, 2 times back-to-back Masters winners.
Yeah.
It's not impossible. It's not easy.
They gotta get there first. They gotta make sure they're getting through playoffs.
Definitely gonna be a long stretch before we would get to that point. Talon right now looking to take T1 down. Salvos though, just to block off Belt for now.
Of course, I think there's only one scenario in which T1 do manage to top the bracket as well, or the group, to get that first seed.
Certainly beating Talon is part of that, but right now on the Eco, Cruz able to swing and peek out. Buzzo with his own swing, but instantly traded. Talon having players in spades around this spot.
Meteor with the Phantom here, you'd think has to do the lion's share of the remaining work. Otherwise, for T1, it's just the pistols that you would generally see them latibulate in a situation like this. But never count them out. Maybe, just maybe. Zax to confirm a little bit more information. He does have Izu next to him with a lot of this utility still.
They're going to play close with unorthodox,
big numbers of that
surprising one and dones, but yes, a lot of information. Spike down, Salvos flushed out.
Thing is, there's still 30 seconds. It doesn't really matter that you got numbers here as T1.
Stax still has the frag too, but yeah, at this point, Armageddon just pretty much confirms it. They were flushed out of their spots, and yeah, Izu will be found as well.
Yep, 3-3, tied on up. Pretty slow pace round from T1 considered, but a good one that they managed to hold, 4 members at the end of that for the big investment of an Armageddon. I still think that they'll be pretty happy with that to keep this one in close contests. Buzz really liking to get up close and personal, it feels like these last couple rounds as well. Pushing Belt, pushing Garage. Maybe want to rein that one in just a little bit. He's not as quick to escape as he once was on that chamber.
We'll see.
But this time,
yep, up.
Operator in the play, Bladestorm available behind it as well. Not going to be playing from on top of yellow. Can technically go back there if he does want to.
Okay, hides inside of the Cloudburst.
Yeah, do you expect the operator to be on this line? I mean, this is where I highlight a little bit earlier, the fact that you've got 2 drones available for Talon, right? Stealth drone and our drone. But Primi gonna get taken out first.
You're gonna feel the sting from that one. Thai though, good attempt. He does force Sylvan to be uncomfortable. Buzz now feeling the heat as well. Hunter's Fury forces him to reposition, but he still lands a second shot. Killua trading right back. But you have Stacks once again back from mid. Tosses the fragment, which forces Killua off the plant. Repositions, and now Stacks has a bit more timing to get up closer. Izu to scout out more information as well.
Yeah, using the drone for the actual info instead of removing abilities. Now they know where both of them are, Quack.
Oh, he's repositioned. He's dancing back and forth.
Salvos early.
Salvos buys a bit of time, but still got to consider the position. Stacks could wrap around yellow, but they're just going to stack up next to each other. Stacks in for the 3K.
Alrighty, so T1 able to still hold on to the rounds, even if there was a moment in time that they lose player advantages, right? The operator to open things up, but then still able to settle down a little bit when the going gets rough. I think maybe Thai is going to be able to just kind of upset things with Jit Boys coming out through mid, but I don't even know if that was a proper drop from Stacks and just not heard, unfortunately, by Thai, but that kill to bring it within the realm of possibility, 2 versus 2, and then they find the info at the end there. That's done by T1, and they're going to be able to double down because you've got a lot of these ultimates online for them now. A lot of light shields too, technically, but these are the sort of rounds, you know, the middle of the half where you use them here, you're surely going to be able to pick them back up.
Stealthy from Buzz as well. Now he's still back onto yellow.
Risky too from Izu if he wanted to even try and grab that orb, because he's the only soldier here for T1, and I mean, there's 4 of them for Talon. You don't need to be too hungry to also get your ult online when you've got your team that can bail you out.
Talon also considering if Buzz might have been onto a different position this time.
Yeah, but this is where the drone comes out. I mean, as long as you're, you know, kind of making sure that you're rinsing and repeating the drone and the dart and the secondary drone that you got out from Killua too, and even salvos to clear some corners, right? You're kind of okay with coming up with a pretty standard slow approach as Talon. Now it's the timing problem for Izu, where they could look to turn up the pace when this drone is destroyed.
But Izu's got Sylvan watching his 6. 8 Jit Boys though, 86 is Sylvan now for Izu to then wrap back around the same spot. Talon might not expect it. They're holding the angle though, Primi trying to assert himself back into the fight. Tai will take the action.
Yeah,
then for the 3-on-4.
That one's a little bit awkward, but now you've got a pick going in with the null command from Stacks.
Which does mean that utility will be rendered useless. Continuing to push through though, getting some space alongside the fragment. Jit Boys continuing to hold the left flank. Watching for it, he hears the footsteps, thrown off by the crosshair placement. He hears, but sees players up front as well. With that then, the lockdown going all the way through. So much space by Buzz, he finds the taps! 2 kills, maybe the 3rd, Meteor to collect!
You got to see the patience in that round come out from T1 as we congratulate Buzz here for his 2000th kill in VCT Pacific. Those were some sharp ones at that.
2000 might have just up a little bit closer to what Aspas has, but yes, that was insane with how he first took space and then found those taps.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good patience and good resilience to come through from T1, right? When they recognize that they can null commands to remove all abilities and set up for the lockdown as well, make it a little bit hot under the collar. The fact that Dai is forced out of the pit as well for just an extra mere moment in time that it does drop, does make things a little bit more awkward for Talon to equalize things up.
Certainly a lot of pride in the Korean home crowd right now as well, cheering for Buzz meeting that milestone. Buzz then continuing on with this tear. He has the op once again, and he's peeked down mid. He's been spotted by the turret.
What do you look to do here, though, with a little bit of haste up towards this B site at the moment? Primi to cross, Killua to assist, but it's the timing. Izu.
Oh, he spotted them. Right, rotations pulled back to B, but even then, Buzz meeting those rotations fully as Talon tries to cross over. Jit Boys, though, snuck all the way in. Trying to hold down the angles, hold down the space for the spike to get planted.
Armageddon comes out from Izu too, which can set up Meteor to try and catch them when falling back. It will do so awkwardly, rather.
Yeah, this is where maybe you get to play around these post-plant positions, anticipating Buzz up top. Primi then to hold around the toxic screen. The good flash good from Stacks, but still quickly dealt and dispatched by Primi. Nanostorm burns at the feet of Izu. Now it's just Sylvan. Tries to peek out from screens, but spotted out by Killua. Talon back up.
Nicely done for surviving at the end of that one as well. You think the round could certainly turn up on its head when Izu drops in the Armageddon and Meteor tries to find the right timing on that one. It's also a 4 versus 5 conversion that Talon are able to convert there too. So nicely allocated, some good little shots to come out from Primi. They're not really little ones, they're pretty impactful ones, honestly. It's going to force a timeout here too. This might actually be T1's timeout. Feeling a little bit problematic in the server now.
Right, changing up comp somewhat mid-season. Might assume that it could feel a little bit uncomfortable, even though these agents are still, you know, not too foreign to them.
I mean, when you look at the, I'll call it recent history of T1 on this map so far, you know, stage 1 and let's just go with stage 1, right? Defense has not been the strongest suit for T1, specifically on this map, right? Lion's share of things on the attacking side, and now that they're feeling like there might be a little bit of pressure on this defensive side, where it feels like, well, they kind of need to get 6, maybe 7 rounds on it. Yeah, taking a timeout at this current point in time to have some coach input to recognize, all right, what have we seen that Talon are doing successfully? What are we doing wrong that we can quickly fix up, potentially?
Yeah, especially when you don't have Meteor on that ISO, or defensive rounds, I guess, struggling somewhat. But for now, at least, you know, Talon have been successful at pulling some of these rotations away, you know, playing around between both extremities of the map. Back into A, though, this time.
See maybe what Buzz is going to be able to do. Generally, you would expect the drone to somewhat come out here, but it's just a bit dry out from the side of Talon, who once again just playing on the side of slow-paced, methodical information gathering around the map.
And also quick reactions if they spot a player, trying to conserve their utility for the spike, or for the sight hits as well. But here comes Primi, his blades sharpened with precision, looking to pull his enemies in, but Buzz quickly anchors the B site for now. Still though, A site cracked open. Meteor around the sides, he's still undetected, looks to delete players off the board. That's the first. Primi then, still online, still possibly sharp. Oh, but quickly dealt with by Stacks. All of a sudden, possible thrifty at the hands of T1. Kilowatt trying to swing out from the sides of the toxic screen. Will kiss Stacks for now. Then a hug from Meteor. Just Cruise, and he's only got the util. Viper's Pit on the spike. It's not going to be easy, Komodo. He peeks, and that's Meteor just marking his position.
Yeah, just kind of watching how Talon are repositioning, but more importantly, how T1 are repositioning around that. And I mean, you might not have the Headhunter available, but you're certainly hunting heads there as Buzz, aren't you? Sheriff shot's working out, Stacks' fragment, not denying the spike plant from going down by any means, but still in there and able to afford a little bit of space when you've got the scurrying away action to come on through. I thought Meteor also gave up his position, but still able to get a really sharp shot out on towards Jit Boys, and then you're playing the distractor game. It feels like at the end there as T1, some safety with the pit going down in the 3 versus 1 to not give an option for Cruise to clutch.
Gotta assume that timeout just to remind T1 of their training and their technical fundamentals, because that whole round just recognizing that if Talon aren't sending out utility, we probably don't have to rotate too much. Now you've got Buzz on the op.
We've played this game a couple of times.
It's not like we made a career out of this.
No, not at all. Wanted to note from the last map as well, when the last round rather, when the Owl drone was coming out of Garage here, Stacks' 0 point actually stopped it right about here, so Cruz wasn't able to find too much forward information for the team to get anything off. This time though, it's going to go its full way. And you've got some of the rotations from Stacks to assist here. Flash drive in. No operator, of course, posted at yellow to play on the back of that one, though.
No footsteps either from Talon.
Yeah, quite patient yet again.
It just comes down to the explosive heads-up duels.
And whether or not you want to use the stealth drone from Killua first, which they will.
Okay, 0 point as well.
They see the Sova Dart and the Jet Smoke, so they know there's 4 players here by all the util that's been used.
Hence the rotations now coming at this point. 30 seconds left on the clock. Talon beginning to advance. Working around the toxic screen, looking to get the spike planted. The Salvo's giving them some safety, but Salvo's firing right back. Izu.
You've still got Stacks with a fragment as well. This is where things can actually be awkward. You need the flank timing, but who is the best flank lurker in this game at the moment.
Meteor, his name comes to mind, but Chit Boys off the swing, off the alarm bot. He finds a second as well. 10 seconds now, but the spike not yet down. Killua, he's trying to go for it.
Yeah.
Just to get it down.
A slight second left for them to get the plant.
Thankfully, Primi watching his teammates 6. Just Buzz left.
Standing ahead.
Couple kills would be nice, but given the positions being held by the Talon players.
And also the fact that Meteor's got 50 credits, Izu's got 750, so he's going to have to at least donate a weapon, and you want the operator in his hand as well, so you're just playing by all of the percentages here. A 1 versus 4 with an operator with the spike planted down on Icebox when you've seen a lot of post-plant util before in the map, and salvos you know that are going to be online. This is just absolutely unachievable, so just take the operator toward the next round.
It's been pretty neck and neck, Komodo, and I gotta say, this is pretty wonderful recognition coming out from Talon.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these slower paced rounds, certainly, you know, there's a couple of moments that can be the decisive blow in it that could upset Talon's chances to close out a round by the spike plant not going down. I mean, in a situation like that where, you know, there's no gap on the fragment, or Stacks holds for another extra second, or Izu for another extra second, and they are able to deny the spike plant, like, it could have gone the other way.
Down to these very narrow margins. You never quite know, but in that moment, Chit Boys came alive for just a second. Hopefully able to repeat that performance. Talon once again back in the B, but this time it's a full 5 stack.
Last round of the half too. So Meteor, whether or not you play a little bit more passive on approach because you've got that lockdown, or you're gonna play a little bit more forward to try and maximize the space if Talon decide to continue on towards this B site.
Ooh, and with conditioning as well, T1 now beginning to think, is this really a full hit? At some point then, with all the utility dumped in, intentions from Talon crystal clear.
Oh,
the salvos though, Sylvan uncomfortable. Stacks trying to play up on top.
Yeah, as soon as that wall dropped, way too many numbers around this one, and this is where Talon can start to find a little bit of time. I mentioned the lockdown dropping at the top.
Spike planted.
Does give some space for T1, but with the trades out from Primi, just buys more time. The lockdown destroyed. Meteor left. No post-plant utility for Talon, though. Just got to play the positions on the spike, on the site. A lot of them trying to stick together, shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow.
Yeah, they get out, so what does that mean?
High-low, it's a full stack. Meteor, though, isolating the angles bit by bit. He will chump down at the first. Tries to go for the tap, thinking someone might be behind, and that's when Thigh will spring like a trap.
Lots of angles for him to clear there. 6-6, not bad for Talon to be able to claw something back a little bit on that one, considering that they've not played this map in quite some time, so they only have their practice results and worth and value to go on, right? What works there, what doesn't work there, coming in towards this one. Again, I mentioned it already, but T1 changing things up in their composition as well. You know, heard the guys on the desk narrow it in towards what Boomer's playing, but you also got to remember EDG, RQ, Nongshim all playing the same thing as well.
T1 calling the timeout too. Well, speaking about the desk though, I do think they were kind of debating about individual expression or the coach's brilliance. This does feel kind of like a good balanced mix of both. You saw individual moments coming out from players like Chit Boys with his deep flank, deep lurk out from mid, but also at the same time, very clear constructed plans and how they want to take their plays around the map. You know, it's always this slow and steady approach, methodical approach, like you mentioned, Komodo, up towards B.
Yeah, for sure, but now things kind of all change, right? And you're going to see some slight differences on this approach from both of the teams, right? Is it a little bit quicker for T1 still? Is it as slow as what Talon were looking to do? What space is Primi going to look to find? You know, is he going to try and do the same things that Buzz was trying to do, right? Get on these lines at Belt, get on these lines at B. Is going to have any proper assistance? When you're running the, you know, Sova alongside the Teo here, you can play a little bit more passively with the drones and with the, you know, salvos for space and the dart as well.
Well, look at those signs then. Yeah, we could read that.
Yeah, that one is readable for me. Yep.
We don't need
We don't need luck. We've got Talon.
Sorry, what was that word? Luck?
Luck.
Okay.
Luck.
Thank you for that. I'm kidding. But yeah, possibly a little bit more for Talon right now. Certainly a bit of a challenge between Primi and Buzz. Trying to contest first place. Buzz meeting each other. Primi taking some damage off that one.
5 ghosts for T1. Well, Sylvan, within an inch of his life, wouldn't even spot out an opponent. Do you still clear it? As Talon?
He's going to stay tucked in. Oh. Good check by Killua.
Now it's the 4 versus 5 deficit where you got to try and piece things together. I think Meteor was spotted by Jip Boys. He was, but it does not matter. Extra info, 2 players around the boiler. He's so hungry to try and establish dominance here. Meanwhile, the rest of the team has managed to slip in towards the A site.
The spike planted now especially as well. Meteor or not, I mean, Reyna or not, he's still Meteor. But of course now spotted out. So no need to worry about lurks or flanks any further. You begin with the drone to advance into sight to clear, but it's quickly shot down.
And Stax is low too, remember.
Tries to get into a sneaky position though, and that's when he's able to spring and find Thigh. A couple kills traded out from both sides as well, but down to just Primi then, who finds the Sheriff shot.
Attacking side of pistol. Going to be squandered here. Talon will manage to get that defuse. Meteor, it feels like you were just not able to escape whatsoever. No matter what angle you went. Back in towards kitchen, dead. Out towards boiler, dead. Out towards orange, dead.
Dead.
No matter which way you go, and I got to give good recognition for Talon as well. Just not overheating in a lot of those moments, even in that B main creep that they go together, right? They go together. It's the fact that there's going to be a tradability for them. Slowly but surely, going in for a lot of these retakes. I mean, you've got a team that plays extremely slow as well, right? Time and time again, you can throw in a couple of fast rounds to catch your opponents off guard. So I wonder the depth that Talon feel they have on this map to change things up like that.
Also not enough game tape for T1 to study up on either.
Yeah, exactly.
So long since this map was played, but right now it's just the guns coming alive. 2 kills up by mid. Certainly some footsteps heard around green as well.
Yep. Favoring Armageddon earlier.
Quick rotations then, but Primi's here.
With the Outlaw, it'll just make mincemeat of you as T1. Yep, look at that. Easy as you love it. Misses the second shot. How dare he?
I dare you to miss the next one. Come on, Primi.
Here.
1 miss, shame on
Here.
me.
Spike
2 miss,
planted.
shame on you. Plant down though for T1. Still gonna be happy with that with just classics.
It's good money. Oh, good on the double dink as well. Izu, what is that? 2 kills now. He's taken Primi down. Nonetheless.
2 kills in a plant, yeah. I think you're kind of okay with that as T1, all things considered. But for Talon, you extend out a little bit more of a lead. If you're able to pull away a bonus round here, that could be pretty devastating to T1. So we'll see how they're going to look to navigate this next round coming over with some Guardians and an Outlaw. I mean, you got to be a little bit more protective of your own investments in this next round as T1 as well. So if somebody has to drop down onto something of a lesser variety, miss any bit of utils or, you know, lighter shields for that matter, you're going to have to clear corners, which is why the spike plant down in a scenario like that is a little bit more important, right? They get 2 of them down, which means that they do manage to get all the armors out, the util that they need.
Everything fully equipped and online. So Primi's Outlaw in this round is going to have to meet its mark. Currently positioned around B though, Primi. Looks towards mid. He does see Sylvan.
He's hungry for it though, isn't he? He knows that he can have the line of superiority with the scope weapon there. Meanwhile, the rest of the team can start to meander around the map and re-figure out where they want to hold their defenses. Name of the likes of Jip Boys back towards that A side after a slight lean away.
Still holding the angle. Someone does re-challenge as well, but well now weight beginning to shift across for both teams. Some responsibility on the shoulders of Killua until T1 routes back.
And something that Stax was doing really well was the 0 points towards B when you think a pop might be coming out, right? That's something that Talon are not going to be able to do on this defensive side, so they're going to have to put a little bit more stock in towards holding the drone for the later on stages of the round, or holding a dart that they can shoot out there and maybe be one of these unexpected positions that's hard to break quickly.
Speaking of drones and darts, Cruz trying to sneak and flank as well, but unbeknownst to him, Sylvan somewhere out behind. Might get spotted out, but that's it. The hit going on towards the A site. Thigh trying to hold down the shots. It's going to be Sylvan and Izu fighting a 2 apiece though. Thigh then answering back. Killua taking down Sylvan as well. 3v2. Good flash from Stax, but doesn't deter Talon whatsoever. The salvo's coming back in.
You got a fragment 4 stacks. You've got still a little bit of killjoy utility, but you really just got to hit your shots here, Quack.
Stacks trying to get proactive. He's hitting his shots. He's hitting his shots. Killua brings it to a 1v1, but with a sidestep. Meteor. Some slight moments, but it's just going to be Killua coming back up on top.
There's no difference in a map like this one. Doesn't matter if you're playing the Killjoy or the Reyna, you got to hit your shots at the end there as Meteor, and that one just cannot be calculated. A bonus round conversion for the likes of Talon, and you just look at the shots, right? Open space that Talon are able to find a lot of those good shots to coming out, and more namely the trade game from Thai in those first 2 that he's able to get, and then the 1 versus 1, we'll look at the repeat back here. The Guardian headshot to come through from Killua. Nicely done from Talon, but enough in the coffers for T1 to go at it again, and maybe they themselves want to go a little bit more speedy in this round. You've got a null command available, you've got Izu 1 away from the Armageddon. If you're able to get close quickly and drop that, I mean, you could definitely look to steal away a quick one here.
Could fully overwhelm Jit Boys at the very least. But that's when Killua has Armageddon as well for the retake. And look at Talon also wrapping all the way around.
And now, because you didn't use the null command to get into the site, you actually have it to buy some time when you look to go for a post plant that's going to lock you in the site because of 3 players on the flank.
Okay, well, nonetheless, they find themselves in this spot. Gonna have to try to fight their way out of this, but not aware that Cruz is watching the back. He's got the Outlaw. 2 shots, 1 apiece. Primi then up on top. Good little dink. Repositions with the updraft as well, but Izu still able to spin on a dime until Jit Boys, Talon with numbers, prevailing on top.
Yeah, Izu not given a little bit of a breath between that kill there, so does get traded out quite nicely, but it's just quick recognition from Talon that T1 are trying to waltz in towards this A site real rapid. Time to be bought as well from Killua on the Armageddon because of all the damage that he did in the previous couple rounds, right? That buys significant time to throw a problem T1's way. And Cruz as well, getting some good shots out with the Outlaw. Just very cohesive are Talon, it feels like, on this map currently. Stretching out their lead now on this defensive side to 10 rounds, double digits achieved, and look at what they've converted. It's 6 rounds in a row if you consider the half flip as well.
Oh yes, it's getting kind of dicey for T1 if I'm being honest, Komodo. Thai now with the Viper's Pit potentially as well. Oh, quick to deploy it. Alt Orb picked up.
Yeah, you definitely need to see T1 come back with an answer here. Otherwise they need to call another timeout and really have a huge decision. Kind of surprised that they didn't drop the second one already. Unless I'm forgetting that they already did use 2, but I don't believe so.
Oh, this is not good. Drone spots out. You got Primi watching the angle.
Yeah, I mean, Primi should be good for 1 playing on top of Yellow here.
Such a sneaky angle as well.
At this current point in time too, unless you know, you're salvoing him off the line as Izu. You've already used your stealth drone, but they do manage to get him out because he was on the stealth drone, rather.
Continuous drone from Cruz as well, but yeah, those salvos. T1 using it to try to get a pinch onto Primi instead. Primi will get away unscathed nonetheless.
Null command used by Stacks as well is going to try and keep Talon honest a little bit in what they utilize around it, but now the ult starts coming out from afar.
Oh, he finds a second shot! Hunter's Fury coming in! It's 2 kills! Just the last one left. Meteor trying to fight back, but certainly no way to pick up his fallen brethren. Primi! Off to the triple kill!
Man, Talon, they are absolutely looking to lay down the law on this defensive side, aren't they? That's another round that they managed to gather. This time, not in a post-plant variety, though. They stave off the plant from even going down. You got the null command in, but the operator shots are sublime, and you've also then just got the Sova and Cruz outside of the range of the null command, so he's able to just laser them on down. These components that Talon are finding at the right time around the maps, whether it's information in what they hear around B, you know, courtesy of Primi being on the line at the first point, and then just also combining a lot of this utility as well, is kind of looking superb. Why were Talon a team that have not played Icebox?
Good question. I guess we'll hash it out with Frost at some point, maybe Jovi as well. But you do gather it's just the fact that they've been working on other maps, and now Icebox is a perfect way to surprise T1 with their own comp, their own strats and protocols.
Well, I guess if you're in a situation where you really want to try and get in towards playoffs, you need to potentially bring out something from your strat book that you just haven't yet. A map that you've not played.
True that.
Certainly a way of doing that. When you consider as well, you know, that if Talon do lose this one, for example, they really need Zeta to win for them to get in towards playoffs. You know, there's also a world in which, you know, in this Omega bracket that Talon can even get top of the bracket in some weird way. If Talon win, if Nongshim win, and if Team Secret win, Talon are top of the bracket.
Insane.
It's unlikely outcome, but we'll see.
The 1 out of a million chance. No, I'm kidding. But definite furrowed brows on the side of T1 as the coach tries to bring something up together. But it's quickly dismayed by Primi with his op still holding down these huge sight lines.
Yeah, and you've taken Buzz down as well, right? So it makes things real awkward for T1, who do manage to get into the A site.
Yeah, Null Commando still able to get in. But Jit Boys, anchor position found. He's got 2 kills. He's getting a hat trick.
So
just Meteor. And he's getting surrounded. Komodo, I
haven't heard of this story before, Quack.
Chapter 1, you get peeked.
Still running in this flawless variety for Talon on the defensive side right now. That is 6 rounds in a row to give themselves 6 map points. That's a non-conversion for T1 on the back of the timeout as well. Just good tip of the hat to Jit Boys, isolating all the 1v1s on the site there with 2 HP for him too. That is absolutely gorgeous. T1, it feels like they have ran out of steam on this map at the moment because Talon are just not giving them any space. And if they are giving them the space, well, it's because it's a trap, and they know.
So much to consider. Right now, still trying to figure out if Primi is once again on the A site.
And Talon are already all the way up B main for all of this information together as Killua and Dai, so they know this is the A site.
Oh, but then Cruz, sudden peek.
Buzz down first again.
Tough when your star duelist is gone. At least the lockdown, possibly to give some space. Primi! How are you doing this?
Counter lockdown in. Gonna force some respect here a little bit when the plant does go down. Enough time for Sylvan to get out, but it's a 3 versus 5.
Pulls out the knives, looking to cut and divide. The Viper Spit at the very least to give T1 some safe haven on the site. Izu, sneaking all the way underneath. Talon might not know. The spring transfer not quite there though, and Cruz carries his team across the finishing line, closing out this map with a final score of 13-6.
That is a really commanding map to come through from Talon, answering on the attack of their own as well, tie things up at the half, but it's the second half. Sheer domination, not a single round dropped to T1's attacking endeavors, which, you know, we saw a lot more from T1 or against RRQ on Icebox in terms of the attacking side, but they still lost that one 13-10 here. It feels just a little bit more disconnected for T1, and I'm going to flip that back over towards Talon because that map looked a lot better from you guys.
Yeah, especially Cruz back on the IGL role. Clear signs of coach preparation coming into the team. And not to mention also, the desk was kind of talking about it, but the rookies definitely stepped up today.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of elements where we've seen the likes of Dai and Killua have some silent affairs, but in this one, you know, I think the Lurks are working a treat. Dai's getting out the multi-kills. Killua's getting in there dirty as well. You've got Jit Boys still looking to do things too consistently, and then Primi not being scared for a lot of these duels that he's wanting to take, but also being a little bit more just well-rounded in how he is opting to take those duels too. So you've just got kind of, in my eyes, all 5 members of Talon stepping up in that map.
So many times, so many rounds, especially in the second half though. We cannot talk about the second half without bringing up Primi's name.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely gorgeous, right? I mean, more importantly, I just think it's the whole team, man. Like, honestly, it's the whole team. Not a single rounds dropped for defense. That means you have to be just on point.
He's just been on point again and again and again, locking out a lot of these lanes for the side of T1. And right now, well, the Thai super team will lead the current series with 1-0 as we toss it back over onto our desk.
All right, Talon securing Icebox, securing their map pick even though T1 did switch up the comp, we like the changes that they had. Buzz was on the Jet. They went back to the more meta style, but still, Talon had everything in order.
Yo, 14 and 5, first kills.
Cooked him.
I mean, I was saying like, I don't know if you should go and take aim duels with T1. Forget about that.
Yeah.
Dude, like 14 to 5, they cooked them.
What were you saying about individual expression? That felt like pure expression to me. That was pure expression, especially on this second half.
Yeah.
What T1 couldn't express anything. Primmy's in their face. Perfect. Honestly, great game from Talon. It's so easy to see why they take it to Icebox. T1 have a huge weakness there. Even changing the comp wasn't enough today. I don't think their game plan ended up being, you know, different enough, to be honest. And I feel like Talon had every single read here. Very, very confident map 1. And, you know, I think we have to highlight some of these other players. It's not the same old names we're seeing now at the top of the Talon scoreboard.
Yeah, we're seeing a little rotation. Rookies coming up top. Thai, this is so interesting to see Thai at the top. He was bottom fragging, frankly. I don't know how else to put it. He was bottom fragging last week. It was terrible. You picked him,
when he was in my
Morgan.
team. Now I don't have him when he lights up the server. Thanks, Thai.
Against T1. You know, you love to see it. He was playing with confidence, 4 first kills. I mean, you're getting double the first kills of Buzz when you're playing the bloody Viper. And even on attack, he was taking initiative. The dude was walking out B. He was like, wait, so on the other side of this Viper orb, it's like Buzz or Meteor. Oh, well.
You know what I would call it if your Viper is taking, you know, those kind of first duels and he's getting aggressive?
What?
Individual expression. He's expressing in the server. That's his art. That's his canvas.
Could you just stop expressing a little bit and let Victoria talk?
Yes. I think we need a separate stat line for that. Individual expression. And in my hands here, I have the name of the 2 rookies. And we got to talk about the Thylights because his individual expression was enormous.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. This wasn't the replay I had in mind, but I actually really liked the way they took A here with the double drone. You have the Teo utility to push back on the left side, and then you're able to actually execute the site. This is kind of what I was talking about with the KO more so, but also works well with the Sova util. Really liked that A take, but then after that, I mean, I'm assuming... Okay, so that was the A take, but we want to see Thylights.
We want to see Thylights. Thylights.
Give me the Thylights.
Come
right
on.
now, come on, production. Thank you. Yes, here we go. I mean, this is just beautiful. He looked like he was so confident. He was taking aim duels on the attacking side. This is exactly why Talon picked him up in the first place.
I mean, this is textbook confidence. It's really nice to see him settle in, have a much stronger performance after last week where, you know, he definitely had his difficulties. And I think he's for sure come in with something to prove today.
Yeah.
It was very, very obvious in that map 1. And I love it on Icebox when your Viper can get a little bit more creative, start pushing those boundaries a little bit more. You're in a very good spot if he's able to win all this.
He was reading the rotations really well as well and taking a lot of individual decisions in his own strife. And I've seen so many rookie players just like, oh, I'm playing a big team. I'm not going to take any risks. I'm not going to push through the mid orb. I'm not going to try to push out B long. I'm just going to not feed my life. He was very much like taking risks and taking duels and winning them.
All right. Well, I mean, you like to see it from this team because this is exactly what we needed from Talon. Now, this round was also quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a really nice ult combo from Talon. I mean, you had the Viper on the A side of the map with the pit up. He invested his orb over on B. You had T1 invest all of their utility to push Primmy off of that yellow line. Yeah. But you can see the orb on default there keeps him alive. And then you had Cruz rotating from Boiler's side. Those are the kind of set rounds that really work themselves out. On one side of the map, you have the Jet with the ult. On the other side of the map, you have the Viper pit. And then you have the Sova who's able to rotate and use his ult accordingly to be able to break down whatever play that the other team is going to do. And they just played that perfectly. Killua had a great game here as well. Like I was saying, this was the biggest factor for me for Talon is like, how are these rookie players going to play? They didn't play particularly well last week, but we've had a little bit of time to recover from that Zeta series. But there we go, MVP for Thai. Killua played fantastic as well. It was a well-rounded, really good approach from Talon, who once again, this is what I was saying about this team. If they have a good approach and they have good prep, they can beat any team in the league. Yeah. They can beat T1, they can beat TRX, they can beat any team in the league. It's just a question of how consistent they're going to be and how well prepared they're going to be in terms of, is the read right on this day.
Yeah, I mean, I do like that we're seeing the rookies step up a lot now. It's much harder, as we say. When you're against big name players, big teams, a lot of people freeze up. And I felt like they freezed up more last week against, a team they sort of should have beaten. But, there are players that we would call, big game players, right? Where it's, they really step up when you need to in that moment. They know that their playoffs are on the line today, and they don't want to waste this opportunity. They don't want to waste this chance. So seeing these rookies step up is a very, very big thing for this Talon roster, and that would be huge for them if they're able to get into playoffs and then, of course, carry that all the way through.
Now, Talon getting to playoffs, obviously a lot is on the line for them, but how about T1 and their seeding going into playoffs? How much does this match matter to them?
I mean, they've already dropped against RRQ, and I know that would have been disappointing for them, because for T1 in this league, they would probably be thinking, well, we're only really going to lose to the other Korean teams. We're going to lose to DRX like they did in kickoff, or we're going to lose maybe to Gen G because they have this championship core. Those are the rivalries they're probably looking at. They've dropped to a really good in-form RRQ. Talon would be another step even further down from that. They've been dropping maps to all kinds of teams. They dropped a map to Secret, who are already out of the tournament. So this is extremely kind of worrying for T1. Even though they are guaranteed to playoffs, they're a massive question mark at the moment. And again, at least domestically here in Pacific, even internationally, in that international run that they had at Masters Bangkok, this is a team that drops series. They're not bulletproof.
Yeah, it could be very interesting. We just saw Paper X win and qualified to playoffs. They'll be in the lower bracket there, and it could end up being T1 facing against them. Now, the second map of today is going to be Haven. T1 has shown a lot of strength on this map, but you know what, Talon as well, they've used the Fnatic comp. They've credited Boaster for helping them out. So I wonder how this is also going to all turn out.
Yeah, I mean, T1 love this double-double duelist. I mean, it's so textbook for them. Meteor being one of the best ISOs, I think, in the world right now. It's no surprise that they've been loving this composition. I think it fits them very well. And for me, it's obvious why they want to pick this today. It's such a home ground for them. Such a strong map.
Yeah, over on the side of Talon, they have adopted this same comp. They were in kickoff playing the meta comp with Primi on the Jet, but we know that Talon has multiple different comps that they like to play. This comp has been a little hit or miss for them. I think it worked quite well against Secret, and then they played against Nongshim, and it was a pretty bad game of Haven, all things considered. So I would like to see if they're going to go back to what they were playing before on the meta comp. Are they going to have a similar approach? Because I still feel like I don't really want to see them play a comp that's been a little bit lackluster for them in a mirror against T1, the team that is literally the best at playing this comp.
I mean, I think I disagree with you. After that map 1, they're going to have so much confidence. They were able to win all those aim duels in that double duelist. You can kind of run at each other and take those fights. If they believe that they can win those fights, I see no reason to change.
I don't think that that's the approach they should be going for here, though, because this is the thing. T1, like a lot of these Korean teams, is very inflexible. They're not going to change their comp until they're forced to, like we just saw on Icebox. They've just changed their comp after multiple losses and some stubbornness on that map. Their routines and the way they approach the game is well established. It's usually with the individual skill and just the solidity of the approach overall that gets them through these games. So this is where I really want to see Talon's coaching staff show us some really good preparation and a good game plan here.
You just want to see what else they have up their sleeve, because we know Talon has multiple agent comps, and if that one didn't work last time, let's ditch it and rewrite it.
Ooh, Talon, there we go. They've changed it up. This is the third different comp we've seen from them in Pacific. It's going to be a Cypher Deadlock comp with Primi on the Yoru, so that's a very interesting approach, and they are going to get to play defense first here.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like this look from Talon. On the side of T1, nothing changes. Meteor on the ISO, Buzz on the Yoru. This is such a classic look for them, and they don't see a need to change anything here on their own map pick.
I think this Talon comp's going to be a nightmare to attack into, though. You've got a lot of Senti util coverage across the map, but then you'll also have Primi floating around on the Yoru and being very disruptive, able to play off of his TPs, so it's going to be quite hard for T1 on attack here.
Buzz has a lot to do to break that the Sentinel util there on the Yoru.
Yes, absolutely. All right, we're going to go into map 2. We're going to find out if Talon will be qualifying to playoffs. Gentlemen, the casters, how are you feeling about your predictions today?
I feel pretty good.
Mine are in the bin, and I don't care because I just want good Valorant. And
we got good Valorant!
That's what we might have here. We may have another upset, and T1 may be going out 2-0 here. Who knows? If I'm to throw my guess in towards this one,
Talon do not want to be in a scenario where their playoff chances are in another team's hands.
Oh, 100%.
So they may very well have picked 2 comps to specifically counter T1 today. And that's the kind of thing that I can envision them doing. I'd like to know in an interview if they win that specifically, because you're going up against this potential big diving comp, TP comp with Buzz in there. Double Senti.
Oh,
you can definitely bring in some traps.
In Coach Frost, we trust. They knew that this was going to be a map pick. They picked to start on defense intentionally. Now spotting out one of the T1 players.
Just a note as well, nobody in any of the 4 partner leagues run a deadlock on this map.
Oh, Killua spinning back around, takes down Buzz. You got Izu running by the cage, and Killua still finding frags. Shields cracked, and Thai unfortunately stuck in a reload, so a bit of control now on the B side for T1. Trying to call for a mid-round adaptation.
And you had Stacks just waltz all the way through from sewers on towards this A site as well. So it is technically free for the taking, but you still got to contend with a lot of that utility that, when tripped, will now reveal where everyone is. There's also a camera that hasn't actually been opened by Jit Boys yet, I do believe. So he will now have that to spot out some info, which has just been noted, to go into this 3 versus 3 post play.
Gotta watch out for potentially A-Long as well. Well, the dart will clear that. Meteor knows that his opponents are approaching in from Link. The swing out, though, especially with the blind side, Primi could play spoiler. Low HP is Meteor, and a great grab net coming out all of a sudden. 2v1. Oh, and it's Cruz falling to his death as Sylvan finds the shot. Primi, though, still with the mechanical skill to put Talon up on top.
That right click. The bullets at the end there, they look like they would connect on towards Primi, but maybe it was one, maybe it was none. It looks like
Is that the minima?
Yeah, the new skin collection to come on through. To be honest, minima collection, add a like reload, add some small sounds, still keep it minimal, and it would be a cop. Like it's too minimal.
Too minimal.
It's too minimal.
Yeah, we like the effects.
And I'm the guy that doesn't see a lot in this game, so.
Copper drop.
You know that's something.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, Komodo can't see color, and that's why you like the minima skins. Well, that said, still a beautiful round nonetheless, skin or not, for Talon. And right now, with some trappy outlaws. Got the stinger off to the other side as well. Cruz trying to hold some information going through for Talon.
Spreading the map. See what you can do, bait out some utility, see if there's any damage that these pistols are going to be able to collect on.
Yo, really? That's a really deep barrier mesh.
And unfortunately for the likes of Talon,
uh-oh,
they don't know that a player has snuck on by.
Double dink. All of a sudden, Cruz has to hold it down, but he does! The stinger double kill! Swap to the classic right click! Hat trick in round 2, and the quad! Cruz!
Yeah.
Welcome back to the server!
That was a very sharp shot at the end of that one as well, with the Guardian single shot headshot. But I gotta say, you know, you gotta reel in that wall, right? You gotta make sure no opponents get in front of you, because that could have been upset potential in another world. Nevertheless,
naughty.
Second round gathered out here by Talon. Good little mow down, playing close quarters with the stinger. And then, yeah, we'll just watch that one back. A nice shot at the end there. But this is the new round, right? This is the round where we'll have the weaponry be purchased up by T1. And these are the rounds as well where I'm wondering, as Talon, you know, you're going in with this agent lineup. I'm expecting you to have a lot of counters, expecting T1 not to change the agents in this map, right?
Specifically,
what have you cooked up, you know?
Something maybe against Meteor as well. They've already heard some utility off towards this A-Long area, so Cruz quick to stall them with the barrier.
You take that TP and generally you'd be straight in towards a stun, but you were just removed of your ability.
Stuns and survival smokes coming online. Cyber cage for Cruz to play around, and it's Primi just with a ghost. Dives down and deep. It's going to be Meteor who finds the frags just to put a splash back against Talon.
Yeah, needed to see something decisive come back from T1 in that round to try and win it on cleanly. Maybe I'll advise for someone to drop out of heaven immediately with only a pistol there, but it is what it is. Trying to just get dirty in the ring. It's not going to work out. You'll take into the next round an Annihilation as Cruz, by the way. So that's going to be interesting to see how that one will be played into the fresh round. I believe Primi as well as one off the dimensional drift, so already getting, you know, quite active towards the ultimates. But you flip it on over, Meteor with the kill contract, that's the one that I'm a little bit more interested in, right? He's going to win that one out. The standard, knife strafe right, go for the shot.
Oh, but then you have to push out from Talon.
Yeah, straight up through mid, 3 of them in fact. Can have a pretty quick flank to potentially catch Izu off guard.
Gonna have to work against Trips for now at least, but yes, Izu.
Here we go, Cruz.
Quite aware, kill contract, nope. Straight into the gulag. Cruz trying to get a good rush against Meteor, but the best ISO in the world answers back. Primi now then, out from A long. And also for Izu up around short. Good holds coming out from T1 so far. And unfortunately, even if with the dimensional drift, Talon not quite able to fight back until Killua attempts at some shots. The fake out quickly shot as well, but Primi then for the next one. Just Izu left, and he's very clearly spotted out by Long. Both of them lining themselves up for it, and it's angles that are too hard for Izu to contend with. Talon up 3-1.
That's great patience from Killua there as well. As soon as they recognize they're in the 2 versus 1 situation and they haven't taken note exactly on the reposition to come through from Izu, settle down a little bit, drone out towards Long, you remove his abilities. I mean, that point in time, he doesn't have a cage that he can drop down to try and spray through on towards the spike. Just makes it a little bit more stickier for Izu. And unfortunately in the note as well for Stax shooting the wrong Yorg, hitting the clone, unfortunate.
Not too bad though also, I mean, just alongside Primi, we have Killua finding some moments in that highlight as well.
Yeah, and you still held on to the Annihilation from that round because Cruz lost it in the Gulag. And now you've picked up the Armageddon as well.
So once again, back to the main strat of trying to stall potential A hits, but right now, Primi, oh, great and sharp on the check. However, the shield.
Yeah, it's the counter, but you are forced to gate crash away, which does actually mean it cements in stone the player advantage for Talon. Now to contend with Cruz, who has dropped the barrier mesh down through towards Sewer.
So that will segregate both T1 and Talon around A short for now.
Yeah, but it'll start to expire, which means that there is possibility that they can creep on up. Meteor does have the Vandal too.
I assume Cruz trying to play in position for a surprise kill or Annihilation.
Potentially just play for that Annihilation in this sort of situation. You've got the Gravnet as well, but he's just going to go for a 1-to-1 trade. Spike to go towards this A side as well, but do you even fancy an early plant here from Meteor? Because your team is just on an island at the moment. They're trying to paddle their way over, and eventually they will get here. So a player advantage for Talon, still with an Armageddon online for Killua, if needed. You got a lot of abilities though for Talon.
Armageddon, possibly. Certainly, at some point, just to flush them out. Trying to maybe look for some reactions first, though. The Paranoia sent out. Then the salvos, but look at Meteor threading the needle once again. Armageddon then sends over, forces Stax out of position, but oh, just all held up by the choke point, lined up for Sylvan and Meteor.
Just a strong crossfire there for T1, not really giving a lot of space to Talon to get back in towards that. Feel like Cruz maybe playing a little bit more on the caution side of things may very well have netted a better result for Talon, specifically where they have the 4 versus 5, because that's a 1 versus 1, right? Makes it a little bit more awkward. Had he just been playing Spotto, potentially have the numbers, have the Gravnet to combo with the team. Irrespective, some good shots out from Sylvan at the end there. And that means that we are still kept a little bit more competitive here. Not seeing Talon start to really bleed out a lead and not have to worry about too much of the credits, where now they do have to, and it's why they take a knee here down to the Eco. You'll have a strong buy in the next round, you'll even have an operator possible.
Oh, and off to the Eco in a kill contract. This is tough. Jit Boys, unfortunately, of course, gonna fall.
Ow.
Well, unbeknownst to T1, perhaps the full far stack up by A-Link. That said, still not a favorable fight for Talon. They're just happy to dive right in and find as much as possible with the classics. Stax then off to the sides with the Phantom to spray. Not truly praying because Who needs faith when you have the aim and the skills to back all of the kills up?
Nice shots to come out from that one, just weathering the eco, making sure that you're not losing too much in the grand scheme of things as T1. Stretching out into a new round as well, and these are the sort of moments where, you know, you need to have some good adjustments, you need to have some good information gathering on an agent composition like T1, of course. They can make things quite one-dimensional if they need to and quite followable, but with what Talon are throwing at you with their agents, you know, I kind of expect it to be a little bit slower, which is what they've been playing for on these rifle rounds so far.
Yeah, so pace slowing down somewhat. Primi still trying to throw a wrench into their plans around sewer.
Dimensional drift on in from Buzz, though, will find a good amount of information you may expect for the team to overwhelm in towards this site. Comboed with the Hunter's Fury, and you're getting some good damage out as well.
Yeah, great burst, and it does force Talon to disperse. Unfortunate for Primi, he gets quickly deleted. 3-on-4 retake.
The plant will go down as well. Is this going to be a bit too far-fetched for Talon? I think it is already calling for it. Nowhere near the action, no smokes available for Die. Yes, you have an Annihilation, but that's just going to have to sit pretty.
Potentially even for a future timeout. I mean, what do you think of Talon so far?
In what regard? That is a very
Bringing out,
open-ended question.
A surprise composition, trying to play it so far.
If it's directly to counter T1 here, I love the idea to try and bring the game into your own hands where you're not relying on the what if in case you lose, right? You're going at it with the game plan to counter them. And sometimes you don't have your key components at the right site, right? Your opponents get ultimates. Your opponents are going to win these duels sometimes. That it happens, but it's the way that Talon need to be maneuvering around the map that I need to see a little bit more of. You know, we've held this cocoon for quite a little bit now. Seen some risks be played out. We've seen some patient plays not work either.
Right, because repeatedly, the previous round, we'll kind of write that off. It was an eco. But after the 2 successful A hits, I think, that's kind of what I want to zero in on. Talon haven't quite been able to successfully fend off incoming attacks or to anchor down the A site.
Right, playing in this double duelist comp, if you're against the dimensional drift, all right, write that one off. They're just going to find all the information. It is what it is. If that's not available and you're setting up, let's say, Cypher Util and Deadlock Util, what's going to destroy that? Stacks being heads up on where to put the shock darts. A clone as well to remove a bit of it, right? And you're already seeing those be toyed with from T1. So it comes down to them making some real quick decisions early on how to counter what Talon has surprised them with. And Talon needing to then potentially change things up for their own, which is why you're seeing, that the 3 mid-walk from them to try and catch T1 off guard, right? There's these ideas that they probably need to play a little bit more with their bodies forward as opposed to just relying on their utility to go for a lot of these traps. The trap wires at the A site should be expected now, right? It's just standard, where would the Yoru TP to? Well, let's put some traps there and hope they go into it for us to get a free kill.
That then, though, we also saw Autumn getting quite vocal with the team, so a different direction now for the Korean super team.
Shock dart to the front of B, not going to destroy any util, no traps there for Talon. Give you an idea as well as Primi real close that there may be something coming. You play on the retake towards C where your Cypher util is, be a little bit aware of what may happen in Garage. But ultimately, how do you keep T1 out of this B site? Well, you're going to have to just have some numbers there to try and contend if they do get into the site.
It's to a safer position as well. Even with the utility up around Garage, so painting a good idea now for T1 to then take the B site. Primi trying to get away. Still, though, feeling a lot of contact. Chit Boy's unfortunate on the swing, but Primi to take the duel back. Blindside then for the rest of the team to flood back in. The spike not quite planted safely. Up towards Izu, who then pushes out from Garage. So off towards the middle and window area, it's all Talon being able to completely overwhelm Stacks.
Gotta remember that wall is all wall bangable too, so there is just not a safe position for Stacks to be able to hold on in the end there. Thought it might look a little bit awkward for Talon, but Primi is able to just dance and deliver around the back of that site for the team to then dimensional drift and gather a lot of the information as well. So nicely done for Talon to still, I guess, try and find a pass mark on this defense side, right? Because they're running in the double senti. You know, how proficient are they going to be on their attacking side?
So what's the current grade, Komodo? It's a
current grade?
C minus, pass, no pass?
Oh, it's pass so far.
Okay.
But it's also, you know, your first test of the year, and you can still fall over and fail.
Yeah.
But you could also come out with flying colors and, you know, get a fancy little hat that you can throw in the air.
Paper's not done. We don't have our golden star just yet, but right now, at least T1 still trying to ask some hard questions for Talon straight into Garage, and it forces Jit Boys to think. Knows that it's a clone at least.
And these are the sort of components that I'm talking about earlier on, right? If you've got a lot of these trap plays that you're expecting to come on out, it's just dotting I's and crossing T's, using your clone to reveal some of it or destroy some of it, and then taking the space where that was.
Well, both drones spotted out by A lobby as well now. So Talon trying to shore up the defenses on the A site.
Already got Stacks who has used the Owl drone. And the recon eventually will come back online, but you need to get the rest of your team posted up, ready to get in towards this site. Of course, Buzz, we saw the clone used earlier on, so if you've got a gate crash in a sort of scenario like this, I was going to say you'd expect that to go into the position where the sonic sensors may be, but now that Cruz is gone, well, it makes it a little bit more awkward.
Really tricky now.
30 seconds
Certainly with players neutralized, it makes things a lot easier for T1. Meteor diving into the smokes, but Talon trying to play stacked up alongside it. Killua then coming in as well. Just Sylvan and Izu, who is flanking, but he's been spotted now. Paranoia, and he gets one kill, but for Killua to find a triple in the round. The rookie
Just
coming alive.
Going through the smokes and passing each other like ships in the night. That is a little bit unfortunate for T1, especially with Meteor just investing the shield and it kind of immediately being removed with no good value there. 30 seconds to go before T1 try to actually get in towards the site, and you've already got that rotation from the Talon members to get on over here.
I think in that sense then, some of the Talon players being lighthouses for each other, and that's why they have this specific setup. Even though Cruz fell early on, so Loud Cheers going online, and we have now a 3-stack on the C side. Talon beginning to push out.
I mean, it's like the whole, there's a deadlock, but it's not the only member, right? It's not, the game plan for Talon is not Cruz do everything.
You got Jit Boys and everyone else, but okay.
I mean, we got Primi, bro. They got Primi.
Oh, well.
But now they have Cruz, who opens up on towards Meteor, in towards this C side, and you overlook a cheeky corner of Killua.
And that's why you gotta love these super teams. Barry Mash also kind of deep, but it doesn't allow anyone to slip through this time.
Gun barrel.
T1 trying to scrounge up something together. Sylvan sneaking into the B site, so it pulls the rotations from Talon back to the middle of the map.
And I love how awkward this makes him as well. Sylvan can't just quite 100% feel confident in going for a duel there.
Which also kind of alerts to Talon, you know, no spike towards B just yet. We know it's possibly A, and that's what Jit Boys goes in for the swing! Izu gun down, Primi quick on the trade.
They saw Sylvan before, remember, now flashed out.
Oh, and there's no way that he's able to, survive for long. Talon quick on the draw after they've retrieved so much information.
Yeah, these last couple of rounds, we've just seen some great decision-making from Talon. I gotta say, right, having the numbers rotated nice and early, not being scared to take a couple of these duels against these T1 members, you know, positions not looked after as well by T1, right? You gotta consider that in dropping in towards this double duelist lineup, one of the falterings for a roster like this is if you're going solo by yourself, you have to clear every single corner. You need to make sure as T1 that there is nowhere that Talon could have slipped in towards. And it's just a little bit unfortunate there that Cruz does get in towards the cubby and just removes him. Timeout for T1. Decision-making time, but is there enough that they've seen for the remaining 2 rounds of this half to get up to 6?
It's tough to say. 10 rounds so far. Is that truly enough? Maybe to just go in for some hot or quick fixes and to possibly set something up for the future half as well.
By reaction,
something to do with T1, yeah?
That's something funny. Unfortunately,
Yeah, that's why we got people laughing.
Unfortunately, I'm capped with only knowing English.
Same here. Me no Korean. But hey, we do have, I know a smile when I see one. Jovi and Frost having a good time in that coaching booth.
Yeah, game plan's working so far for them. I think they're going to be pretty happy so far.
That's sufficient evidence that, you know, the coach preparation has come in handy.
Yep.
In the previous round especially.
Back
right
to
now,
Norm
at
as
least.
well with a hat on his head.
Oh yes, last week he didn't have that. That was weird.
Take flight.
Garage though. Premi spotted out and bailed out. So we're back to even Stevens. Bit of utility exchange for sure.
But also information. So
ooh,
Talon not entirely sure.
Does that deep camera though give you an idea that this site might be a little bit more than we can contend with? I mean, Cypher util back towards the side as well, still with the same deadlock util.
It's 2 Sentinels on the side though, Komodo.
Oh, and that's a risky swing out from Jit Boys. I do not like that one.
Good bear mesh though. Also the GravNet, which does capitalize onto a lot of these players for then the TP to get shut down. Buzz, unfortunate. Thought he could slip by. Primi then arriving on the site as well. Talon has A completely surrounded. Salvos to flush them out of a long T1, still trying to get the spike down around this dark cover. It dissipates. Primi strikes. You got Thigh then to find a kill, but then traded right back. Meteor though, just trying to dance back in, but the blindside from Primi, fantastic, allowing him to go in for the Goomba stop.
Yeah, that dark cover really buying a lot of time for Talon there, and just the disconnection from Meteor, right? They had 3 members essentially playing towards default, but then they needed to spread themselves out, and it kind of gave Talon a couple of isolated duels that they could really flourish on. Buzz just getting caught out before the flash comes into effect there as well is quite awkward, but in this 3 versus 3, I mean, you got Primi, you got Thigh, just making sure they do what they do. And Primi, again, he's certainly, you would expect, feeling confident in towards this one. I mean, he is certainly just having a good half. A dimensional drift, though, to come out from Buzz. And now it's Thigh that has to try and win it in the 1 versus 1.
So challenger.
Oh. Ah, Meteor wins it again. He's not dropped him yet.
Found a direction at some point, but yeah, here comes Jit Boys now. Primi still trying to dance around and keep his opponents invested to then allow for Killua to possibly route back around, but oh, Primi shut down. Killua trying to hold the angle, but Stax just quick on the draw.
5-7, a very quick round that T1 are going to be able to at least answer back in that one to get another round on the board. So, all in all, 5-7, I think you're pretty okay with that as Talon. Your game plan's working so far, but now the test is really going to be, you know, put toward them, right? How does this double Senti look on the attacking side? It's a more of a known quantity on what the double duelist is going to look like for T1 after we've seen it time and time again.
Definitely needing to, well, let's think about it. You know, can see some potential obvious trips, but also for crews perhaps with GravNet lineups. But that's not too much to go off of. Need to see the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, certainly going to see some potential GravNet plays come out with, you know, Killua in combination for the salvos. You know, what can you put? Can you put anyone on the floor for Yoru? Primi to just get up and get the kill as well. There's avenues of that, but you're definitely trying to see, you know, as Talon. For me, are they just on the same page still, right? Because there was a lot of moments where it looked like everybody was just very quick in the communications. Everybody had the right idea on what the game plan is looking like on that defensive side. Even if there was moments of overstep, right? Like Cruz peeking out through Heaven or Jit Boys peeking out over through A, right? There was a couple of moments there that the risk didn't really outweigh any sort of reward, but they still managed to pull those rounds back.
Well, I'll try to keep all of it alive, even for T1. Again, the stakes at hand just for Talon to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the biggest thing right now is it's in Talon's hands, right? Is this the half for them to just show us another great second half, maybe in a flawless nature, to get into playoffs?
Oh,
let us see.
Speaking of lineups, Buzz has been spotted. Does get Crash away. Oh, that was lineup for backside. Izu, though, dodges that with ease. Cyber Cage to allow the rest of the team to sneak in, though. And Jit Boys, the double kill going through. Killua fanning out all across. A little bit more support from Primi as well. But down to Stax, who will be able to find a trade out towards Thigh.
Look at the damage, though. I mean, this is the best scenario that Stacks could be in a 1 versus 4. Everybody hurting.
Ace clutch? Maybe. Does have a recon, but that barrier mesh in his face is it's quite pesky.
I'm a bit surprised that Cruz didn't put any sensors on this spike. I'll be real.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, you're right. Just didn't have the time for it, perhaps. Feeling the pressure. Stacks out of garage.
Yeah, he just threw another grav net to back a site.
Killa also taking his time all the way through from Link. Stacks, oh,
they're all
he
running.
knows.
They're all running.
To push up, but he's been spotted. He's been tagged. And they're just holding the positions. The discipline from Talon coming forward. Killua then making some noise. Cruz to swing off contact.
That.
Stacks.
I love
Stacks.
I love that. They recognize they're in a 1 versus 4. They're all low. They don't want to give him a proper duel if he's running anywhere not near the spike, right? It's really cool.
Well drilled.
The thing is, as well, for Talon, right? It's not all, we're running double sentinel, let's camera out, let's grab that out, let's set up our sensors, get in, you know, with Primi on this Yoru and stuff. They're still all hitting their shots, right? They're still making sure that they are not just going for some of these lineups, some of these strengths with the agent utility. They're still being very focused on crosshair placement and discipline as well.
I think what this also means, judging by this pistol round, is the fact that with this coaching staff leading this young Talon squad, you can definitely see them growing alongside everyone. Next round coming up, the Altorp, you hear it being picked up. Primi watching the angles, and he's seen the hat. They line up for him. It's a collateral.
Lineup Larry of a different variety. This time Cruz's grab net would be at the right position for the back of site here, but not really needed with Primi getting that and Cruz getting the finisher. So it's a quick pistol, done and dusted. Those are the rounds that, you know, you generally don't want to see any shenanigans afoot, right? You just want to throw them by the wayside.
Oh, yeah.
My dog ate my homework in that in those sort of rounds and get into the rifle round.
Yeah, you would gander also the fact that there's not a lot of, you don't have a lot of guns lost to the wind. So no shenanigans found. A little bit of an attempt by Stacks, but was quickly spotted out by Jit Boys, and it tells T1 that you got to watch out if you are going to attempt at pushing out.
I believe Primi is 2 away from the dimensional drifts now as well. So if you're able to fashion yourself an orb pickup, which he is indeed, you know, could certainly be powerful.
Really?
He's been good for a couple of these kills too. Could be cheeky.
Cruz on the judge. Talon calling for a B hit. TP's over, looking for a quick spike plant. The judge shot quickly fired off.
I mean, this is a very quick B-site take where you do have a lot of setup util available for the site itself. I mean, there's barriers, there's sensors. The judge can really play around that.
Oh, this was rehearsed.
Yeah, for sure.
Quick TP's out as well, and look at Jit Boys. He's trying to wrap around. Cruz just needs to stay tucked in and stay alive. Buy time for his teammates. Got one player already down, but here comes Cruz. Does find a couple of shots. Jit Boys then springing out. Izu getting gunned down. Oh, this attempt at sticking the spike, though. It's not going to come to a fruition. Buzz then coming back in. It's not halved yet. Meteor trying to play spoiler against the Talon players, but here comes Killa with the salvos. It takes some time, and I think it buys enough time. 2 players, 2v1. And Meteor's still trying to stick it halfway. He's spinning all around. Buzz gets the kill, and T1 manages to string it together.
Luckily so at the end there with the salvos, just not able to do enough for Killa. I thought the judge was actually going to do more from Cruz, right? You just need a point and shoot at that point in time with that weapon. You don't need to move your mouse. You just hold that button and hope to get 3 kills in that scenario. But it's a quick trade to come out actually by Sylvan. And then some good recognition in the 2 versus 2. When you get rid of the 1, it's get on the spike. I'm going to hopefully be good for the remaining kill. And that they are.
Buzz with a sigh of relief.
Yeah, that was a rehearsed, you know, take from Talon, but the end left a tad to be desired. Though you go into the next round, and that is a straight sharp shot. Dimensional drift on a Stacks. He's down for the count. Meteor? Okay.
Not too bad. Does find 1. You got the wall up though,
and one off the kill contract too.
So if he can find something up from heaven, then you might have a real round at your hands. He's gonna try.
No shield though.
Looks for some vision, but yes, no shield. Certainly the kill contract will give him something.
Oh, he's gonna use
Pops
it.
off, and there we go. It's Gulag time.
And Cruz, can he win it?
He's gonna be the contender this time. Here comes a new challenger. Looks to knock him out, and he does. Cruz striking at Meteor's heart. Izu, though, playing off of the position. Salvo's then coming in. Izu sticking it to halfway. Sacrifices his life for it. Sylvan looking to play the 1v2 clutch, but Thigh looking to deny. It's not quite coming through. And it's all for Killua to swing. He does it at the last possible second, winning the round in a nick of time.
Yeah, talk about close haircuts, I gotta say. Good shot out from Killer at the end of that one to not Nicky Zia. I mean, it gets a little bit awkward. Cruz finally winning a duel in the kill contract, but with no shield. I mean, if the shield was there, I think Meteor probably wins that one, right? Good to get a cheeky shot on towards Jit Boys there. Remainder of the round, though, I mean, you gotta say, so close. Die almost giving an opportunity for Sylvan to come out with that at the 1 versus 1 at the end. Credits, though. Let's have a check-in. Where art thou, T1? Where art thou, money? Just Meteor on the Vandal.
Wherever for art thou? Well, he certainly won't back down from a fight. Current positions, information gained. They might have saw that it was a clone. Buzz.
Yeah, got to get out of that one, which means it's space now for Talon. That special delivery is going somewhere special outside the map. Really got to see T1 come away with a cheeky round here. Stacks one away from Hunter's Fury. Buzz, Dimensional Drift, if he can try and get in any sort of favor to use it. You know, an opening kill, a weapon stolen, or Stacks, yeah.
Nice try.
And now that's all the info.
Oh, but quickly dealt with as Buzz swings out. So some information going for Talon to then decide on a site.
And where do you want to kind of go here as Talon as well? You know, the C site where you just pinged out the Cypher. What utility do you expect Izu to potentially have? Well, he's still holding all of it. Doesn't matter because he's now going to be a pretty butterfly.
Hello, go in.
30 seconds
Reach your next stage of evolution. Meanwhile, you got the wall up, the Armageddon also. You got some rifles retrieved for T1, so a possible runway for them to launch this retake.
Oh, but you've already used the Dimensional Drift, remember?
Which makes it a little bit more difficult. Still got to work against this wall. Blindside out from Buzz, but quickly dodged by Thigh, who finds the double kill to bring Talon back up to, well, 11.
Yeah, Talon's game plan against T1 has certainly been thoroughly researched and counted for, but there's also just a lot of requirements on the players hitting their shots, comboing this utility in amongst the mid rounds as well, and altering around that, right? When they get the neural theft in this sort of round, someone needs to make a quick decision to pivot towards C, to get the spike plant down, to still have guns up and not play on the back of full utility as well. They've got a great recognition on how they kind of want to be playing these agents as well, and who's playing pivot, who's switching to lurk, who's catching T1 off guard. And now this time out, I mean, it's an important one.
So important.
T1 at least safety that they're in the playoffs, right?
Sure.
But for Talon to come away with this dominating fashion, if these are both, you know, 12, 13 sixes, right? You're thinking, all right, are Talon really learning? Are Talon really a big contender? Or is T1 maybe just taking a bit of a step back here? And, you know,
who knows? You're also thinking about the playoff top seed, but apart from that, if Talon wins today, you know, Zeta's definitely gonna have to win their match against Longshim if they are looking to qualify.
If Zeta also want to get into playoffs, yeah. And I mean, T1 RRQ.
All said and done though, right now as we head back into the game off this timeout, right now, if T1 are to make a comeback, it has to happen now or never.
Buzz got an operator that's going to be sat over towards the A side of things with Stacks there to assist as well. So if you're wanting to try and contend with anything over towards this C site, you're going to have to meet with, well, 3 members.
Whoa.
Through Garage inside itself.
Talon though, the spams in the Garage.
Buzz gone unaccounted for, however.
And all of a sudden, the Hunter's Fury from Stacks confirms information, then for Buzz to spring out.
And now you got a 4 versus 4 scenario where you've lost a Senti on both sides. Comes down to the timing, I think, right now for Sylvan. What are you going to be able to do? You're hungry for it. You found one, looking for another one, but the hunt is on. The trade eventually comes forward for Talon, and they'll take control of Garage, but they'll put on a little bit of the brakes, park up for a moment.
Right, decent engagement, and now for a slight reset, Jit Boys looking for something else around Cubby. Unfortunate then as Meteor swings. You got Buzz, who is in position now to cut Kilo at his torso, just Thigh left.
And a 1 versus 3, gonna be pretty difficult. You may expect here, 30 seconds to go, full Omen utility. Wouldn't be surprised if T1 are okay with this one to just go into a post plant. You've got Stax that's going to be able to flank from mid, and the other two members come from C-Link.
Question is, though, then, where does Thai play? What's he looking for?
Well, it's the gap, and that's what he's got right now. Paranoia in play available.
Trying to get into position to send that out once he has clear information. Right now, no real idea, just the drone. Oh, the slow convergent shield as well. At some point, you got to send it over. Meteor almost sticking it all the way through, but Buzz watching the angle. T1 able to claw their way back just by a round.
Yeah, pretty calm from them at the end there as well when the drone clears nearly every angle on the site, and the rest of the squad does as well. There's only really one position that he could have managed to escape to, right, over towards the A-Link side of things. Good amount of effort done with the operator in there, as well as that Hunter's Fury to try and get something. And then it's just by the timing around the round, right? Making sure that the gaps are kind of accounted for and expected. A little late alert towards C-Long. Good adjustment from T1 on the back of a timeout to stave off Talon from getting number 12 on the board, but they're still all right. They still have another purchase to come forwards here. And having said that, already seen the operator, an immediate adjustment to try and flush Buzz, get him a little bit awkward, hot under the collar, has to get out.
Yeah, good pressure. Meteor, though, coming back in to assist the team.
And that's some good leaning, but on the flip side, camera destroyed over at C-Long. Gate crash from Buzz back towards the C side as well. So do you really feel like you want to stay around A? Do you feel like you need to gate crash over towards the C side at the moment? You don't have a picture-perfect idea on where Talon are looking to end things.
Yeah, not fully, not yet. Premi gate crashing out as well. Not truly audible until the trap gets broken, but Cruz all of a sudden with a lurk.
Man, what more is he going to be able to do here at the moment? Izu is a little bit stuck. He's got a lot to do.
Good gate crash by Buzz as well, so both online, but Premi with the sudden gate crash towards the backside. He lines them up. Jit Boy's now finding the frag, and then the spike plant.
Stax has to save or has to come out with a miraculous 1 versus 4.
It is Stax after all. A fragging IGL if nothing. It's been known to find huge clutches before. Currently just spotted by the other IGL. Even with the grab net, Stax able to fire back. This is not impossible, but it will be difficult. 1v3 and everyone from Talon, a huge firing squad lined up around C-Long. Stax doing as much as possible to clear all of it out. Spotted out now by the camera.
That's it.
And yep, takes too much time.
Unfortunately, you can't stack them up. And that is going to be the 12th round for Talon, which gives them 5 map points. Again, you know, the kind of question we were asking at half-time, right, was 5 to 7 going to be enough for Talon on the flip side? At least enough to put us into an overtime scenario now with how they're coming out on this attacking side. I mean, this is something new, something fresh, right? We haven't seen a deadlock be picked on this map in quite some time. None of the current teams in any of the regions are using deadlock on this map.
We're kind of seeing how useful it can be at times as well, but ultimately,
For sure.
A lot of the effectiveness comes from Premi. You know, I mean, it's concerted effort from the team, but being able to fake all across the map like that.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of space that they've just kind of given in towards this map now, they can really have a good amount of breathing, right? It's 5 map points. It's time to build up another ultimate to just have one of those rounds where an ult can carry you the way. These are the sort of moments, though, where it can put a little bit of a hamper on any momentum for Talon. Can give T1 some time to think in their own heads as well.
You never quite know. T1, they did pull off some miraculous comebacks back over in Bangkok, but right now, Talon just comfortable in the lead. We do have a slight tech pause with the gear issue at hand, so we do apologize for that somewhat. Hopefully you'll stick around, but also just to keep your faith up for both teams. T1, again, certainly in front of the home crowd.
I gotta say, though, I don't think there's any cause for concern for T1 and T1 fans out there. It's group stage games. They've already qualified. I think, in fact, drawing out another more agent lineups from Talon here, you know, is a positive as well, right?
What are you talking about, Komodo? How dare T1 not win this group stage match? How can you possibly let this happen?
I mean,
they have to win every single match.
All of our caster predictions to be close,
best
right?
team in the world.
You and big go for Talon?
Yeah, we went for
did.
Talon. No, honestly though, I mean, in Coach Frost we trust, and Coach Frost, I think, alongside Coach Jovi, delivered today.
I mean, we heard a little bit ago, right, that they both kind of develop a composition for the team, each on the maps. So I think in my question for Talon is, number one, who came up with this comp, and number two, was this a specific T1 counter?
Or was this, a comp that they'll play for, all the other Haven maps?
Well, that they probably won't say.
True. You can't.
Although, maybe they will, and they get spicy and they
Sensitive.
just get their whole game plan out. Who knows? Who really?
We got Pacific drama. Oh boy. Nah, we're not gonna do any of that. I don't know what they're doing with the camera right now. But yeah, we got some Talon fans, we got some T1 fans all across the board. Perhaps if we can get some translation. No, we don't know. Oh, it says I'll shave my head if T1 lose. Really? that's
free haircut, buddy.
That was my plan. I get to keep my haircut if T1.
Oh yeah, what was your one again?
It was ridiculous.
What was it though? Remind everybody.
I did it for a fan. Basically, if T1 doesn't, well, I kind of want to set the record straight. If T1 doesn't win the entire, like at the end of the Stage 2 season, if they're not champions of Pacific.
So if they don't win Pacific Stage 2.
If they do win Pacific Stage 2, I'm gonna cut my hair.
Okay, so they got to win.
Yes, they got to win.
If they win, you shave your head.
Yes.
But if they lose, you keep your hair.
Yes.
Ah.
There we go. I'm gonna set the record straight right now. It's not. I don't want to. Top 4 is too easy. Top 4 is way too easy for them to make it.
Well, I mean, if they get upset here and it causes a chain reaction for other teams,
oh boy,
some more weaknesses. I mean,
you never know.
You never know. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Who would have had in their bingo book that Boom Esports would come out
beating
and potentially even win 5-0 in this group stage?
RRQ also beating T1 last week. It's insane what these teams and what all of these players are capable of, and that's why we all love to watch and support them. But at the same time, sometimes the schedule is what it is, and it's tough for T1 to really prepare as well as they do all throughout. It's miraculous what they're able to do so far, and I certainly hope, if there is a T1 dynasty going forward, that would be pretty fun as well.
Who's the best team in Korea now? Let me recheck in towards my notes. Well,
DRX looks pretty good.
I'm trying to think, who's DRX lost to T1? This might be the second loss. Did DRX have 2 losses? Well, I mean, it looks different if the groups are different, let's be real.
We'll see. Still taking a little while, but, we want to let our players all play at their tip-top condition.
Here we go.
Oh, sweet.
They are back in the server, maybe not for too long. Let's see what depth T1 have in them to try and bring us into an overtime here on map number 2. They chose Haven, by the way. If you are just joining us within this map and you missed the first one on Icebox, well, probably a good watch if you want to see Talon's domination on the second half of the map. But here we go, Talon in towards the B site, rapid quick.
Oh, it's the same strat, looking for the quick plant. This time not a judge in the hands of Cruz though, but you also have the wall. T1 quick to destroy it, but here comes Thai with the spams.
Good flash.
Flashes over, and they're all fully blinded, have to hold back. This could be it, 3v5. Slow shield push, and Izu goes undetected. Buzz then finding the shot. Cruz still staying tucked in. The sonic sensor does trip. Euro Theft coming over, and now they've seen Cruz. Buzz watching the angle, trying to lock it in. He does get the shot. Possible for T1 to turn this back around on its head until Primi lands the burst. Just a 1v3. Buzz, he's trying to stay alive. Primi's trying to mark him. He's trying to block him. Buzz looking for the defuse. Oh, but he gets this crazy flick. Not to any avail though, because Killua and Gang able to swing on a dime, and it's 13-7 at the end of it. Talon make it through to playoffs.
Talon have come out today with a great idea on what they want to deliver in the server, and it feels like what we have witnessed here in the first map of a 13-6 variety, and that one ending in a 13-7 variety, that their game plan has worked a treat. They have not had this season now left in the hands of another team. They have brought it into their own grasp, and they will make it to playoffs. But where they will end, in what number, 1, 2, 3, or 4, in the seed department, who knows? We have more games to play before we see that.
Absolutely, it's tough to say. T1 did put up a pretty strong performance as well, all things considered. Talon, it's impressive what they were able to cook up in the span of a week. Just finding these comps, definitely a bit of a surprise for T1 because you had these crazy strats, you had individual artistic expressions as well for a lot of these Talon players.
Well, they're able to express now in towards the playoffs and have a chance to get over towards Masters Toronto as well. A different look, a change in players. They're trying to build their own supremacy here.
We definitely feel a lot of Thai supremacy coming up, but we do wonder, what was this composition about, possibly for Bella to come in with the winning interview?
Congratulations to Talon. Oh, Thai. Oh, they're ready. Oh, hello, Cruz. Hi, Thai. Hi, nice to meet you. 안녕하세요. Can we step a little bit to the front? 탈론의 타인 선수와 크루즈 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 와, 오늘 타인 선수 처음으로 인터뷰를 모셔보게 됐는데 뭔가 커리어 시작하고 나서 퍼시픽 조인하자마자 이렇게 탄탄한 경기력을 보여주면서 얘기를 직접 아직 못 들어봤었거든요. 그래서 한번 퍼시픽 적응하는 그런 이야기나 오늘 승리 소감 한번 직접 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, playoffs for Talon. No smiles, but all right, that's good. Thai, so soon into your career, you joined Pacific, and you seem like you really adjusted well. So can you talk about your Pacific journey, how it's been, how today's win feels like?
ก็รู้สึกไงที่ได้มาอยู่ในลีกแปซิฟิก
ก็เกินคาดมากครับเหมือนตอนแรกผมก็ไม่ได้คิดว่าเหมือนก็เพิ่งได้ก้าวข้ามกับทีมอะคาเดมี่มาได้แค่ 3-4 เดือนอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็ต้องอัพเลเวลขึ้นมาถึงในลีกในแปซิฟิกเลยก็เป็นเรื่องที่ยากสำหรับผมมากครับ
So it was a bit of a struggle for me because I just started competing since I joined Academy for a few months. So it has been like a lot of adaptations that I need to make. So it's kind of hard.
But he's doing so well. That's crazy. 아카데미 합류하고 나서 한 3개월 정도 후에 탈론에 합류하게 돼서 적응하느라 좀 고생을 많이 했지만 이제 오늘 경기를 통해서 증명했듯 정말 잘 적응을 완료한 것 같네요. 그리고 크루즈 선수한테 IGL이기도 해서 오늘 경기에 대해서 정말 물어보고 싶었거든요. 경기력이 완성도가 남달랐습니다. 뭔가가 채워진 것 같은데 그 경기력에 대한 무슨 변화가 있었는 건지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. The next one's for you, Cruz. Today's Talon performance, it was just perfect. Today, how you played on both maps. What changed? You guys seem so different.
I think everybody just played together, and I think we just figured out how to play as a team. I think everybody just felt like everyone in the server was actually a real friend, that we won't let one die. So I think that's how we played everything together. There's so much teamwork, and that's probably why we looked very different.
서버에서 어느 하나도 죽으면 안 된다 이렇게 한 팀으로 경기를 풀어내다 보니까 오늘 완성도 높은 경기를 전달할 수 있었던 것 같다고 크루즈 선수가 답을 해줬습니다. 타이 선수한테 마무리 질문으로 한번 이야기를 해볼게요. 발로란트의 로얄 로드, 이제 젠지의 카론 선수, DRX의 현민 선수, 새로운 선수가 등장하자마자 시즌을 우승하는 그런 로얄 로드가 있는데 타이 선수는 과연 그 합류를 할 수 있을 것 같은지 한번 물어보고 싶어요. You guys know what the Royal Road is?
No.
So we have Genji's Karon, DRX's Hyunmin, the new one, the hot guns a-blazing comes in, you win a champion trophy. Is Tai ready to join?
พร้อมที่จะเข้าอยู่ในกลุ่มที่เด็กใหม่ที่เข้ามาถือถ้วยปะ
พร้อมครับ
Paola? Yeah.
I'm ready.
준비됐다고 대답을 해줬습니다. Alright, thank you, Thai and Cruz. Congratulations to you both of you again. And that's all from us on the stage, but I'll be back tomorrow. 크루즈 선수와 타이 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 저는 여기서 인사드리고요. 분석 데스크 나와주세요.
Talon, losing the Zeta division last week and then 2 0-ing T1 today, looking so much in better form. Having that teamwork, like I was saying on stage just now, that was maybe the missing piece for this team.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I find it impossible to predict this team. I feel like their level is so high when, you know, they just beat the Bangkok champions and looked so dominant doing it. I mean, nothing but credit to this Talon team. This is what we've been waiting to see from this group, and I feel like it's finally coming together for them.
Yeah, really nice game plan going into this game. They knew exactly what they'd be playing against with T1's Haven, and I think that they, you know, the way that they played this Deadlock comp was fantastic to watch. The individuals look really, really switched on, and Talon is just a joy to watch when they're in form right now. It's absolutely fantastic. It really is just a case of if they have a good approach, they have a good read, they're feeling themselves on the day, they can beat anyone in the league.
Yeah, and I like that this wasn't just Primi fragging out and Primi doing Primi things. The entire roster stepped up, did their roles, got the kills that they needed to get, and, well, ended up winning this out in 2-0 fashion. And we did see Frost earlier, and he was, you know, very different than a couple weeks ago. He was very humble about this, going in quietly here, and probably because they had a game plan brewing.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they had T1 fully read, to be honest, across both maps. I didn't feel like T1 were able to pull any surprises. They weren't able to really get a foothold in either game because Talon was so dominant. And as you say, I feel like everybody across this Talon roster was able to step up today, which is great for their individual level.
I mean, the Talon just dominated them in first kills. You can see it there, and you did not get that usual T1 magic that you would get, where people would frag out in the mid-round and win clutches for them. Izu was very quiet today, when in previous series he was their best player for me, and he clutched a lot of important rounds, which made them very competitive in that series. You tried to get the usual kind of stuff from Meteor, where he was trying to really lift on the ISO, but that is another phenomenal map from Primi, plus 22 in this series, and he had a lot of help from a lot of the team. The overall approach felt great. Primi was in dominant form, and at the end of the day, like, this was a game where I felt like Talon was the team with the better approach and the better players in the server.
Yeah, very. I mean, you know, you take the names off, and people would tell you that it looks like this Talon team have just come back from a championship. So they played a very strong game today. Nothing but credit towards those guys.
Absolutely. Just want to give credit also to Quack and myself for predicting Talon. But guys, you said it was unpredictable, but it actually was. If you just go onto their VLR page and look at the history there.
Win-loss, right? And they were teed up for a win.
Yeah, exactly. They were teed up for a win today. We will calculate for you guys on how that might go in playoffs next time. And our match MVP, I mean,
there was an obvious candidate for everybody. Has to be the boy. Look at these numbers. I mean, played out of his mind once again. I mean, he's a generational superstar coming into this Thai roster. The pro's pro, as I've said many times. This is a guy who is remarkable and is the future of Valorant for this team, and he's continuing to prove that.
Yeah, for sure. He had so much impact today. He was definitely the best duelist in the server, and I think the team play around him very well as well. It's good to see him get back on the Jet on multiple maps. They played it on Icebox. He even got to play a little bit on Split. He seems like he's another duelist that's very comfortable on the Yoru at the moment, and that's a very important tool for these teams to have. You need to have a good Yoru player. Honestly, I find it hard to go past both Primi and Jemkin at the moment. They both give me the similar vibes where on those kind of agents, they can really frag out. And, you know, Raze used to be such a staple in the meta. You need your duelist to be able to play Raze. I don't even think these guys need to play Raze on a lot of those maps. They just play Yoru instead, and it's, if not more effective.
Well, this is very promising for Talon's entry into playoffs, looking like this right now. So
I thought they were done. I thought when they lost to Zeta, I was like, that's it. Like, bad luck, you got T1 next week, guys.
That's
they just absolutely rocked them.
It makes no sense what they're able to do, but
it does make sense.
Fair play.
But that's the game of Valorant, and speaking of unpredictable, let's throw up the final tally for Bill Diff and Pilskins. I am only 1 point off. I thought I would be way below you guys.
We were like very close last week as well.
That's right.
Yeah, I think I've trolled a little bit with the Jing on duelist again, but I don't know. I'm getting my points.
That's right.
That's okay.
Actually, I think last week as well.
Yeah.
Because you picked Jing.
I lost -10 last week and -10 this week, and you're still I'm still barely beating you. That's rough, Vic. That's rough.
Well, you do get the win today. First time I've lost my... Oh, overall, I'm still
You're
in the
still
lead.
dominating. Oh my god, you're still
I-
up 20 points.
Oh, I'm
Where's
rock
big
bottom.
time?
I'm rock bottom.
Big time is not that bad.
It's not
oh,
looking
wait,
good.
you are.
Oh,
You are pretty bad.
That's harsh.
I didn't see the 2 in front of
where's
it.
big time?
You are
It's
taking high.
fine.
Does
You are
anyone see big time?
I'm taking the risks. We have a long way left to go. Nothing is sorted yet here in stage 1.
I mean, Pilsky didn't remark about your all duelist.
I
agent
believe.
picks today.
How many minus points did you get? I
Probably quite a lot.
I cannot go to the casino with you, man. You're gonna lose, and you're gonna be like, well, once you're behind, you got to take risks, and then you're gonna lose your house, and then I'm gonna be like, what else have you got? He's gonna start taking his clothes off and throwing them on the table.
It's fine. I will catch up. I will win eventually.
There
I
is-
will win.
You did
Is
win
that what
with
you said?
a tens tat on your face.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God, that's
I'm
true.
the real winner today. So.
Yeah.
I'll sell this.
I'll sell this, and he'll throw that down on the table as well.
Oh my goodness.
Christ, man.
The prize for this, of course, is the Acer Predator laptop, so we're very excited to win that. And I'm on the
We're
road
very
there.
excited. I think you got it in the bag. I don't know if I can close a
This
20-point
was a team effort. Thanks to your bad picks, I will win the laptop. Thank you, guys. It's like...
Harsh.
Thank you. I'm saying thank you. All right, let's see the standings as they are so far, because you guys still have a couple more chances to play Build Diff here, and this is where we are. So we do not know who the final team for Group Omega is going to be going into playoffs at the moment, but Talon is definitely secured. Paper X is definitely secured.
Yeah, we have 2 teams left alive in Group Omega here. Will it be Zeta Division or Nongshim claiming that final spot? Hotly contested for sure, and a lot to look forward to.
I think RRQ, this guarantees that they'll be the first seed, right? Because they've got the head-to-head against T1, so even if they somehow lose versus Team Secret, they will be 3-2 with a head-to-head advantage. So congrats to RRQ. These guys have been absolutely grinding. And there you go, Nongshim versus Zeta. They are both 2-2. And I believe tomorrow that game will decide who's actually going to be advancing. That's another make or break game similar to this PRX Global. And for me, that's a lot closer of a game that I actually am not sure who's going to win. I think that's going to be an absolute banger tomorrow.
We also have DRX versus Gen G, which is a big match for the seeding of both of these teams. But, you know, win and you're able to move further up that group and get better seeding heading into playoffs, which is, of course, very important. You do want to be playing those weaker teams as early as you can, getting some momentum.
Absolutely. And on Monday, by then, I think we should have the playoffs secured, but we will be having a word from RRQ and Boom Esports on that day to, make a comment as, people on the teams on the top of their groups and what they think going into playoff. But it's been pretty cool. I mean, do you guys, is this what you've expected so far? Like, are these the secure teams that you thought would be in?
This season is crazy, and I love it. I want to see more upsets. I want to see the region be really close, be really competitive. I want to see different representation from all the different regions as well. So, yeah, I'm loving what we're getting this season. And although I love Nongshim might have been my favorite team coming into Pacific. Honestly, I'd be down to have a Japanese team in the playoffs as well.
I would be right there for that. There's the Zeta Division fan. We love you. Oh, I'd love to see your team in playoffs, man. Come here, watch it live. That's what I want for that guy.
I like that.
I'm rooting for Zeta.
Oh yeah, right. I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, the guy.
I thought you were just begging for followers for a second, which is right on brand for you.
The Zeta guy.
I know.
The watch party guy.
Yeah, and Tens.
Thank you, Tens.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Tens. He will be here for the rest of this weekend. I don't know, for those of you not in Korea, you can't do much about it, but you can watch his stream there. But that's been fun. It's been a fun day here at VCT Pacific. We got a 2-0 kind of day, kind of crazy, lots of upsets, but that's VCT Pacific for you. And with that, we're going to close out Pilsky Big Time. Always a pleasure. I'm Victoria, and with that, have a good night, everyone, and see you tomorrow for more action.
Paranoia, he can stall a little bit, he hears all the footsteps.
Yeah, here comes that flash to hold the off angle. GE just have to go, they're flooding into it, Blender they go, and Defy to burst them down with the Phantom, collecting 3K.
Nice. What the f*** are you doing?
Definitely felt kind of like they're putting themselves in a bit of a cage. Right now, at least, though. Jing, okay, getting taken out really quickly. But Evan, though, then is open. But Forsaken just uses that as an opportunity. 2 more kills. kills, picks up the 4K.
PaperX will be making it into the playoffs in VCT Pacific.
Flank as well, but unbeknownst to him, Sylvan somewhere out behind. Thai trying to hold down the shots. It's gonna be Sylvan and Izu fighting a 2 apiece though. He's hitting his shots, he's hitting his shots! Killua brings it to a 1v1. Killua coming back up on top.
Good shots are coming out, and more namely the trade game from Thai.
Looks for some vision, but yes, no shield. Certainly the kill contract will give him something. It's Gulag time. Cruz, new challenger, looks to knock him out, and he does! Cruz looking to play the 1v2 clutch, but Thai looking to deny. It's not quite coming through, and it's all for Killua to swing. He does it at the last possible second, able to swing on a dime, and it's 13-7 at the end of it. Talon make it through the playoffs!
Let's fly.